Welcome, everyone. Welcome back to the Triton series here at the Gran in Madrid. I am joined by Henry Kilbane. I'm Jeff Gross. We're going to have an exciting final table today. Just an absolutely massive day. But first of all, Henry, welcome for the first time this week. How is it to be here? Have you been in Madrid before, and where did you come from?
Well, yeah, firstly, thanks for the introduction, Jeff. And no, it's not my first time in Madrid, but my first time at a Triton Series event. And to tell you truthfully, even walking into the room, I don't know, I was getting museum vibes, art gallery vibes. It's like, hang on a minute, where are we playing poker? It felt like we're in an art gallery. It truly is just the quality of the series that they put on is spectacular, and I'm really looking forward to seeing the quality of poker that comes from an event like this as well.
Well, I can tell you yesterday there was 90 unique entrants, so 90 entrants, 56 uniques. I mean, that's a good turnout for the first day. It's a 20K buy-in, so if you think about it, really closer to a 40K buy-in. Most people are in for almost 2 on average, but we saw a $1.8 million prize pool. Pretty big for the first one. And again, today, we're going to get an ICM and all the fun stuff later, but it's a big day. Guaranteed, I think, over 50,000 euros at this point, and the winner is going to go with over 500,000 US, 478,000 euros. So an absolutely massive day. We're gonna cover the ICM in a bit, but it felt like for a while we were gonna be here forever yesterday. It was like it was taking a while. It was exciting and it got intense, but leading up to the final 15, all of a sudden we got there, and once we hit 15, it just sort of like it was like that, and in a bubble you could take it could be hours, but it was literally like no sweat, 15 down to 13, and that was the time when things really just got it was just like boom, you're in the money, and it's fun not to have to sweat a huge amount of when you're in a bubble situation, you're in the tournament. It's sort of nice to just get in the money, and that is exactly what we got to see yesterday with 15 remaining, going right into 13.
Yeah, definitely.
And look at this. This is what I love about Triton. This isn't at the feature, but we get to see on the outer tables what happens. We get our new entrant into the Triton series, Pachara, going out in 15th right there. I mean, just to be so close, it's tough, right? You want to come in first time playing, don't get in the money, but it's an absolutely great showing from him to be so deep and almost get in. And then we kind of fast forward here. We see this absolute cooler for Wu Ye Wei, who goes out in, I believe, 14th, just off the money. He defends the 9-8. You can't blame him, right? He flops top pair with a flush draw, and he runs right into the absolute nuts. So
I think absolutely fine, like you said, defending the big and just deciding to go for it with less than 10 big blinds on the flop. Absolute cooler to run into it. And Jeff, always a sweat as well. Turned the old straight flush gut shot, but didn't get there.
Yeah, that wasn't meant to be. And then this hand, maybe the hand of the day, the biggest pot we saw. Look at these stacks. I mean, this is maybe 3 of the top 4 stacks, and they all had a little something. Danny Tang able to get away unscathed, really, with an overpair to the board. Just makes a good decision here. And then Paul, who is, the boss, the man. Of course, he's got 2 overs and a flush draw. He's not going to fold immediately. Does get that key card. Not even, he doesn't have to worry so much about king high flush because the action. He's got to feel pretty confident that his flush is good. And, you can't blame also a first-time entrant into the Triton stop, Ni Ling Se, if I'm pronouncing that wrong, excuse me, but had trip 9s, got a very unfortunate turn card, gets it all in, huge pot here, and you can see Paul's face. He knows the magnitude of that. He gets a clean river and just an absolute huge knockout and puts Paul into the chip lead at the moment there.
Yeah, clean run out for Paul after hitting the ace of clubs on the turn. And now we know how he got so many chips coming into this final table. And as you mentioned, again, great to see, some first-time Triton series players making a run, but ultimately bowing out just before the final table.
Yeah, and it's kind of hard to, say first time anything for this man. Jeremy Osmus, he won the 50K PLO event, taking down Helmuth Negreanu 3-handed, and he is over here, though, for the first time playing the Triton events. I mean, the word got out. People know Triton is where you want to be if you like high-stakes action. Jeremy Osmus goes out in 12th, does secure his first cash, and then let's just shoot over here and look at this action. We saw a very interesting hand where there was a limp with King-Jack off, got to go to a flop. Rob Young gets the King-9 top 2 pair flop, and then gets Hidalgo just rips all in. Top pair decides to go for it and runs into the buzzsaw there. Rob Young turns him absolutely drawing dead. And again, nice showing. First time getting on the board for a cash. Got to be a lot of confidence. Hopefully we'll see Hidalgo back in for the 30K later today.
Hopefully. I love that, by the way. Just handshakes all around. Pretty brutal deck. Only one king left in the deck to flop top pair.
Yeah. And look at Rob, man, student of the game. He's over on the outer table. He's bouncing around, rocking the coin rivet shirt. Got to love it. And there is our friend Andre going on 10th, and we saw him get some big pairs. Lost kings to eights, lost the minimum where an 8 rivered on earlier versus Soiza, but he hung in there. He was around. He just couldn't quite make the final table, but also first time going to secure a Triton cash, which it's nice, man. Now, listen, when you go on the Henry Mob and you check out someone's resume and they have a Triton cash, it's they're playing real poker. They're with the big boys, and a lot of people doing that for the first time, securing their flag, and a couple really close. So a great start for I don't know if you want to call them businessmen, some of them, and just it's just nice when you see kind of new people coming in and having success at such a great event. So I think this is a great sign for, again, we're only on event 1. We're going to be here for almost 2 weeks, and this is our first final table. We're going to have a crown champion of Madrid Triton for the first time today, and we got some massive names today. Adamo, Ali mentioned a dominator. I mean, the guy just seems to have all the chips all the time. Nothing new. He is the chip leader at the final table. Give me some of your thoughts and what you're excited about today.
Well, I think that is the highlight coming into today's final table, right? Arguably one of the best poker players in the world with all of the chips, and more importantly, the way that the chips are distributed around the table. Everyone else kind of handcuffed, Jeff. Not going to lie. We have 5 stacks from 30 all the way up to 44 bigs, and then we have the immediate short stacks, 7 and 14 big blinds respectively. And it's going to be tough for those middling stacks to kind of navigate against a player as competent as Adamo, and I don't think I've ever seen him take his foot off the gas, let alone at a Triton Series event, and with it being Madrid's first ever stop, adding a title to his already very impressive resume is going to be what he's looking to do today. And hopefully, he's definitely able to close it out, but I'm hoping that Paul Pua comes through. 16 cashes, still hasn't got one under his belt, and to kick things off at Madrid with Paul getting the dub would be pretty huge.
Yeah, and Adamo's such a decorated player, but does not have a Triton win and no signature score there yet. So I know he's been eyeing that up and hasn't had to wait long coming in the first event here in Madrid as the chip leader. Also, Klein, who was very short. Interesting style. He limps King Jack off yesterday on 10 blinds. Got away from the flop, though. Yeah, when he flopped the king and there was an all-in in front of him. So shows that he's playing pretty cautious. It's worked for him so far. I mean, he's laddered. He's on his way. He's at the final table. And, sometimes we see the shortest stack make a run or, get it done. So it's sort of let's keep an eye on Klein as a short stack who's been able to stay in and sort of it's not going to be easy, though, to go against Adamo and Paul with these stacks.
Yeah.
But good, really well done from him so far.
Yeah, he actually has a pretty nice seat draw for it, Klein. He's in seat 2, and the stacks that he would be jamming into are some of the middling stacks where the ranges that they're going to have to be calling off with are going to be incredibly tight. The last thing that they want to do is to be the ones that are doubling up the short stack. So a bit of fortune on his side there in regards to the players that he's going to be jamming into. But listen, you've got Adamo, Paul Poir on your right. Even when you do double up, maybe even spin up to 20, 25 bigs, you've still got a lot of pressure that's going to be on you continuously throughout this final table.
Yeah, and Rob Young, he's there as well. He has shown his love for poker. He was in Cyprus. I know there was a hand that kind of haunted him. He had a lot of chips, and he didn't get it done there. And I know he wanted to get the Triton cash. He wanted to get it going. He's there. Thoughts on, is he a dark horse? Is there anyone in the middle you kind of like to make a run here?
Well, I mean, I think for me, the thing that I love about Rob is the continuous banter between him and a lot of his high-stakes friends, including Tony G. And Tony G was actually the one to bust to Rob. Raised from the small blind, 2.5 bigs off of 15 with aces. And Rob was just like, hey, I've got King Jack suited, it's going in. Flops a boat, leaving Tony G drawing to 2 outs. And
is that all in pre-flop?
That was all in pre-flop.
I didn't see that.
Yeah,
man,
all in pre-flop.
Rob, he might tell you about a bad beat here, and I didn't hear that one. I didn't know he got that. That's a fortunate run out for him. Okay.
But just seeing these guys, these veterans of the game, continuing to show up, play at the highest level, and still take the beats as well as they do. I really enjoy that kind of banter. And like you said, Finally got that monkey off of his back in regards to his first cash. And hey, listen, I believe the reason that he actually ended up registering this event is because he said every dog has its day. That's what he said on Twitter. And he showed up, he late regged, and here he is at the final table.
I love it. And I mean, we're not even talking about Michael Soiza and Danny Tang yet. Those are two very experienced players, especially on the Triton stop, the tour, and also a little bit of luck where Danny Tang flatted aces, set a trap. He got exactly what he wanted, where I think Queen 10 suited shoved in the big blind, and his friend Michael Soiza would have flopped a set. It came, he had threes, it was an open, he flatted aces, got the shove behind, and then threes folded. He called, he would have been either eliminated or been critically short if that had played a little differently and maybe the big blind flatted. So, you know, one of those things in poker, it's so crazy. The butterfly effect, they're called sliding doors. One little nuance or change or someone folds or calls can change the direction of an entire tournament. So those guys are both in very quality players as well. So it's going to be an exciting final table.
Yeah, I think just tapping into that experience that these two have. Danny Tang, from a very modest background, grinded all the way from the lowest stakes up to the highest stakes, and someone who has competed for hundreds of thousands of dollars and been in high pressure situations. So he's going to know exactly how to navigate this kind of FT. He's going to have done his ICM homework. He's going to have looked at the payouts. He's going to be very aware coming into this final table who has how many chips, where they're situated at the table, and I think, you know, very impressive player all around. And the same for Michael. Michael, again, just someone who he's done it all. He's worked his way up, and he's been around at the highest stakes for quite some time now as well. So another player that's going to be very experienced coming into this. But as you mentioned, you know, butterfly effect, sometimes all of the experience in the world isn't going to help you win a tournament. Sometimes it's just not your day. And as Rob Young said, every dog has his day, man. So let's go. Let's see what happens.
Yeah, I think I don't know if anyone wants to win it more than Rob. I think he loves, just loves poker so much. But also he asked, I saw Danny Tang mention he has not had a Triton title. He has a second. So, everyone wants to win. Everyone loves a trophy. This is the first ever Triton in Madrid. It's something nice to say about winning the first event, right? So it's kind of it's up for the taking. We're going to see it. And again, we will have later today a $30,000 event that we're going to get right into. So it's a full day of action. This is not just final table, see you tomorrow. This is final table into a 7-handed 30K buy-in. And don't forget there are re-entries. So really, you might say, oh, Triton, I'm used to 50s, 100s, 250s, 1 million pound Triton event. Yes, but this is actually with rebuys, re-entries. They can get pretty big pretty fast. I know Ali mentioned Patrick Antonius. Don't want to put him on blast, but was in for 5 entries yesterday. So it just gives you an idea.
Yeah.
These are players who are willing to go for it. They want the title. They want to have their best shot of winning, and they're not afraid to rebuy many of them. And it can get expensive if you're in for rebuys at 20, 30, 50K price points. So.
Hey, listen, he might be in for 5 bullets, but he was the first one here this morning. I saw him walking around the hall around 10:30. He's like, hey, I'm going to the gym. Going to study for a bit. So it just goes to show you the kind of elite mindset that a lot of these guys have, that even when they do have a bad day at the office, firing 5 bullets, whatever you want to call it, they're still up the next day and they're just ready to go. And I think that's one of the most impressive things that I've seen in a long time.
Yeah, and I mean, we talk about poker being a sport. It's definitely a mental sport.
It really is.
It is long days, long hours. You gotta deal with adversity. The highs, the lows, and guys that are here, they're prepared for a 2-week battle for. It's an escalator the whole way up, 20s, 30s, 50s, 150,000 main event. I mean, it's absolutely going to be an epic 2 weeks. And again, this is the first event, so don't worry. Carve out some time in your schedule. Know that we're going to be playing daily the tournament, final table, and then we're going to kick you into another event. So I think give me your pick today. I mean, who do you got?
I mean, it'd be silly to not go for the chip leader at Diamond, right? But if I had to pick who I want to win, I want to see Paul get his first title. Record holder for the most cashes at Triton, and I know it would just mean the absolute world to him.
Yeah. All right. Fair enough. I'm going to go with Rob Young. I got to go with the boss man, rocking coin ribbon.
Boss v. boss, yeah.
All
right, okay.
I'm one of those, but it's no matter what, we know it's going to be super exciting. The action is going to get underway very soon, but we are in for a treat. I got to tell you, anytime 500,000 plus going to first place in US dollars, 478,000 euros. Everyone's going to be okay with 50,000, but it's hard to get here. When you actually make a final table, it's in reach. You realize how important flips are. You just all of it matters. It's just not not often you get to get this type of setup with the Grand lights. It just feels like unbelievable atmosphere here. And we are going to take a look in a moment. I believe we'll have the chip counts and the table. There it is. Look at that. Everyone's ready. We got the chips. We got the blinds. Michael Adamo, 94 big blinds. I mean, it's staggering. He has a huge, almost 50% more than second. And there's our man Morton Klein, who's done a good job laddering, staying alive, but a lot of work cut out at this point to get it done. And Fernando Garcia, a new face as well, into the Triton down there at 14. And look at those payouts. I mean, what jumps out to you here in terms of ICM and what's the goals for some of these guys in the middle?
Well, obviously you want to come into today and make money today, right? Everyone went to bed last night guaranteed 50,400, and to go home in ninth and not earn any money is obviously pretty heartbreaking, but that's the way tournament poker works. I think the most interesting thing is that looking at those stacks there, 14 big blinds for the Spaniard Fernando Garcia, repping the Spaniards here in Madrid, by the way, and Morton Klein on 7. The difference between busting in 7th and 3rd is the better part of 140k, and if you look at those stacks, it really is tightly knit in the middle there. So, Tommy Kim on 44 bigs, gonna have to play very cautiously when Paul and Adama are in the mix, and the same goes for Rob, the same goes for Danny. Don't want to state the obvious, but the same goes for Michael and Wayne as well. Sure, they have healthy stacks. 30 big blinds is plenty of post-flop maneuverability, but at the same time, getting involved against people that can send you home in 9th when you're sat in 5th is not the result any of these guys would be wanting coming into today. Well, let's get it going, JG. 20k, eh?
Yeah, it's here. It's here for the taking. We see everyone looking dapper, fairly rested. It's always exciting though when you make a final table. Sometimes you don't know if you get sleep, if you're feeling up for it. But I think ultimately when you arrive to this kind of spectacle, you just get it going. You have an espresso and you get through it no matter what if you're tired.
Everyone on the coffee, eh? Yeah, I mean, coming into today, start time around 1:30, kind of ideal start time. It allows you to wake up, have breakfast, hit the gym, or vice versa. Sorry, hit the gym then breakfast. And Michael opening the ace-4 suited from the low jack. And this is what I'm talking about, Jeff. Like, you're opening into one of the chip leaders or the chip leader on your left. And Adamo does not mind taking it to the streets and seeing flops. I mean, even out of position, he's happy to play.
This is, for me, it's just so fun to watch because, there's really no one you could say is playing at a higher level and having bigger results more often than Adamo. So seeing a hand even like there, Queen Jack, I don't know. I thought he could pop it. He could put a lot of pressure on a stack like Soiza with a hand like that, late position open. But ultimately, I think he just decided this hand's too valuable to 3-bet bluff. I just want to see a flop, and he doesn't elect to put pressure on it. And interestingly, nut flush draw flop for Soiza. He's got the lead in the hand, 2 players called, so 3-way to a flop, but a lot of ICM here. This is the most critical, really, between 8 and 13 when ICM is most important. So let's see if he decides to bet or check. He does go for a bet. Can't blame him.
Yeah, definitely going to have more kings, or should have more kings in his range compared to Adamo. Although Adamo, I mean, if flatting Queen Jack suited, going to be flatting King Queen, King Jack, maybe even King 10. But Michael going to continue and just try and get folds from the gut shots of the world. Some of the ace-high flats as well that can't continue. Obviously nice that he's blocking spades. And I'm not surprised to see Adamo just go straight for the jugular. Check raising the gut shot on the King, King 9. Applying max pressure. Tommy in a sandwich just has to let go of the best hand.
Yeah, it's tough. And if you're Soiza, it's sort of like a grim reality here. You realize this is a guy that'll follow through, too. So you may, a hand like this, Queen 10, Queen Jack, some gutters that are there that could do this, that could raise. You're winning, but it's also it's tough. It's a tough spot. You're also drawn on a paired board now, the nut flush. So in case somehow he does have that King 10, King Jack, King Queen, look at this. Right into the lead goes Adamo.
Yeah, really interesting turn card now, as Adamo has obviously done a ton of showdown value now beating jacks, tens, ace nine, and obviously the ace highs of the world that continued in this spot. For example, ace 10, ace jack of diamonds, maybe even. Oh no, sorry, ace queen. We're losing to ace queen. But very interesting turn card for Michael as well, because now we are losing to all of the gut shots of the world. That check raised us. Queen jack, queen 10, jack 10 now all beating us. And I expect to see Michael just fold here.
It's just tough, you know, like, and Soiza plays at such a high level. He's seen Adamo for sure, is very familiar with his opponent, and it's just, this doesn't feel fair, right? It's like the final table starts, you have the best hand, you're in the best position, you get the best flop. Really, I mean, you know, I guess 9-10 was ahead, but like you're just in a really good position, and now you are finding yourself on the turn, and he's now treading in some dicey waters, right? He is his SPR, stack to pot ratio. He only has 1.1. There's 1.6 in the middle, and he's drawing to an ace or spade with one coming hello. When you hit, and I mean, just stuck in there, and gets it done. And now, you know, you could be worried you're beat by a full house, but ultimately you're just never folding. You're just not. You're there. You've got the nut flush.
Yeah, it gets there on the river, and I guarantee you, Fernando Garcia and Morton Klein just jumping at the bit, seeing these two bigger stacks going at it. There's ladders available for them both, should Adamo jam and Soiza calls with a worst hand. 16,000 euro ladder between 9th and 8th. After Adamo checks, action on Soiza, as Jeff mentioned, SPR less than 1 going to the river.
I mean, there's really no scenario where he's not putting in or betting, but what do you think Adamo would do if he had king queen here and the spade came and he puts his opponent flush? He would just put it in probably anyway. So I think you can feel if your Soiza relatively confident, but the board's paired. You're just so high up in your range though against such a dangerous, capable player too. You got to feel super confident, but you know, it wouldn't be fun to be coolered with a boat versus nut flush, and I just don't see any scenario where he's not going for value here though.
Yeah, he does announce all in, and immediately Adamo letting out a big sigh. Frustrating spot.
So he's bunkered in there. He's got the hoodie, the mask, and got his protecting his pulse there. And he's in full position, ready for a double. This is Adamo. I mean, he's just. I don't think he can ever call here, right? I mean, this would just be what bluffs has he got here?
I think tens and jacks with a spade are the pure, yeah, like the clear bluffs. Yeah, we're never folding tens or jacks to a check raise. Queen 10 doesn't really have queen 10-0, so in terms of the actual hands that have just one spade in their hands, you're pretty limited to only a few pocket pairs.
Yeah.
Is he ever turning a hand like ace-jack or ace-10 of diamonds into a bluff in the river? I don't think so. I think they probably fold turn, although he was getting a very good price on the turn. And that really changes the dynamics now. Michael up to 3rd in chips behind Pulpua and Michael Adamo. Sorry, Michael Soiza, I should say.
Was that our first hand of the day?
That was our first hand
wow,
of the day.
That was intense. That was a big hand. And nicely played. So credit to Soiza for sticking in there. Paired board, you know, he just hunkered in and got it done. And a huge swing, you know, if he misses there or he just doesn't get that pot, he is going to have lost a lot of chips. And a big swing for the table, kind of balancing things a little bit. And, I mean, what was that, a 10-minute hand? That was 8. That was a long hand.
Well, I thought I told you don't hire that guy.
Yeah, and interestingly, you mentioned him hunkering in there. And on the turn, it's kind of alluding that maybe he'll fold, just because he could be dead. But there is always that option that Adamo just gives up, and we get to take it away from him on the river. As Jeff alluded to, Adamo definitely capable of having some, or plenty of bluffs. Klein, hand number 2 of the FT, under the gun, jamming into 8 players, the ace 10-0.
Yep, can't blame him here. Everything looks good here. Under the gun, it's not so fun when there's so many people left to act, but I don't think, just can't take that stack depth. There's just no other play. I think ace 10 off, you're kind of happy not to hit the blind next hand. This is a hand getting through the blinds. And
wow.
Everything looked good until the boss gets the big tier 1 ace-king suited. Not the hand he wants to see. Looking for a flip or even somehow maybe to get against a weaker ace, but not going to be. Paul does find the goods.
Yeah, Paul almost forgetting to flick in the call chips, that eager to just show down his hand. Ace-king suited in the big blind. And this could be just the start he needs coming into this final table, looking to get his first Triton Series title.
No help there on the 4-6-7, so gonna need a 10 or a chop on some running straight. So a 5, 8, 3 are interesting, not there. So now it's a 10 and a 10 only, 6.7% for Klein. Gonna have to hit lightning in a bottle on the river. Nope.
No lightning this time, Jeff.
Not there, and look at all smiles though. How, I mean, first time in a Triton event, and you know, you got to feel good. Make a final table, and you can see he's happy. Rob sees the ladder, and one player moves out. A little more space now.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, as you mentioned, you know, first Triton Series and making a final table, getting that cash. GG's Morton Klein.
Yeah, so that'll be our 9th. We're down to 8 now. This was an 8-handed tournament, but as the final table official at 9, so back to normal 8-handed. And look at those payouts, man. It's nice to get in that 6-figure club coming up. They're inching up. Pay jumps start getting a little bit bigger. And as you said earlier, I mean, look at that third. The big jump between third and, you know, right now, it's a lot. There's a lot to play for. ICM's real right now.
It really is. It's a ton of pressure at the moment. Super High Roller Series, Madrid on the way. First final table. And first elimination. Morton Klein out in 9th, 50,400 euros. And the monkey off of everyone else's back. Securing at least some money on the day. 16,200 euro ladder. Courtesy of Paul Puer's Ace King holding. And as Jeff was alluding to, the ICM pressure is real, boys and girls, especially 9, 8, 7-handed. Cage a lot tighter.
135, is it?
At this stage. Obviously, when we get down to 4, 3 players, some of that pressure being as relevant as it is now.
No, why not?
I told you you wouldn't like it, didn't I?
It saves everybody watching the stream.
I don't care.
Come on. It's good fun. It's good for Triton as well.
No, I mean, if everybody agree, I will.
Yeah, I agree. I'll show.
I'm different.
I agree,
agree?
of course. I don't
Agree?
have any problem.
I can't agree this time.
Yeah.
Come on.
I know what you're doing.
They shot this small 3-5.
Yeah, but it's on the stream anyway. What difference does it make?
I mean, I'm
something
Different because you don't.
Huh?
like, yeah. I mean, it's definitely different, yeah.
Some people what? Don't watch it.
Don't watch it. Oh.
Yeah, but we know you watch it.
It's after the tournament.
He's going to watch the stream, right?
No, after.
So we
we got
should-
time, no time to watch.
We're not going to watch it, so we're better to all agree to show, right?
I mean, it's okay. I don't want to put him in this position, you know. I know he has to do what's best.
He's a lovely guy.
Yeah, I
but-
know. So that's why I don't want to do this to him.
Am I the only one that doesn't want to do it?
I'm indifferent, to be honest
Yeah.
with you. Yeah, because
Yeah, you're the only one. You're the only one watching the
when
stream.
you're the- when we are underdogs, you don't care, you know.
You're the only one that watches the stream. We're not watching. We're not going to watch it.
Right.
It's definitely professional of you not to show because we're not going to watch the stream and get any information. So I understand why you would do it.
So I like what Rob is going for here. He's trying to just have everyone show in the moment. His point being that eventually they will see it, but it does in the moment, right? There's an like, people aren't really, you're not watching it while you're at the table. It's called an hour, 30-minute later. You got to find it. It's not, it changes in the moment. If you show a bluff or you see a guy opening under the, like we saw yesterday, they were playing this game and Adamo showed 4 deuce off, raising the small blind versus the big blind stack, right? So it's like that next orbit, might happen. Like, it changes. It does change. Rob's saying it doesn't change. It does. It does change. I get that they're all going to see it eventually, but it is different in the moment.
I couldn't agree more with you, Jeff, because there's that information bias that comes through it, right? Like, even if you know that Adamo is at it.
I want zero time bank. None.
Just want to hear what he's saying.
0 time bank tournament.
So even though everyone is aware that Michael's going to be, playing very aggressive and just abusing the ICM situation.
I don't need these.
Rob's saying he doesn't need any time banks.
You might need it later.
No, but they give me more space.
Rob wants more chips, not more time banks. That's
Just say those are his.
I've never seen that before.
Yeah.
More room.
He has not given up them, okay?
Yeah.
More room.
No dramas.
Rob's in here, he's making history. That's the thing. He's at his final table. He's giving up the time banks. He wants everyone to show. In theory, all things that would make it fast and more fun, right? But it's, I don't recommend, although that is a nice gesture, to give up your time banks. And if he actually gets in a spot, the clocks are fast. You might need one. There could be a big moment where you need a decision. But I guess Rob's saying I never use them ever.
I'm hoping someone clips that, or at least the social media team here at Triton make a clip of that and post it on social media. If Rob just he's like, hey guys, I don't need any time banks. I'm gonna be all right playing for the better part of 500,000 euros. What a boss! And
this is a off Rob stack. This particular hand under the gun, 8-handed at a final table. I mean, A7 suited. It's not. It's for sure not like insane. It's just also you can really get put in some tough spots here, and he is getting flatted by Tommy Kim in position with the pair. So let's see. This is one of those spots where, interestingly, neither player is going to love their hand. Although sixes should feel fairly comfortable. The only thing not working for him there is it is under the gun. So Rob's range is going to be very tight here. Should be at least.
Should be in theory. Yeah, no, I like where your head's at with this, and I'm a fan of firing out here. 10-3 deuce, 1 heart, gonna be able to barrel on a ton of turns and just apply a lot of pressure to some of the floats that Tommy's gonna have. King Queen, King Jack, Queen Jack, those type of suited broadways of the world. But
yeah, if a heart comes, it's gonna make it fairly easy for Rob to continue. But now this is where it gets dicey. Rob only has 1.3. There's 900 in the pot. A bet here should work, but if he checks, and now if you're Tommy, you kind of like that. You didn't want to see a bet yourself, and now you're kind of like, okay, let's see and see if Rob can. Oh man.
Wow.
Oh man. So with the wow, this is Rob was losing the hand anyway, but now the fact is, if he had gone bet, check, and bet, it would be a very, very tough spot. But he is throwing the white flag, and lucky for him, because this would have been basically the nuts for as played this hand, right? This is everything misses up top. No spade comes home. 3 6s just has to feel so confident now, especially with the check. I'm sorry, the bet check from Rob.
Yeah, 6 ball corner pocket.
And Rob's hand kind of looks like ace king, ace queen at this point. I mean, it's even worse than that. But if you're Tommy, I don't think he can go so big here, because it looks like he goes for 500. It's just like what Rob's really, yeah.
Yeah, ace king, ace queen, 8s, 9s, 7s.
King queen suited. Maybe would fire though. The turn would
King
continue.
queen. Yeah. Expect a non-showdown hand with a lot of equity to at least barrel.
Oh, you can give me them back. I'm just joking around. if it's confusing, it's like,
Yeah.
I don't need any time bank.
What a legend.
Tournament with no time bank.
I like that
Triton,
idea.
20k, no time bank.
2 player less.
Huh?
You have 2 players less.
Yeah?
Kita I'm focusing.
Kita and focusing.
Why though?
Maybe
Still play. I mean.
It's a lot of time banks, which is cool because it does seem like people are. I was saying this to Ali, it's almost like playing online. You get an hour break
it's
for
1
the
minute
tournament.
game,
You
but
know,
they
it's
could
like
do
I was saying I go to the restroom every hour, like even after the turn's over. It's like you get trained. All right, it's 20 seconds, 20 seconds. Everyone just starts playing faster. I think a lot of players don't use
Everybody
time
will
banks,
play, you know.
but it is nice to have.
Everyone's
If
still
you need
gonna
once
play.
in a while, you're gonna have a really difficult spot.
Not
that you
every
wanna-
tournament
you
like
wanna
this,
use.
but just one tournament.
Especially given the
6 match, no time
competition
limit.
that you're playing against, right? Like these guys are
Yeah, it's nice.
delving into such intricate parts of the game tree that it gets complex sometimes, and you got the lights, the cameras, and the titles, as you mentioned. You know, the Hendon mob flags, everything, all the pressure that comes with playing these events.
No time marks are very strict.
A lot of hands
It
though.
can weigh
It will-
into
be very
every
deep.
decision.
Be much deeper because more hands.
Oh, look at this. I mean, Adamo, suited king, +1. Love this.
Amsterdam.
We're going to see a lot of this from the chip leader.
So Rob has a suited hand. It happens to be oversuited, which is not good news for him because one of the more attractive parts of that Jack 4 suited, he does go ahead and flop middle pair. And Rob, who is, this is one of those problems, right? You're against Adamo, you know he's so capable, and you flop. It's hard to really flop a great situation with Jack 4. This is actually an above average situation, right? For him, he flops a pair, but this is tough. This is really tough.
Yeah, defend absolutely fine from Rob. As Jeff alluded to, unfortunate this situation to have his suit dominated.
Wow. And this is a card that is going to allow Adamo to pick up additional equity, and you know the flush does complete a possible club flush. Rob check calls flop. Adamo has no club. He does have a 6.
Yeah, unlucky Rob. He tried, defended, called 1 street and 5 clubs on the turn.
Yeah. I mean, I think Adamo realizes too where Rob is, and you know, interesting check back, makes some sense, but ultimately, wow, 4 clubs come out, scary card. I mean, this is a hard hand to play out of position, and now though, I just wonder what Adamo's got up his sleeve here. You know, what kind of sizing or what he might do. I mean, he has king high, got called on the flop. There's no way you can think his hand is good in any realm, right? Nothing that Rob calls with, right? He loses some ace highs. Maybe he loses to 9x. He loses to any pair, any club. He loses to. I mean, there's no hand on the flop Rob
doesn't
calls.
beat anything. Yeah.
Not 0. He literally beats 0 hands that he calls the flop with. And
All in.
yeah, I mean that's sort of what you just. Honestly, that's what I was thinking.
Yeah, I wasn't sure on size, by the way, especially given the line taken.
Yeah.
Bet flop, check turn. And check in turn makes a lot of sense, right? You're going to have hands like aces, kings, queens with a club, ace, king with ace or king of clubs that don't want to get blown off their equity, want to get to realize on the river, and Adamo going for the polar sizing makes sense.
Oh,冇聲冇嚟啊！呢我睇到
Good。stuff. Maybe late, I don't know.
That would just be.
Was he
Can
up?
you imagine Rob
Monaco?
flicks it in?
Flicks it in.
Good stuff.
I didn't go.
Well, we knew it was going to be a fast decision. There's no time bank being used.
Yeah,
but
true.
That's just an unreasonable one. There's calls and then there's
London,
unreasonable calls.
Austria.
That would have been,
Austria?
that would've
He
been
moved
all
out of London
unreasonable.
or England? He was in England, I think.
Chat popping off.
I think so.
Damo is a boss. Shout out to everyone watching, by the way. Just shy of 2,000 of you over on YouTube, and another 1,300 or so over on Twitch. Jeff Gross alongside myself, Henry Kilbane, event number 1 here in Madrid. And what a city to hold a series like this. Walking around, sun shining
I
until
started
8,
with 700.
8:30 in the evening.
Less this.
You know, it just shows you the creativity too from Adamo, because it's like some may think, oh well, he picks up a good card to fire, right? The turn, he picks up some more equity, he can put pressure. But I think he just realizes the player, he realizes the situation, he knows that on a lot of rivers, he's going to be able to just execute that all in from Rob. And even, you know, it's just on that particular run out, he raised under the gun. He just decides that Rob probably wouldn't check the nuts over to him either. So
Yeah.
I think he just decides, like, you know, it's safe and finds a way to do it. And Rob here going to shove ace jack over 2 5s. And this is a player not as familiar with. This would be for most of all his chips, a lot of them at least.
Then just
And
three.
2/3. You know, it's tough to call with these hands
现在在
when
打
you're
比赛啊，
flipping at best.
国哥，就离不开讲不到话，还要多1个小时多一点。
Nicely
休
done
息
from
我打
Rob.
给你啊。
Takes one of those sort of tricky hands and turns it into a positive for himself. Nice pot. Gets back some of those chips he's tangoed in a few pots with.
Yeah, big fan of that. Just putting the pressure back on his opponent in the cutoff. Range from the cutoff is, well, going to be a lot wider than, for example, Adamo opening from any position. So a wide range ace-jack. Doesn't want to flat out of position and be put in tough spots post-flop.
That was Uber Eats. I think Glovo is more popular here, so.
And a rare situation as well for someone else
That one
to
was Uber Eats.
raise first in.
GLOVO.
So Adamo bowed out from early position.
Damo picking up some Uber Eats after that big all-in bluff.
They must have dropped off at reception. I didn't even say anything. I was just about to tell them to get it, but then they got it. It's pretty good service, man.
All right, chat. Let's let Adamo do what he does best. Sit back and enjoy it. I've even myself given up trying to assume how that brain works.
You give me some tissue. This.
And he makes the decisions that he does.
Yeah, it looks like the 30K underway. 32 entrants already early on. It's an event where re-entries and rebuys are open and for quite some time. Plus, I can imagine most of these players will be hopping in there.
Listen, 90 entries in a live 20K at the start of a series as well. You know, it's always, you're always a bit concerned. These high roller series, are people going to show up on day one? Are they going to rest traveling from America,
Family
Asia,
call.
all around the world?
Just look at this, Rob Young with the Queen 3 suited peeling here on the button from an open. Is that what it looks? That's definitely
Yeah.
it's out of line a little here. He's dominated. Good news for him is he's not gonna get the queen high flop and be in a really tough spot. But
Yeah, I expect Paul to drive this one home. 2 overs, gut shot. Opening from +1. On this board though, Jeff, his opponent's certainly gonna have probably an even distribution of sets because Paul is gonna open 7s, 9s, and jacks, and I think Huang Wayne and Rob Young are most likely going to be jamming 9s plus pre off of 20 bigs, so cheeky little small C-bet takes it down. And
yeah, well done from Paul, recognizing the situation, and again, just a pretty good flop. If you're gonna miss, that's one of the better flops for King Queen. 2 overs, gut shot, rainbow board.
How much? 30.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, so good start. Paul, Adamo had a little adversity early against Soiza, but got back some chips against Rob, and we had a knockout. Klein got it in ace-10, ace-king suited. Paul took him out, so we are at 8-handed currently.
yeah, Paul off to a great start. Almost level with Adamo now, top of the ranks.
Yeah, 9-7 suited under the gun with his stack. Definitely could think about opening there, but sides against it. Still 8-handed. People will wake up with hands.
Awkward stack depth for Wayne. 21 bigs. Going to have a raise folding range. Also going to have induces off of this stack depth. It's a little bit too deep to just open jam range.
Yeah, Adamo definitely. Let's see the stacks behind him. I mean, he could get could do a variety of things here. Collins makes sense. Got Tommy Kim in the big blind with the real hand.
Really grim spot for Tommy. I mean, how many traps does Adamo have? Likely not many. So if he does ISO jam or ISO raise, the effective stack is going to be Wang Wayne, which is around 20. And under the rare conditions that Adamo does have traps. Just tap the table. GG's.
Yeah, it'd be a pretty big. I don't want to say blunder. It would just be the risk premium is high.
The risk premium is high.
That is.
Yeah, mate, you're right.
And Adamo gonna
Adamo
go back to his Uber Eats and get away from the sixes, but nice pickup there. Nice sizing.
Yeah, even
What did you take? That?
before
Near
folding,
the casino?
Sorry?
just the
What did
glare,
you take
Jeff,
that near the-
from Adamo.
I think it's
Or
like
you- or you ordered
Yeah,
it?
he's
Order.
got
Yeah, delivery
quite the
from
table
Orlando, yeah?
presence.
Really does.
Uber Eats, but
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Is that vegan yogurt?
yep,
Oat milk?
coconut yogurt, I think.
Using oats?
Sorry?
Using oats?
No, coconut.
Coconut?
Yeah.
So Rob and Adamo just discussing Uber Eats deliveries. Wish Adamo would have told me. I would have brought him some coconut fresh from
I
Thailand.
haven't found anything.
There's like a vegan burger and a salad.
Sure, the
but
food there
it
was
gets old if you get it every day,
phenomenal. I imagine. Haven't been
Never been.
to
Oh
Thailand.
wow, you
no,
are
yeah, it's on my top of the list for sure.
more than welcome to come and stay, mate.
Triton, Thailand. Is that going to be maybe a thing?
Hey,
Could-
listen, you never know. You never know. Tried getting the Triton Bali, right? A few
Yeah.
hours south.
Defend big blind, PP?
That'd be amazing.
What?
Look at this from Rob. So you gonna defend?
Too cheap.
Huh?
Too cheap.
Too cheap. It is affordable, especially as a chip
Ponle
leader.
ensalada también. La ensalada.
Rob is in a dominating position, and not the dream flop for him. Although he does have nice range advantage, and looks like Rob is gonna just get right to it. And let's see. I mean, Paul with the pair, is he gonna stick on for one here? He will, and now let's see if looks like he will. He's grabbing chips. Going to be a hard board for Paul if he doesn't improve to stick on if Rob does put the aggression on. But also the jack would have been a disaster for Rob. But now when it's check, is it Rob going to just showing he's not double barreling? And is Paul going to be able to get to showdown here? Looks like he might. And when he gets checked on the turn, he's got to feel a lot better about that pair. Kind of a brick on the river of 5 as well. So I think he's going to think he has the best hand. He could even put some kind of blocker out here.
Yeah, it gets kind of awkward, right? Because Rob is definitely going to have some checkbacks on the turn, just for protection. Wants to realize his equity and whatnot. But you're right, yeah.
Have to defend.
Paul just deciding to try and check and take his hand to showdown.
Yeah.
Just now we just learn.
Yeah, true. I mean,
Watching
there's going to be
level.
some pairs, some hands.
Yeah, he's going to have
beating.
some pairs. Just because Rob isn't double barreling doesn't mean that, you know,
Yeah.
doesn't
And
have a hand.
I want to take a moment to thank our sponsor, GG, and give you an opportunity to sign up with that 100% match bonus up to $600. Triton 2022 is the promo code. Look at that. Elkie and Daniel, they're rocking the emojis. they're showing some of the emojis you get there. And, of course, the Triton Pokerverse, a free-to-play blockchain poker game. This is something, I don't know if you've seen this, Henry.
I've seen it.
It's pretty spicy.
seen
I
it,
gotta say. I know I mean, there's software and there's software, and GG and Tritonverse, those are two definite games. If you are not playing live poker, you want some online action and fun, highly recommend. But today, Henry, it's live. We're playing live, we're watching live.
Yeah.
We're sweating live, and someone's going to be the first Triton Madrid champion. This is event 1. No limit hold'em, 20,000 euro, 8-handed with 3 entries available, 56 unique, 90 total entries. Not easy to win a poker tournament.
It's
And
not,
even
no.
here, you look at what you have to go through if you want to get it done.
And Rob's first final table, first cash tournament. So a lot of people at home obviously will know Rob from the high stakes cash games. He is tangled in. Danny just looking around at the stacks at the table.
Danny Tang is,
Trying to get an idea.
look at that. He's really inquiring. I mean, that's
Yeah, maybe thinking of trying to get a cheeky min through. So there's 20 bigs. RFI.
interesting. He really took his time there. And he took a pre-flop extension. It's rare. But, you know, you always got to be a little extra careful when you got a Damo lingering behind you, just knowing that it's not just going to be pure normal range. You might get some resistance, and good thing he didn't open because Soiza has got a big old stack, and this is going to go limp, raise, fold. This is Paul. I mean, just basically being balanced, right? He wants to basically complete his weakest hands, some strong hands, and Soiza is going to be happy to see 2 queens in the big blind and probably 3.5, 4 exit.
Today we have pocket 3. Thanks a lot.
Good fold, pocket 3. Big blind got queens.
I have 4 deals, that's why I tell you. No pocket 2s.
No lah, you got ace jack, ace 10.
Michael
No lah,
curious.
it's check.
Danny's thinking I'm a real donkey. That's what he said yesterday. He's like, I'm
It's
such a fish. He was the ace-7 off. He's getting a lot of credit there, ace-jack.
No, I mean, bottom of
Maybe a
range
lot
off of
worse.
21 is
Yeah.
probably going to be around the
Check
ace-9, ace-10 mark.
Yeah.
Without ICM considerations. So obviously with ICM, also pressure going to be on other people if Danny does open.
Yeah, so things consolidate a tiny bit here. We still see, look at Fernando Garcia. I don't think he's even had a hand where we've seen him with a bit decision. Hasn't really got dealt in. He has laddered at least to 8, 7 blinds. Rob Young down to 11 blinds. And Hung Wayne has opened a few times, gotten some met with resistance behind him. He's had some kind of tricky hands, playable hands, but got boxed out in. A lot of money up top. Paul and Michael sharing essentially the lead at this point. A lot to play for, a lot at stake. See Ivan Liao there sweating, looking interesting, and Rob Young gonna go ahead and ship it in. Ace-8 off under the gun, definitely light here, but you know, also one of the shortest stacks, and can't blame him.
Yeah, it's slight, but it's going to get folds from better hands as well.
One more guy.
Going to get folds from ace-9, ace-10, maybe even an ace-jack-o from earlier
I
positions.
thought you open deals.
That's what I think the coach told me to do that.
Coach didn't ask you to show.
Huh?
Coach didn't ask you to show.
10 big
Rob-
blinds now.
Rob looking
48.
looking in shape, man. Doesn't miss bicep day. He's wearing the tees. He's got a final table, feeling good, doing what he loves, playing some poker now. I know it works so hard, does so much for poker. It's nice to see him get to
Wonder what you have. You rest
play
under the gun.
and get to a final table at a big stage. And I know a tournament series he
7.5.
supports and thinks highly of. So very cool to see him in here. And
Definitely.
8.5 that.
We are all at risk, though,
I was trying to make it look like
of
an
him
ace
winning
king.
this.
Is that-
Because if he wins,
Yeah.
you know how it goes. These cash
But
game
no king
players,
on the
they
flop.
No king on the
they
flop.
play a tournament, they play a few tournaments, nothing ever comes into fruition, and they
like a
fire,
big
and then eventually get that trophy.
Yeah.
Next thing you know,
A7.
every series is regging every tournament. We never get to see the guy because he's always playing live MTTs 12 hours a
is that
day.
what
So
happens? Is that how it goes? The cash game stars, they get, once you win, you get a
Legs
little
up.
taste of
Yeah.
tournament success, and you're on the circuit.
it just gives you
How much you play? 900.
You know, different type of rush than a cash game
Yeah,
can.
I've said this before. I mean, I've done a fair amount of both in my day, and I definitely would say there's nothing quite like getting a big stack deep in a tournament. I mean, we don't all get to enjoy it like a Damo every other tournament, but it is nice to get chips and go for that purse. It's just something fun.
Yeah, definitely. Rejam spot. Sorry, rejam spot. I apologize. 3-bet spot for Soiza. Very aware of the table dynamics. Knows that Paul is going to be opening incredibly wide from the cutoff.
Suited connector.
Chipping up to just shy of 3 million. He's done a great job thus far at the final table, separating himself from the middle of the pack. Aesthetically pleasing card room, as you guys can see. That's what I was talking about. Feels like you're playing
Put it high, more behind, more behind.
in a museum.
And more behind, more.
Yeah.
Center of Madrid.
13 dB, 6, 7, 8, 9.
Oh, chat.
Dreams and BBs, you know? Like, you guys are, like, I'm telling you, these guys love it so much. It really is fun to see this type of venue and events on the highest stage, the biggest names, and people that generally just love the game playing.
He does. He does love the game. And one of the things I think it was Danny Tang was talking about Paul Boer is just his passion for the growth of the game as well. And when you're in a spot where you have the opportunity to do that, to continue to grow the game and put out a great product, bring more eyes to a game that we all mutually love. Got a lot of respect for anyone that's putting out any form of content, whether it's the old Jeff Gross vlogs from all around the world to this level of production.
Yeah, I agree. Anyone who's doing an outward focus
I
within
have,
poker, I think that it is a great thing, and it goes a long way. I just think a lot of people really love to see any kind of poker content. And it's not easy, Henry. You know, you do it. You do stuff you do. It's not you know, it's fun, and I think so many people have found poker through some form of content, whether it's YouTube or podcasts or this type of, obviously the highest production there is. But yeah, it's nice. It's nice to see the game get put in a positive light and grow.
Owen?
Tier 1, nice to get dealt in at the final table, but sometimes when you get the premiums, you also run into a flip or a tough situation. But Deuce is going to go on the muck. Ace King suited going to get it through.
Yeah, nice pick up there for Tang.
Or just a strong hand.
Yeah, like, I know.
The additional dead money in the middle, courtesy of Soiza's flat with the deuces.
Watch it now, really.
No one wants to leave now. 8-handed. There's a couple
1.5.
shorter stacks, but
1.6.
this is Garcia. We got to keep an eye on. He has gotten short, and he's sort of hasn't really had any playable hands, but he's not going to be able to be too selective. His risk premium is the lowest. That is when you are, you know, for him to go out, it's not a big deal. He's a shorter stack. He should be looking to find a spot, maybe to jam on a big stack open or be first in.
Yeah, I mean, he's having to put in, what, a third of his stack this very hand. The big blind anti-structures, so.
Okay,
Yeah.
thank you.
Yeah, definitely.
And you'll see the overall strategy of Adamo shift should the Spaniard
You have to pick
bust.
the bottom one, didn't you? You have to pick the bottom one, didn't you?
Yeah, even there with the King 4 off, giving it a decent think. Hong Wayne has had a few playable hands he's had to get off of, and I think he had Ace Queen off. He had Jack 10 suited. Paul had the King Queen that hand where he couldn't really do anything after that flop, and Paul let out. So hasn't really dragged any pots. And then there's Rob. looking at a sweat.
Oh, they will sweat it together. I love that.
You see them feel that and then think. Feel together. It's funny.
Having a good time. 8-6 off.
La puta.
What's that?
6-8. Yeah, 6-8 offsuit. Can he call? Can he call 6-8 offsuit?
I don't know. Few big blind on his left.
Should he call there? No.
Fine.
Well, you have a good hand against mine, right?
Yeah.
6-8 offsuit.
Get shot.
Rob, very clever, by the way. Getting the legit answer
He's even
from
supposed to
Adama.
fold there with that stack.
How much? You got 500, right?
Yeah, 550 when I start. Yeah, I'm.
Yeah.
Down with a little extra.
I'd probably call with it.
Yeah, you can't. You have to shove any two there.
Pocket fives.
Five deuce also, no? Five deuce, shove.
Little coaching, little strategy talk.
I don't think it's any two,
Different
right?
camps, different things.
But
That's why poker's
Adamo's
fun. There's,
reaction
there's the
made me think it could be
GTO,
any
there's
two.
the
I don't know.
charts, and
I
then there's
any
different,
two, right?
No, Adamo said fold
variations
8-6,
of
so
that
he must
for
think
what they do.
that I'm not shoving any two. Mind you, any two's beating 8-6, isn't it? So
I will shove any two. Five big blind behind.
Cannot shove any two because he's not under pressure. He has to fight my
Paul's saying I'd shove any two, and so is it saying you shouldn't
Hey,
do
stop
that.
doing that on
There's
stream
some
coaching.
hands you shouldn't.
Sorry, I apologize. It's a friendly game, you know.
Yes.
they're on stream for the viewers.
There we
It's okay,
go.
we can teach them too.
So it's
But don't
joking
listen
about
to me, I know what
coaching
I'm
the
doing, you
people.
know. I might be wrong.
Another difficult hand to play. Queen Jack off, but folds to you. He's got 940K. It's pretty short here, right? We're talking 12 blinds.
Yeah.
So gets a bit. Ultimately passes. Can't blame him. I mean, kind of. It's tough, right? That's not fun. You want to see the premiums at this point. You don't want the tough spots. And here's Danny with ace-8 off. Gonna lay down in the cutoff.
No high, no high.
Wow. All in. I see one card, eh? You know, sir. It's a good one.
Folding, but it's just double check. It's like 400, right?
400. It should be 400.
You're not folding, but double check.
Ah, you're not folding or folding?
No, I'm folding, but I'm just
Okay.
double checking it's not like less than I think.
He must have, 10-3, 10-2.
You got queen?
Guess
Hey, he hasn't folded yet. I don't want to.
Sorry? 390?
Can I fold? No, he said, I'm going
Yeah,
to
so
fold.
Oh,
Adamo
ace queen.
heavily incentivized
Amazing,
to
yeah.
keep Garcia in the game, by the way.
right.
Due
That's
to
the
ICM.
interesting.
I had
part.
king
I
3.
swear, I just see the queen.
Yeah, it's an absolute
Not even-
print
not
spot
even
for
the
Garcia to actually be the short stack and have Adamo on his left, because
The man must be pick up.
Adamo just makes so much money by keeping Garcia alive on like a sub-6 big blind stack.
How wide? What do you think he actually? What is he folding there? I mean, how he can't fold? I mean, because for that exact reason, it's so valuable to keep him in. I mean, what happens when he gets aces? He just
Yeah,
he has to
obviously
call.
top of range, but you can make excuses for
How wide?
folding some of the marginal stuff, right? Like ace 6-0, for example. For if you want to, like, it can be justified.
Good hand to pick up, ace queen.
Right.
But I'm not sure how relevant that is
50% of your stack. He just got 50%
at the moment.
Yeah, but I would prefer someone to go on that hand.
2.5 big blind.
And Wayne's patience potentially going to pay off here. 12 bigs, pocket queens. I'd love to see an in-juice here. Make it 2 bigs.
Well, that's 600.
Actually, I guess
550.
leaning more towards the side of open jamming. He does just go for the open jam. I guess with the ICM pressure, makes a lot more sense. It's 10. Damo with 7s. no longer chip leader, I believe.
This is George, yeah?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Ah, where'd you get that from? Salad, yeah?
Yeah. No, not bad. But
What's it called? What? Is it vegetarian or?
Legit decision for Adamo. 7's very close.
940.
Yeah, and Hung Wayne, who's been in some unfortunate situations now, is getting in a very nice situation. Not only would he not be just flipping or, you know, one over, he would potentially get a 4-1. But Adamo just not a guy that likes calling off. You know, he likes to be the one pushing the action, putting the pressure on, and understands too there. Not a great situation, even if he's flipping. With his stack, how valuable it is. And just again, the guy just seems to make the right plays, right times, and know
Maybe
where
I
he's
should
at.
call there. Maybe I should call there.
Rob continuously looking, trying to get information from some of the elite.
What did Rob have?
Ace 10-0. And I think it's a good fold, Rob. Don't be too harsh on yourself.
He genuinely just loves it. He really does. Like, it's like he wants to learn in the moment and talk things through. But he has a good idea. Don't be fooled by the questions. Rob has a good game plan. He knows what he's doing.
He does, but the thing I love about Rob is, like, the questions that he's asking come out of genuine curiosity.
Right.
Like, just for his love of the game and wanting to improve, he wants to use the opportunity to grow as a player.
Well, he also knows, I think he knows pretty much what the right answer is and stuff.
Yeah,
but he also likes to see the different
win the money in the
perspectives.
middle.
Like
You
even
don't
that
want
small blind, big blind, right? Where it's like, oh, any two. Paul's saying he would shove any two. Soiza's saying you can't, you know, whatever. So you get sort of little genuine tidbits from different
like
people's
aces.
styles, and it's interesting.
Yeah, I mean, Soiza making a great point in that spot, just saying, well, actually, Paul, you can't jam any two there because the pressure isn't on Garcia.
Right. Yeah, and that's the thing. Someone like Paul, who knows poker so well, has so much success, understands so much too. Like all these guys, there's, you know, even us here that have played a lot of poker too. I learn stuff all the time. I'm looking, I'm learning. I'm like, wow, or I would have done that completely differently. And I'm like, it's interesting, right?
Whoa. Garcia, my man.
Oh, yeah.
For the memes.
How?
Got it.
550, I think.
Oh, and Paul
150
actually.
minus 80. 470 to call.
Garcia looks energized. May have had an espresso in his. I saw him eating something over there.
What was it?
Getting a little energy and starting to push it in.
Yeah, 7 bigs. In it goes.
Did Paul call? Is that why this is on the? Is it saying?
No. I'm
Oh,
saying
this
that
is if it were called because it's showing the percentages.
Oh, this one. My coach never teach me.
That's amazing. Coach is on notice right now. Coach, what are we calling with? I mean, this is like, he can afford it, but it's the same kind of thing. It's not so fun. This is at home if you're watching. Realize the first in power is big, right? It's so much easier to shove, put pressure on. You get better hands to fold.
Yeah, and that's a genuine response there from Paul as well. Like, he just doesn't recall the spot as something that maybe he hasn't gone over with his.
Garcia looks confident too. He looks like happy. He looks strong to me right here.
Yeah, go.
Oh, he does call. All right. Well,
Very
Paul's
nice.
gonna like
Guys,
suited, sort of
I
connected.
have a good hand against that.
Couple of gaps.
You call?
Paul does eventually come to the
very
correct
closer.
decision. And Jeff, Garcia going to be jamming, any offsuit Broadway,
I like
Jack
your
9 suited, 10-9 suited.
I
And
like
the fact
your
that he's
Yeah.
jamming
Thank you,
9-6
thank
suited.
No.
Paul,
That's not very nice, is
who
it,
are
Paul?
printing
I like your hand.
Okay.
ace high.
If you beat me, I'm not sad.
Small pot.
He says he's not sad, but I'm sure he wants to win. And decent start for Paul. I mean, couple backdoors, 6-9 spades, some interesting turns. The 8 of spades in
Eight
particular.
For spades?
He's asking for it. He knows. He knows what would be exciting.
Give you ace of spades.
Ace of spades would also be something. Oh, there's the 8. That's
Interesting.
Interesting.
Wow, just
6,
more than
9,
doubles his outs.
10, 5.
Yeah, thank you for calling then.
yeah. There's one card to come, about a 2-1 favorite, and the ace just in
Thank you.
case for Paul. GG to
Yeah.
Garcia.
So-
Gonna
so
go out
my
in
coach
8th
never
place. First time
I didn't call he cut off.
Not sure.
He early
here at
maybe call.
Triton.
GG, bro.
And look at that.
Very nice
That's a
playing,
man.
man.
looks like he won the event. How happy is he? And why shouldn't he be? Of course he should be. He's playing some of the best in the world. Final table. Might just hop right in that 30K.
Yeah, fresh off of the
41.
66,000 euro cash.
Share.
550. It was 570 BB.
480 to call.
All right, a couple different countries on the board. A couple first-timers for Triton. Getting up towards that 100,000 guaranteed. This is in euros though, so 85.6. Not sure the rates, but that's right in that range. Getting close. Pay jumps start getting big. 478 up top. Lot to play for. Adamo, Paul still in the lead.
Yeah, Paul Brewer, chip leader, 4.6 mil now.
Cut off.
Yeah, that ace-king hand yesterday versus Adamo was so fun to watch. I mean, kind of saw it develop where Paul 3-bet thinking, was it going to go in pre? Was there going to be a stop to go post-flop? And Adamo did that. Out of position, found a way to win the hand when they both flopped an ace. And really can't blame Paul for folding how Adamo constructed the
I
hand.
think these ones are
Really interesting hand.
I'm not trying to get time back.
Yeah, I missed the action myself as I was catching up with some much-needed sleep after a 26-hour journey. But I actually missed the hand and the whole cards.
So
I was under the impression that Paul had like kings or queens. So it turns out they both had ace-king. Pretty wild.
Adamo opened and it went. It's like 4.5 to 3.5 million. Stacks roughly, and it went 3-bet from Paul in position for 300, roughly 1,000, 350 or something. Adamo then just flats, ace king off. Now they go to a flop and it comes ace 10-3, heart, 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 so monotone. Adamo checks and Paul checks, I believe.
Okay.
I know that hand. I'm just trying to recant it from memory, but I know you could tell me if pull it up.
Flop goes check, check. Yeah.
Check, check, and then the turn. Adamo, I think, leads like 770.
Yep, exactly.
So
Bang on.
Paul calls. They paired the 3 on the turn, and then the river was, I forget.
Offsuit 6.
Offsuit 6. And then basically 2.1 million, almost pot, almost all in from Adamo, and Paul tanks. It was a 12-minute hand, and Paul tanks and tanks and tanks. He mentions, do you have the offsuit king? Thinking of the bluffs he has, and ultimately folds. So a huge pickup, 1.2 million pickup for Adamo.
Ham and cheese.
And
Soiza could be in trouble here, by the way, Jeff.
Ham, cheese, and egg.
yeah, pretty incredible hand. Though. I mean, if you can't blame Paul for folding, but a really tough spot there.
It's tough to think of offsuit combos that Adamo has in that spot as well. Like
exactly.
jacks, queens, kings, they're all going to announce themselves more pre-flop, right?
Yep.
So unless he has a hand like ace queen, ace king o, ace jack o with like the queen, king, or jack of hearts turning into a bluff. And Adamo are going to have king, queen of hearts, queen, jack of hearts, maybe even like 9-8 of hearts in that spot.
That was what I was saying, that it's just the hands that Paul is 3-betting when the ace of hearts is out there. There's not many, right?
Exactly.
It's like was it king queen or queen jack of hearts?
Yeah,
somehow,
exactly.
Then after check on the flop, basically Adamo just takes the lead in the hand, and a really exciting hand. And look at this, Tommy Kim just knows what to do with the 2 10s.
Yep. But it's big. Big.
And Soiza gonna get the bad news here. That is 660,000 chips that will not be returning likely.
No, Tommy just flat called.
Oh,
the
sorry.
tens.
I thought he ripped it. Never mind. So okay, we're gonna see a flop. I thought he said all in.
Yeah, I was expecting the back
goodness.
jab.
Oh my goodness.
This hand over and done with, Jeff.
Yeah, I mean the interesting part here though is Soiza, when you get flatted, like you gotta kind of bluff. You 3-bet bluffing, and now you hit your hand. But there is some scenarios where you're against a bigger ace. It's unlikely, right? Ace king would probably just hear about. Ace queen, ace jack suited, possibly, but.
Yeah, I think, obviously, yeah, as you mentioned, ace king just going in pre, regardless, in my opinion. Ace queen suited as well, decent amount of time. never flattening ace jack O.
呢度
8 combos of ace jack
咁你
suited.
你嗰陣時睇我哋最多。
Sorry, no, there's not. What am I talking
啲唔係 pro 嚟
about?
㗎。
Did I just say there's 8 combos
Yeah.
of ace jack
Yeah,
suited?
he's got the ace. This is a
Look at
spot
the
where
Cal
Soiza
Cal
really
Cal Cal
got. I mean,
Cal
and you can see he hasn't to one out. He can't know that, but this is pretty
呢個喺大
dicey spot for Tommy Kim.
5、6個。
Yeah, Soiza in a 3-bet pot from the big blind on ace high boards, ace king especially. Always just going to continue with range for small. And does exactly that. Michael Soiza off to an absolute blinder of a start here. This final table, event number 1, Triton Series Madrid. Came into the final table 4th in chips.
Yes.
And has done.
I mean, you got there, so it's all right.
Yeah. Exactly. Exactly.
Danny, very aware of the situation.
Yes. You got there, huh? Yeah.
Exactly.
Hard not to get
What a read, Danny. What a read. That being said, I did not.
But I don't have chips.
Aware that Soiz is just at it pre-flop.
I'm sure Tommy had a really good hand actually. Yeah. Probably like I don't know. Something. It's hard to shove, you know.
So sick. Just you hear these guys think out loud and just how on point they are. Danny firstly announcing, "Oh yeah, you got there, Michael, with the light squeeze pre," and then Soiza just immediately saying, "Yeah, very lucky flop because Tommy had a big hand." I believe he said big pair. It's just so hard to jam pre
100.
because of the ICM pressure.
Yeah. Tricky hand to play though, 10's out of position. Well, actually, he was in position, but still tricky hand, right? In that spot, you can't really blame him though. To just get it in and flip or be 4-1 behind is not fun. So, what do you do with 10s there, Henry? If you,
I'm probably making a
Hey,
mistake
what do
of
you
jamming,
Called me last
back
night.
jamming.
You went to a club, right?
But that's mainly due to the fact that my post-flop
Hang on, what?
capabilities aren't as good as
Getting all
Tommy's.
also, though, I think situationally, what player you're against there, how late do you think Soiz is going to be? You know, who is it? Who's the one putting the pressure on you, right? This is where,
Maybe no girlfriend around.
yeah, if you're taking a
lonely.
flip, you wouldn't want to take a flip with 10s, right? That's the thing. But if you think that your opponent might be mucking about a bit,
他们很短，
you
不
may
能够
take the higher
三打了，
variance
他们
route. So
欧一我们
that's why
酷，
poker's fun. Different, not always going to be the same exact play from
10个 BB。
person, so it's cool.
It's
And
amazing.
Damo is behind.
Oh, boy.
He's gonna flop here, top pair.
我知啊，佢大咗，我冇理由。
Well, this is certainly going to shift
我啲牌中嗰啲，我冇理由去大後邊。
the way that a lot of these guys approach 7-handed play because Huang Wayne is most likely going to earn himself a full double here. SPR of 2, top pair against top pair with a ton of draws out there. Adamo with the B20 on the flop. And especially versus this sizing when Huang Wayne is just going to have a lot of check raises that don't have showdown. 7-6, 7-5, 9-7, 10-7. Some low clubs, like it's going to be defending as wide as 6-3 of clubs. And here we go, boys and girls.
Yeah, and I mean we've seen Adamo kind of just play. I mean I don't use the word perfect, but just so in tune to what's happening. Obviously here, there's as you mentioned a lot of draws, but also he does realize that there are some hands he's just in bad shape against like this. But for this stack size and his stack, I don't think there's really any other way out. So this is just gonna go.
Paul Poo asking, flush draw? Huang Wayne said, no sir, top pair.
Top pair, better kicker.
佢唔同花㗎，冇後門花啦，我兩
Here's
隻。
music.
Actually,
years of Paul Pua.
即係少
yeah,
咗啦。
Dama does have some backdoors, interesting turn cards that also help him other than a 9. You can see the percentages, 3 to 1.
Queen of Spades.
Also some chops available at some point.
Max entertainment value.
Oh my goodness. That's
Wow.
a sweet card of cards. I mean, wow, what a absolute stunner of a card. I mean, look at that. 2 to 1 though, still favorite. Queen Jack.
Is this a case of too many outs now?
Yeah. Look at that board. Those outs do looks like a lot.
No dice.
Safe.
Sick turn card.
That is a sick turn.
6 of hearts on the river. High stakes cash game. Regular Huang Wayne gets the double up to 2.2 million. And
I think he'd still rather take that.
rare
我煙七同翻冇
Occurrence.
大佢啦，係嘛？呢個鑊眼幾？
Michael Adamo. Things not going his way as chip leader.
唔係未開牌，
你最多嘛？
我覺得我大咗佢啦，你推落嚟我
同花可以。
啊？
And if I'm not mistaken, believe Michael Soiser now has Michael Adamo covered.
咁如果佢推咧，就 crane call 咯。
7
好難
left.
佢得翻嗰幾副牌推㗎啦。
Everyone
你只要
guaranteed
block 咗好多副，佢可以推嘅牌。
86,000 for
唔
their
推啦
efforts so
一
far.
大佢就走咗啦。
你焗住要幫埋，如果你 free bet。
希望佢而家會坐喺度乖乖地啦。
Yeah, Damo kind of he's replaying the hand, thinking about it. I mean, not much really can
Blinds up
see
next hand,
happening
right?
there other than
Next
how
hand.
that played out, but it's Rob Young.
嗰啲 AD
Active, not afraid to get in there and mix it up.
I thought you had Queen 10, but you have Queen Jack. Close enough, I guess.
Do you have ace jack of spades?
It's 4 straight.
Massive shout out to all of our viewers tuning in on YouTube and Twitch all over the globe. Go ahead and smash that like button if you are watching on YouTube. As I'm sure a lot of you know, it helps us reach a wider audience. Videos get recommended to more people. And as this week goes on, I'll be doing, or trying to do, plenty of giveaways as well for you viewers on Twitch and YouTube. Appreciate you guys keeping both myself and Jeff company. Only one more player going home with less than 6 figures on the day. Still all to play for here, 478,000 euros up top.
Yeah, fun to follow along in the chat. Let us know where you're watching from. We are here at the venue, so this is some asking about, is it live? Yes, so it's live. There's a slight delay, of course, because of game integrity and whatnot, but yes, we are here. We're watching.
160.
Energy's high, beautiful place. Henry described it as a museum. I'd say that's on point. You know, Monaco maybe comes to mind. Not many venues where the beautiful actual venue is just so nice and pleasant to be around. So really top stuff here.
All in.
A lot of love coming in for Paul in the chat as well. Big Ronnie saying, Paul the boss, of course. 16 cashes, a record 16 cashes, this being cash number 17 for Paul, who know just how much that title would mean to him. Understandably so, putting on world-class events for how long now, Jeff? I feel like longer than I've been around, most likely. It's been a while.
Yeah, it does. I mean, there was the COVID sort of pause, and I mean, the Triton Million was a historic event, July 2019, £1 million buy-in.
Yeah, that was huge.
Hopefully we'll see that again.
all the eyes from the poker world and even the non-poker world are watching that one. So Tommy opening from +1 off 20, Queen Jack-O. Got to sneak in some race folds there. Blinds going up as well, 50,000, 100,000 with 100,000 big blind ante. Rob does just announce himself pre. He is up against an early position, open, but seven-handed. Range is going to be a few pips wider from the low jack. That would be nine-handed. Pressure back on Kim.
Yeah, some timely plays. Rob showing the ace proudly. Let him know he's got the goods, at least some of the goods. Very international group today. Sweating both the Twitch and YouTube chats. Appreciate everyone checking in, saying hi. Hope you're doing well, and hope you know to stay tuned for the weekend. Not only the week, but I mean 12 days and later today. This event, 20K final table, right into a 30K. We'll pick up the action, and it was close to 40 runners already early on in that. So
we're automatically registered for this, right? And probably, so we get the on time points.
Danny Tang looking about.
You get 2 points for the lead world for being on time.
Oh wow, that's an interesting caveat.
Yeah, very good incentive.
Incentivize early attendance, and there's Tommy Kim getting tens again. Similarly spot where he's, you know, a lot of, it's not just, it's a nice hand to see, but when you're at a final table with the most critical time of ICM basically being now, it's you know, you got to play it, but you realize there could be some dicey situations.
Tommy Kim opening off 18 this time. We know if Rob did decide to go for back-to-back jams, he would be getting looked up this time round. Instead, Tommy just going to pick up the blinds and the big blind ante. 7 left.
Yeah, final tables are so fun because they can go so many different ways. You can have fast bust outs, kind of separation where a chip leader gets to just go to work, or you can have things consolidate and it can go for a long time. So you just never really know what you're going to get. Obviously, with the Damo in the building, he's someone whose tendencies are to find a way to separate and put pressure on, but so far he hasn't had a clean getaway, and you know, Soyce has really chipped up nicely. Paul's been maintaining his stack. Guys aren't afraid here, so this isn't people are just going to bow down. And
I think Soyzer has played an absolute blinder of a final table so far. Must be feeling really good about himself. Just picked his spots wisely, and hey, obviously confirmation bias has worked for him up until now.
yeah, 2 5s. Under the gun. This is close to open, but as a chip
this is
leader,
short enough
definitely
already.
can
This
do
is
it.
short enough already.
10 seconds free. No action to you. No
Big
action.
blind, queen 9
This is
off,
short already,
under the
really.
gun. Also
You have to look at stacks
recognizing
and stuff, you know?
that Paul's range may be a little wider since he's got so many chips.
No, I mean,
Does defend
no
queen
action
9.
to you.
Difficult hand to play.
10 seconds, no action.
I think Queen 9 is probably defend regardless of who's opening
nobody's
off
raised.
of 20.
Yeah. Just a tough
Yeah.
hand. You know,
What?
there's going to be some
Just look at your hand, the blinds are there. You don't need more than 10
proceedings,
seconds, do you?
but Agreed. Can't really bend that.
Yeah, Queen's going to be dominated a
Only if
bunch
you're a good player.
as well.
We need to make things
position.
good for the fish, right?
See the sizing Paul goes here. Maybe just quarter pot or 1/3.
It's good to make things good for the
1/5.
fish, yeah. I don't even know anyone's stack, anyone's got.
I'm saying that sometimes recreationals want more time as well.
Okay, 15.
No, recreational just doesn't want you counting their stack all the time.
And whilst Rob is letting everyone know that
You know, someone says to
He's
me,
not
how much have you
interested
got? And they want to count my
in what
stats.
everyone else has.
I'm not going to say
how
anything.
much they're
Just
playing.
count it.
That's fine. Yeah.
Make the time bank 10 seconds, then they can't do that, can they?
No action, I think 15 seconds can.
10.
But then the shot clock very hard
Flip
to design. You got action how? Press again.
Yeah.
Dealer too much thing to do.
Whilst we're waiting for the
Mistakes.
next hand
What
to
decision is there when there's no
up
action?
on the way.
No, you're saying for the dealers, there's too many variations.
Guess now is
Yeah,
as
that's the
good a
problem.
time as any, boys and girls, to click or get you to click that subscribe button.
Put another button on there.
Make sure you are following us
Pre-flop.
on
Just
Twitch.
put pre-flop. Just put another button
As
there with
previously
pre-flop NA,
mentioned.
No action.
Really does help us grow the game,
I'll
reach
do
a
it for
larger
you. How much
audience.
Just
If
to
you
get 10
haven't
seconds
already
down.
clicked that like or subscribe button,
You'll look at your stacks. thinking
please
what
do.
the-
Otherwise,
the
Jeff and I
chart should say.
may be out of work next time round. I don't know.
Before I think like you also. When you know more, then you got to think more.
Yeah.
I don't think there's any
Appreciate
decision.
that
10
and
seconds.
see a lot of familiar faces. So be looking forward to seeing you guys throughout the next 12
How long do I
days
need?
or
Look?
so.
Look at my hand.
Yeah. 108k subscribers on YouTube, by the way. Huge. 53,000 followers on
You only want
Twitch.
20 seconds so you can count my stack.
Yeah, this is
I have the app. I don't need
this is definitely something that I think anyone who is watching poker content can appreciate high production value, and there's just,
Yeah.
in my opinion, nothing
Anyway, I'm gonna
quite
make my
like
tournament
this.
10
You know,
seconds
maybe
free.
there's some others you could put in the same breath, but it's just the value, the little nuances, the time
The good
clock,
players are here.
how they have different
pigeons are here
settings
now.
for the different
In the old
streets.
days, like Dave Cole,
I
Club,
love the
they were the
graphics
pros.
overlay, and I mean we're
Barney
biased, Henry,
Boatman,
but it is
and then there was the non-pros, and the gap was like here.
it's
Now
strong.
the gap is like.
Curious
You
to
can either-
see
you've
whether
either got
Adamo
time
goes
to
for the
study,
jam
or
or
you've
the
got a
3-bet pre. Makes it like 4.5,
And
5 bigs.
businessmen, after a hard day's work, doesn't want to go and look at charts.
Don't have to go any bigger at these stack bets. Does make it
So I know
4.5
the pros
bigs.
say it's fine for everybody, everyone can do it, but I'm working like 80 hours a week. I don't want to look at a fucking chart.
Yeah, it's priorities. You know, you got to spend your time wisely. Obviously.
So we should make it good, but unless, if we make it good for the businessmen, it's going to be good for the pros, right?
Rob continuing to
Everything good for businessmen is good for pros.
voice
I
his
got another one
concerns
for you,
about the
Paul.
pre-flop.
If the
Clock.
businessman gets dealt a deuce, it counts as an ace.
So
Why are these motherfuckers laughing? So if I've got like 7 deuce, I have ace 7, yeah?
props
When you
really,
have ace deuce, you have aces.
Yes,
really
correct.
pushing some stuff here.
No, aces.
Yeah, I'm not sure where he's going with this. He's trying to change the rules of poker now.
Even pro want to become businessman.
If the flop
Look
is
at this.
ace
These
deuce
guys
deuce,
have the same
you have
stack.
ace deuce.
No,
And,
fuck ace deuce deuce, I have quads.
Adamo.
Ace deuce, I
This
have quads.
Hung Wayne
No,
got
you have
one
5
nice premium through.
Five
But
aces.
these are hard
I don't
hands
think
to
it's that
play.
bad.
Ace jack off, some middle pairs.
Yeah,
This one
we're
definitely
really
not.
diving into intricate
Tony G
parts of
thinks
the
if,
game tree here.
If the pro gets dealt aces,
Not many
has
players
the only
familiar
option he has is
with,
to go
you know,
all in
playing
on flop.
3-bet pots out position at a 20
So
big
that we
blind
know
stack
when the
bet.
pros have got aces.
Tony G, huh?
Yeah, Tony G says that's
Especially
the
when
one
the
to do.
3-bet is
Pro
only
has
4.5
aces, He has
bigs.
to go all in.
Look at this. I mean, we're looking at a, what,
I said if pro gets aces,
B25
they have
continue
to fold
from
them and not play
Adamo.
them. So just take aces out the deck for the professional player.
Yeah, quarter.
Maybe ace
Quarter
king as well.
pot and ace
So
jack
you
off.
as a businessman,
No
you never get
backdoor
busted by
flush
aces.
draw. It's a bit dicey here. You
Pop
start
into another
peeling and realize that Damo's going to unload the clip when he's got the worst of it too. So this is tough, man. If you're
My
Hung
favourite
Wayne,
one was
what to do
the
here?
businessman can choose whether they want more cards.
Gonna use one of those time banks.
Oh, you got a lot of crazy ideas.
Say you've got ace king and the flop comes an ace on it, you can just say no more cards. I'll just take my money. So the pro doesn't get a turn or river. But say you've got ace king and you miss, like this flop,
Well,
business
It
is all in, you can
appears
say, I'll
Hung
have a turn.
Wayne is going to stick on here. So, I mean, gotta believe he thinks he has the best hand sometimes, of
Level
course,
the playing
because
field. Definitely.
it's not just peeling for an ace or a jack.
Doesn't sound like it's
And
leveraging things.
depending on the turn here, I mean, Adamo, there are a
Sounds
lot
like
of
it's flipping
cards,
it.
the 3, 2, a diamond, you know, 6, a 7, things he could
That's the
really
other
get.
thing, yeah.
Oh my goodness, I mean, this is
that's
licensed
something
to
you don't like,
fire here for Adamo. Picks up a
That's what you said on Twitter.
big
Why are all the
turn card for his hand.
Yeah, I'm not
Yeah,
massive
this is a
into-
beautiful hand of poker being played right now. from both these players. Like Wang Wei, just very aware that Adama's going to have a bunch of offsuit broadways that 3-bet bluff pre,
Well, at least
as well as some weaker ace-X sticking around on the 9-8-4 rainbow.
1 day, 25-minute level.
And Adama with pop behind.
Yeah, I think this one doable. One event, one stop.
Don't really want to bet call it off,
Invitation
so
only, even
betting like,
Coca-Cola.
half pot,
And then double, a bit
40% doesn't really make much sense. The question is, do you want to check and try and realize,
First play double.
or do we continue to tell the story that we've told thus far?
Yeah, SPR is exactly one
Yeah.
for the player. So that the question, we've seen him do this before where he'll check and then depending on his opponent's actions on the river, he finds a way to just ship it there, but he also
What would
could
you say
just
JLB is?
he also can just ship it here.
For tournament, of course, businessman.
I think he's trying to think, what is my opponent, is he ever calling? Is he ever playing a hand? Does he have a hand strong enough to call? And if he checks here and the river, his opponent checks, he can then go for it. Maybe he might even just realize hit a 5 or obviously make the nuts. So these are fun to watch
Leon.
from Adamo because he's got a bag of tricks. He's definitely got a plan.
Carry cats.
Yeah, he does
It's
indeed.
got to be a business, right?
And I think
Does he
against
play as good as a pro?
Wow, very interesting.
Okay.
And I think, this is a function of if this bricks off here, like
Surely he
a low
hasn't got
card and
time.
he doesn't hit or just pairs the board like this, this is where we're going to see, is the plan when Wayne checks that he rips it? Because I think that's the idea, right? Is that where we're going with Henry? Is
Open's a
when
tricky
Wayne
one,
doesn't
isn't
show
it?
any aggression here, he's going to get to rip it?
Well, the question that I'm asking myself
He's good as
on
a
the
pro,
turn
but takes
in
his time,
Adama's
every
shoes is
decision,
Adamo ever checking overpairs? And I think, as you mentioned, he definitely has enough in his arsenal to get that creative and be that tricky. And I think it makes sense, right? You're in a 3-bet pot. Adamo's never really 3-betting 8s or 9s or 4s for the sizing that he did pre. Wang Wayne can definitely continue with 8s and 9s.
I just want to see when Wayne checks here, does Adamo just go all in, or if Wayne somehow comes with a blocker, some sort of smallish bet, does he? Yeah, is that the plan, right? We saw this with Rob on that Jack forehand. Different situation, different. I mean, this is for his life, right? This is different. This isn't like covering Rob and just ripping it. This is sort of the same. We've seen this time and time again. Finds himself at a river where he feels his opponent is capped, is not going to have such a strong hand, and just going to go all in here.
I think he has one of the best ace-X to do it with as well.
Wow,
Gives
I'm
it up.
shocked by that. I'm honestly shocked, just based on how he's played and his game plan.
What
Maybe he
about the
somehow
turn?
thought his.
Oh, turn check.
Wang Wayne up to 3 million, and
whoa, that is I'm just surprised a bit on it. The whole cards are up, and we just want to believe, Adamo makes every aggressive maneuver. But that was interesting for me because he had such a strong hand. It was such a good turn card.
Yeah, sorry.
yeah, I'd be very curious.
Mainly you.
Adamo would be kind enough to pluck his brain a little bit on that one later on. You can see it's really bothering him. He's really thinking about this.
I think he maybe just misread maybe how strong Wayne he was there. Maybe just thought he wasn't going to fold. Or is there a chance that also, too, he's got, ace high could be good. It's possible, right? He could have had 10 jack, like queen jack suited, king queen suited. Part of that thinking he has some showdown. I don't think he's not a give up guy.
Yeah, but I'm being honest.
He's not.
People
He's
talk about
definitely not a give up guy.
players like
But
we're idiots.
I
we
think
go to work and run businesses. We
Wang
don't
Wayne
need to,
definitely
we can see
capable
we've
of
got
having
two,
traps
we've
in
got
that
two,
spot
we've
as
got
well.
two arms, legs. We're okay.
And with the SPR, it's a case of like, is Wayne ever folding 10s there?
No, yeah, but 10 seconds yourself. You've got the rest of the time.
Like we beat all the king queens, queen jacks. Our showdown doesn't
I think you
have
try 15 first.
too many ace high floats, which we block
That's
anyway.
probably the right thing to do. 15 first. Yeah, I agree. It's 15 online. What's the difference?
Yeah. But online, you're razor focused on the table, right?
No, we're not. I'm watching watching that. I'm working. I got 2 kids in the background.
Yeah, I guess.
You don't.
You can play one table, I guess. You can try it for sure.
I think Rob's trying to change everything that he sees
He
wrong
wants to
with
change it to
poker in
15, yeah.
right
All the
now.
businessmen that I know, recreational players, they want to see more hands, right? They're playing for fun.
Yep.
By
Sorry.
decreasing time, they see more hands, see more flops, see more things. That's
Apologies, I have to play this hand. How much you play, Michael?
About 1.5.
Thank you.
I like that from Soizer as well. Just like, hey Rob, can I just play my hand and we'll discuss this later on.
So is going to push it to the limit
Sorry,
there. And we see
they want to see more
still
hands, right?
yeah.
Adamo
more flops.
on the
I guess
shorter
that-
stack,
when the action's
still just
slow,
going for it.
it
King
feels the
6
most
suited.
You know, in the old days, when
In that
people used to
position.
enjoy playing poker when it was fun, that's what they like. See a flop, hit a set, call to hit hit a flush,
Yeah. Be able to call more hands, I guess, yeah.
trap somebody. So actually enjoy the game.
I do agree that
So the more hands, the better, right?
poker's a different game nowadays.
See a Michael Adamo in the chat. That's not him though.
That's not
still-
him.
that's-
Come on, man.
I know it's not, but it's got the picture, the name, and it
No.
says tilt.
No. I also saw Triton Poker saying, Henry,
you
Jeff,
can count
can
someone's
we
chips back
get
when you're not
some
in the
love
hand, right?
for the
If you really
YouTube
wanna
chat?
count it, you don't need them more than 10 seconds.
Exclusively?
People get distracted.
Sure,
I
why
try to
not?
do that, you know, sometimes you're not
A lot of
paying
love
attention.
for everyone getting involved in the YouTube chat over on our YouTube channel. Appreciate you guys getting involved. Some fun back and forth. Oh, wow. Oh, boy.
All in.
In it goes. Danny with one of the bigger callers possible in No Limit Hold'em. Queens against Kings for 13. Gonna still have chips left, but gonna be down to just 4 big blinds and will be in the big blind very next hand.
I'm not slow rolling you, but
Yeah, it's just say I'm not slow rolling you. I'm just I want to have a look. And Rob's just like, don't worry, pal. You're not slow rolling me. You're right. You are not. 1 queen dead.
it's okay.
Danny looking for the
Ooh,
case
ladies.
queen or some clubs or hearts.
Me with the ladies.
Aggressive player.
Still got a smile on his face though. Love
9-4
that.
suited. Cut off.
If Rob can hold here, goes from shortest stack to third.
Oh,
Wow.
Jack.
Jack or heart.
Oi, stop calling the cards in you. Heart. Heart up.
You see, you yourself call hearts.
Reverse psychology. Yeah.
And dead on the turn. Rob Young
1.5.
gets the double
Cooler.
whilst
You pre-flop there.
trying to promote
3
the game for
seconds to play that hand.
recreationals. Love that. Just trying to get the clock down.
But pro would dwell, make out he's got
What
a
if you have
decision.
Ace Jack?
I love that Rob is continuing to try and sell this story that
deceptive, look down
he
at
is
the
not
cards
good
6
at
times.
poker.
You know, oh, what do I do?
It's like I've got 2 kids watching on the side. I've got business to run.
Yeah, I don't know about those
This, that, and the other. Love selling the story. Too savvy.
Big blind next.
So, Danny Tang down to 5 bigs. That's put in
There's a cooler, isn't it?
40% of his stack this hand.
Yeah, huge spot for Rob. I mean, what a time. Those are one of those things where, you know, it's just good. That hand plays itself, but you know, Rob's been active. He's also been in there. He's flatted Queen 3 suited. He's ripping pairs. He's shoving Ace 10, Ace Jack on open. So he's kept himself in a good spot, and you know, it means a big double there. He had some chips. And he's got
nice.
9s. License to raise.
Certainly 7-handed.
10 seconds would have passed.
It's on you.
What's me?
Oh, I love this. That is fantastic. Danny with the needle said 10 seconds would have passed. Rob not even realizing that it's on him.
You're right, yeah.
Yeah, it's fast.
But then I would have used my time bank.
Yeah, you would have, but you,
But
you didn't realize it's on
waste
you,
the
right?
time bank for that. It's just.
Oh man, this is
don't mind.
this
Yeah,
will
but
be
some
interesting to
people,
see
I
if
don't know,
Rob
like
can.
my mind.
And there's still other players behind here too, but Tommy
Like, these
Kim,
things happen all the time. You don't realize. You know?
17 bigs. This is kind of one of those things where stack's a little awkward, right? It's like you can't really. Are you flatting? You can't really 3-bet off that, so it's pretty much just you got to jam, and it's nice when you're at the top of your range. And Rob though has a oh, there's a couple of decisions going on here, but this is a raise in a Hung Wang may be able to get away from this with the action under the gun and a hijack jam for 17. He does have 29 bigs, but it's a lot of his stack calling off with ace queen.
Yeah, I think ace queen suited goes in. Ace queen O hits the mark. Very close spot.
Saw Tommy Kim in Cyprus playing very well, and Hung Wayne ultimately just looks like he is debating.
Yeah, he's mulling over decision. Just looking at the chip counts at the table on the Triton Poker Series app.
Yeah, Triton Poker Plus, Unreal app. I mean, gives you the hand replays. You can actually go back if you want to see a hand. Go check out Paul Poix versus Adamo yesterday, for example. The Ace King gives you the recap, the action.
Yeah.
It's incredible, and they have it for every table, not just features. So make sure you check that out.
I think the sickest thing is just how high the bar has now been set with this app.
Yeah.
I think Rob has to call here once, or if it does fold back round to him.
I don't know, man. It's close. I think he's
Fold.
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 That's a go.
Fold. I think
Jesus.
Rob folds.
Wow. Yeah. Your card.
Wow, I wouldn't fold it.
90.
Sick. All right, and now didn't
Table
think long.
shocked, yeah. Table
I
shocked.
think
why I
he folds
folded?
there. I think tens is his
Because
cutoff. I
I'm
think
rushing
nines
around.
It's close, but it's
I look at
so
my hand.
much of his stack.
Really, if I've got like a marginal hand, I'm going to fold it. But obviously, I have a good hand, yeah, because I've played it. He knows that, so he's got a good hand.
Well, or he just had kings, you know.
Oh, he's got kings.
Yeah, or he just had kings.
I have to have a hand there, right?
Yeah, of
When
course
you
you
guys say it's my turn.
Okay.
Interesting. All right. Well, either way, dodges a big one there, and Rob jibing and weaving and bobbing and ducking, and Richard Young, not brothers with Rob. We had that question, but he's looking on interest as some of his good friends at this table. One of the co-founders of Triton, Richard Young, impressive resume himself.
Yeah.
Adamo, not scratching his head a bit. The ace-5 suited may be one he'll look back at no matter
Definitely.
how it shakes out. I think that there's a lot of things going there on his mind. Maybe that he does have some showdown value,
I still
but
call.
Yeah, I'm very,
Already
very
put
curious
200K.
to try and find him in the hallway at some point and just.
I need the clip of me folding the nines.
Oh, that's mine.
Yeah, just hearing
I
his
need the
thought
clip of
process
it.
on it without going into too
I
much
can keep
detail,
it,
obviously.
show my friends.
Just for the
I say,
viewers
you never fold
and
nines.
fans at home.
Possible. 600.
Yeah, you pause.
700.
I will say, "Yeah, super play, very beautiful." Yeah?
You never think I'd fold nine. You never think I'd fold nines there, would you?
Go full.
Soiza
Good
getting
master,
dealt
master.
sevens first in.
200.
We haven't really seen that the governor taking off, where he can just start ripping on some stacks that are short. We haven't had a separation quite enough where we just get to see jam city poker. It's stayed relatively tight.
Yeah, I think you hit the nail on the head. We just never got the opportunity. Adamo, instead of running away with it, the situation that most people thought he would, especially coming in with, 95 bigs at the start of the final table, the shortest stack being just, 7 big blinds. And things not going his way so far on this final table, but still has chips, still has 14 big blinds. Danny in the small, Queen Jack O, most likely gonna be enough.
200, right?
What a call?
If I go all in, for example, if I go all in, he calls 305. Can he Can he go all in again?
Yes.
He can. Okay. Thank you.
Okay, so
All in.
I was folding anyway.
Queen high.
7.
oh, Danny Tang, come on. Who's Danny trying to kid here, eh?
Racist.
It's like, dealer, if I make it 305, does that mean that Michael could then come back over the top, should it fold round? Who are you trying to kid?
No 7, and I'm okay with anything else.
Okay, so Danny not too greedy. No 7, he's happy with anything else. How about Queen High flop, my man? 2 cards away from doubling up and being right back in the thick of things. No sweat on the turn. 2 outs, and 2 outs only for Michael Soiser to eliminate Danny Tang in 7th. No dice.
305.
I had Queen Deuce.
Queen deuce. Then you want to fight champion.
Pardon? I'd lose. I lose. Queen Deuce.
Two pair.
Offsuit. Fold, right? Because
Yeah, if you know the flop, you call.
I lose anyway.
You lose for him, never you win them.
You win a big side pot.
You're not gonna make any money from me. I mean,
Huh?
You win a big side pot, but he doesn't call.
I don't call. I got
Yeah, he
7.
doesn't
It's a
call.
queen.
I got a queen too.
Oh, really?
I fold,
Wow, so
I fold Queen Deuce there, yeah?
unlucky.
In the hand you had queens, I had queen too.
Yeah, but
Really?
how much is it? 125 blinds now.
Yeah, Tommy Kim been doing well at the one spot. 10's got
Oh, it's a brick.
a bit unlucky
Oh,
in
last hand.
position
Last hand, yeah.
Daddy, how much you have now?
against the ace 10 off, ace king flop. He had
Eight-
to get out of the way,
eight,
but
10.
didn't lose any chips.
Back in the game.
Smoking.
Queen Deuce.
One bop over on Twitch saying that Pooh
much
is
is
always
something
at
worth
Triton
roughly?
FTs.
How many minutes?
It seems.
1.3.
Record cashes. Looking to get his first title
Break.
at the Triton series.
All in.
Oh, wow. Wow, this is close. Could be coming back six-handed,
Yeah,
boys and
Danny.
girls.
I have 8-10.
Adamo asking Tang how deep he is.
Yeah, so, you know, someone that's not going to be worried about a small-ish ladder is he's thinking about it.
Yeah, I mean, for chips, it's a call. Of ICM, I have no idea.
Yeah, I mean, this would chop a lot, although ace-6 suited is in the lead.
What do you think, Jeff? Roll the dice? Flick it in?
I think he's, man, I actually am very curious. It's like also he's factoring in where he thinks he is within skill-wise at the table, probably.
Yep,
Edge
yeah,
folding, yeah.
Yeah.
Makes sense.
King high.
Oh, nice.
How big?
Baby.
Cool.
Baby ace.
Wow, look at that. I love
So if I
that.
limp, you go all in, yeah?
Yeah, this is actually very, very strong stuff there. I mean, again, at home, probably thinking, oh, it's got a call, but he looks at the stack shorter. He also just, I think, says, you know what, me with 10 blinds, this field, I need to get back one double and I'll be able to take it. It's tight, 37 blinds between Paul and 6 blinds for Danny Tang, so still a lot to play for. I mean, it's really, as we saw, bigger blinds to start. Things have tightened up, Henry. This is wide open for anyone to take this title.
It really is. I mean, you look at the shorter stacks there. Even Adamo doubles his back within the top 4 stacks. There's 7 left, and yeah, that last spot there, ace-6 against ace-3. Rob just asking Adamo if I had limped, you go all in. But look, Rob doesn't want that pressure being put back on him, so I understand why he decided to just jam himself.
Yeah, I got to ask you, the ace-5 suited hand, what are your thoughts on that? Were you surprised on the turn on the river? I thought that he might check the turn and then take it away on the river if saw a check, but what do you think on that hand?
I just think at that stack depth that maybe Adamo's fearing the trap from his opponent, and given that he calls, was it 984, 983 rainbow board? I can see plenty of reasons for him shutting down. As you mentioned as well during the hand, definitely has plenty of showdown against some of the king, queen, queen jacks of the world. So honestly, I want to try and find him in the hallway and ask him his thoughts on that hand.
Yeah, Adamo's been known to not really give up much. Let's see after the break if we're going to see him get it done. And it's just, this doesn't feel fair, right? It's like the final table starts, you have the best hand, you're in the best position, you get the best flop. Really, I mean, I guess 9-10 was ahead. You're just, and now you are finding yourself on the turn, and he's now treading in some dicey waters. He is our stack to pot ratio. He only has 1. There's 1.6, and he's drawing to an ace or spade with one coming. Hello. When you hit, and I mean, just stuck there, and it's done. And now, you could be worried you're beat by a full house, but ultimately you're just never folding. You're just not. You're there. You've got the nut flush.
Yeah, I guess Gary, Fernando Garcia, and Morton Klein just jumping at the bit, seeing these two bigger stacks going at it. Ladders available for them both, should Adamo jam and Soiza calls with the worst hand. €1,000 ladder between 9th and 8th. After Adamo checks, and on Soiza, as Jeff mentioned, SPR less than 1 going to the river.
I mean, there's really no scenario where he's not putting in a betting, but what do you think Adamo would do if he had king queen here and the spade came and he puts his opponent flush? He would just put it in probably anyway. So I think you can feel if your Soiza relatively confident, but the board's paired. You're just so high up in your range though against such a dangerous, capable player too. You got to feel super confident, but it wouldn't be fun to be coolered with a boat versus nut flush, and I just don't see any scenario where he's not going for value here though.
Yeah, he does announce all in, and immediately Adamo letting out a big sigh. Frustrating spot.
So he's bunkered in there. He's got the hoodie, the mask, and got his protecting his pulse there. And he's in full position, ready for a double. I mean, he's just. I don't think he can ever call here, right? I mean, this would just be what bluffs got here.
I think 10s and jacks with a spade are the pure clear bluffs. Yeah. And 10-0. So in terms of the actual hands that have just one spade in their hand, you only a few pockets. Is he ever turning a hand like ace jack or ace 10? Interesting. You mentioned in there. On the turn, it's kind of alluding that maybe he'll fold, just because he could be dead. But there is always that option that Adamo just gives up, take it away from him on the river, as Jeff alluded to. Adamo definitely capable of having some. Klein, hand number 2 of the FT, under the gun, jamming into 8 players, the ace 10-0.
Yeah, can't blame him here. Everything looks good here. Under the gun fun when there's so many people left to act, but I don't think, just can't take that stack depth. There's just no other play. I think ace-10. Happy not to hit the blind next hand. This is a hand getting through the blinds.
Wow.
Everything looked good until the boss gets the big tier 1 ace-king suited. Not the hand he wants to see. Looking for a flip or even somehow maybe to get a weaker. But not going to be. Paul does find the goods.
Paul almost forgetting to flick in the call chips, that eager to just show down his hand. Ace-king in the big blind. And this could be just the start he needs coming into this final table, looking to get his first Triton Series title.
No help there on the 4-6-7, so going to need a 10 or a chop on some running straight. So a 5, 8, 3. Only 6 points for Klein. Going to have to hit lightning in a bolt on the river.
Jeff.
Not there. And so how? I mean, first time in a Triton event, and you know you got to feel good. Make a final table, and you can see he's track the parts of that Jack 4 suit he does. Go ahead and the pair, and Rob, who is, I mean, this capable, and you flop. It's hard to really flop a great situation. It's actually an above average situation, right? For him, he flopped. But this is tough. This is really tough.
Yeah, defend absolutely fine from Rob. As Jeff alluding, fortunate in this situation to have his suit dominated.
Wow. And this is a card that is going to allow Adamo to pick up additional equity, and you know the flush does complete a possible club flush. Rob check calls flop. Adamo has no club. He does have a 6.
Yeah, unlucky Rob. He tried defending 1 street and 5 clubs on the turn.
Yeah. I mean, I think Adamo realizes too where Rob is, and you know, interesting check back, makes some sense, but ultimately, wow, 4 clubs come out, scary card. I mean, this is a hard hand to play out of position. And now though, I just wonder what Adamo's got up his sleeve here, or what he might do. I mean, he has on the flop. There's no way he can think his hand is good in any realm, right? Nothing that Rob calls with, right? He loses some 8 guys. Maybe he loses to 9x. He loses to any club. He loses to. I mean, there's no hand on the flop Rob
doesn't
calls.
beat anything. Yeah.
0. He literally beats 0 hands that he calls the flop with. And
All in?
yep. I mean, that's sort of what you just. Honestly, that's what I was thinking.
Yeah, I wasn't sure on size, by the way. Especially given the line take.
Yeah.
Bet flop, check turn. And check in turn makes a lot of sense, right?
Genuine tidbits from different
Felt like
people. It's interesting.
So he's making a great point in that spot, just saying, well, actually, Paul, you can't jam any to that because the pressure isn't on Garcia.
Right. Yeah, and that's the thing. Someone like Paul, who knows poker so well, has so much success, understands so much too. Like all these guys, there's, you know, even us here that have played a lot of poker too. I learn stuff all the time. I'm looking, I'm learning. I'm like, wow, or I would have done that completely differently. And I'm like, it's interesting, right?
Whoa. Garcia, my man.
Oh, yeah.
Got it.
550, I think.
Oh, and Paul
550
actually.
minus 80. 470 the call.
Garcia looks energized. May have had an espresso in his. I saw him eating something over there.
What was it?
Getting a little energy and starting to push it in.
Yeah, 7 bigs. In it goes.
Did Paul call? Is that why this is on the? Is it saying?
No. I'm saying
This
that
is if it were called because it's showing the percentages.
Oh, this one. My coach never teach me.
That's amazing. Coach is on notice right now. Coach, what are we calling with? I mean, this is like, he can afford it, but it's the same kind of thing. It's not so fun. This is at home if you're watching. Realize the first in power is big, right? It's so much easier to shove, put pressure, and you get better hands to fold.
Yeah, and that's a genuine response there from Paul as well. Like, he just doesn't recall the spot. It's something maybe hasn't gone over with his.
Garcia looks confident too. He looks like he looks strong to me right here.
Yeah, go.
Oh, he does call. All right. Well,
Very
Paul's
nice.
gonna like
Price.
Yeah.
suited, sort of
I
connected.
have a good hand against that.
Couple of gaps. Paul does eventually come to the correct decision. Jeff, Garcia going to be jamming, any offsuit Broadway,
like
Jack
the
9 suited, 10-9 suited, and the fact that he's
Thank
jamming
you,
9-6
thank
suited.
No.
Paul.
That's not very nice, is
who are
it, Paul?
printing.
I like your hands.
Okay.
Ace high.
If you beat me, I'm not sad.
Small pot.
He says he's not sad, but I'm sure he wants to win. And decent start for Paul. I mean, couple backdoors, 6-9 spades, some interesting turns. The 8 of spades in particular.
For spades?
He's asking for it. He knows. He knows what would be exciting.
Give you ace of spades.
Ace of spades would also be something. Oh, there's the 8. That's
Interesting.
Interesting.
Wow, just
6,
more than
9,
doubles his outs.
10, 5.
Yeah. Thank you for calling then.
yeah. There's one card to come, about a 2-to-1 favorite, and the ace just in
Thank you.
case for Paul. GG to Garcia. Gonna go out in 8th place. First time
I think call he cut off.
Not sure.
He early
here at
maybe
Triton.
GG, bro.
And look at that.
Very nice
That's a
playing,
man.
man.
Looks.
Yeah. Probably like something. It's hard to shove,
So sick. Just you hear these guys think out loud and just how on point they are. Danny firstly announcing, "Oh yeah, you got there, Michael, with the light squeeze pre," and then Soiser just immediately saying, "Yeah, very lucky flop because Tommy had a big hand." I believe he said big pair. It's just so hard to jam pre
100.
because of the ICM pressure.
Yeah. Tricky hand to play though. 10's out of position. Well, actually, he was in position, but still tricky hand, right? In that spot, you can't really blame him though. To just get it in and flip or be 4-to-1 behind is not fun. So, what do you do with 10s there, Henry? If you,
I'm probably making a mistake
what
of
did you
jamming,
Called me last
back
night.
jamming.
You went to a club, right?
But that's mainly due to the fact that my post-flop
Hangover.
capabilities aren't as good
Getting
as Tommy's.
older.
also, though, it's I think situationally and what player you're against there. How late do you think Soiz is going to be? Who is it? Who's the one putting the pressure on you, right? This is where.
Maybe no girlfriend around.
Yeah, if you take a
lonely.
flip, you wouldn't want to take a flip with 10s, right? That's the thing. But if you think that your opponent might be mucking about a bit,
他们很短，
you
不
may
能够
take the higher
三打了，
variance
他们
route. So
欧一我们
that's
酷
why。poker's fun. Different. Not always going to be the same exact play from
10个 BB，
person, so it's cool. And Damo is behind.
Oh, boy.
He's gonna flop here, top pair.
我知啊，佢大咗，我冇理由。
Well, this is certainly going to shift
我啲牌中嗰啲，我冇理由去大後邊。
the way that a lot of these guys approach 7-handed play because Huang Wayne is most likely going to earn himself a full double here. SPR of 2, top pair against top pair with a ton of draws out there. Adamo with the B20 on the flop. And especially versus sizing when Huang Wei is just going to have a lot of check raises that don't have showdown. 7-6, 7-5, 9-7, 10-7. Some low clubs, like it's going to be defending as wide as 6-3 of clubs. And here we go, boys and girls.
Yeah, and I mean we've seen Adamo kind of just play. I mean I don't use the word perfect, but just so in tune to what's happening. Obviously here, there's as you mentioned a lot of draws, but also he does realize that there are some hands he's just in bad shape against like this. But for this stack size and his stack, I don't think there's really any other way out. So this is awesome. All right, welcome back. This is the grand final here at the, well, it's Madrid. It's the Triton. It's the 2022 Triton. We're in Madrid. It's a Gran Via, and we are here for the first event of the series. Henry, what are your thoughts right now?
Thoughts right now was walking through the room on our way to grab some food on break, just seeing Patrick Antonius, Jason Kuhn. Everyone is here for this. Event number 2 on the way, the 30K 7 max has started, and just walking through the room, electrifying atmosphere. The room just buzzing. You can just see everyone in the zone. And look, we've got 12 days of this. 13 days of this, 12 days of this. So let's go.
Yeah, it is honestly the names that just seeing stars, seeing also some of the guys that have been here for the first time. I saw Garcia, saw a few of the other guys who cashed that are just buzzing. You can tell how excited they are. Yeah. But we are going to get down to the action here where the remaining players are playing for over 500,000 US. So let's take a look here right now at the players. Rob Young kind of hovering around. You can feel how excited he is. He's short, but he's got now 21 blinds, so he's not quite as short. He did get the double. He also folded 9s, and look at that. Danny Tang, our short stack, 7 blinds. Paul in the lead with 37 blinds, and Michael Soiza has been playing great. Not a lot of blinds in play. It's getting a little bit tight.
Yeah,
here, Henry.
Yeah, that's ridiculously tight. Chip leader with 37. I mean, Rob Young, Tommy Kim, like doubles through Paul Pure, and all of a sudden they're chip leader, and Paul goes middle of the pack. But Danny Tang going to be looking to make a move at some point, 7 bigs. And as you alluded to earlier on, only one more player going home with less than 6 figures, which to us mere mortals, still an amazing day in the office.
Yeah, and being a professional or an amateur, coming to an event like this, getting to have the pageantry, from the online, the viewing, it's just amazing. And as you said, the museum feel here, you see some of the biggest names. It's got to be pretty cool to be an amateur and come in here and just see some of your favorite players and biggest names in poker kind of just walking around and chatting. People are having a good time. Yeah. They're talking. It's a very friendly, fun atmosphere, and the buy-in's just going to keep getting bigger. So again, 20K.
Yeah.
It's I think like 90 entrants, 56 unique. So you do the math, right? You're almost in for an average of, it's like 35K roughly. As we said, a couple players in for 5. We know. So I mean, it can get expensive, and it's not getting cheaper today with the 30K event underway. All right, Danny Tang gonna go ahead and rip in ace-4 in the cutoff. Blinds are expensive, 50, 125 with the 125 ante. In the big blind, that means you're putting down a quarter mil. So some of these stack sizes, you can see it is very sensitive. And Tommy Kim is gonna call King Jack suited. And Danny Tang gets it in slight favorite.
Yeah, Tommy actually kind of unfortunate to run into a hand that's ahead. Danny going to be jamming King 10, King 9 suited, Queen Jack, Jack 10. So to run into an actual ace here, it's somewhat unfortunate.
Yeah.
Still 45% and a dream.
Oh,
and a jack on the flop.
Much more reality now. Danny sees the bad news. He is going to have to come from behind all of a sudden. After having the slight lead, he is now down to 3 outs twice. It's about 14%, as you see on the screen, the graphic. Oh, it's a beneficial card. So he picks up additional outs but loses appeal at it. So 1 card to come now.
Paul sees it first.
And he picks up the additional 4 outs. Let's see, can he find a river card to stay in the game? It will not be. Another jack just for good measure. Tommy Kim will eliminate Danny Tang. Rob Young giving him the daps, Adamo. One of the more reasons he fold ace 3 suited. He was, there's a pay jump. He's not in the game to min pay jump, but I know he is very aware of situations and stack sizes. And I think some people scratching their head with the ace 3 suited. It just shows you if you're ever with Adamo, be aggressive. You don't want to let him be the one just laying on you. And here, everyone guaranteed that 6-figure euro score.
Yeah, everyone now locked up 108,000 euros. And yeah, a few people, that fold from Adamo. The 9s fold from Rob Young as well. But Danny Tang out in 7th for 85,000. And I know, everyone else knows we'll be seeing a lot more from that young man over the next 12 days or so.
Oh, yeah.
And look, if you'd asked him at the start of the tournament, Will you take 7th? He would have bit your arm off, so
Yeah.
sure.
Yep.
Yes,
We'll shrug that one off.
this is a good start for all these players to make a final table of a 12-day series, because it can get dry out there, Henry. I'll tell you what, not everyone here is going to make a final table. You know, there's a handful of events. It is not an easy feat. Soiza get dealt a powerful hand under the gun. Queens, with his stack, he definitely can open a little wider than most. And Hung Wayne with a king mystery card. With this type of pause from under the gun raise, and he has queens. I have to believe it's let's see what's he doing. He raising or oh, it's got to be kings or ace king then, right? There's just no other. That's it. That's what he's got. Kings or ace king. In this spot under the gun raise, he's just stepping out. Is it ever king jack suited once in a blue moon?
Well, 6-handed now.
All in.
Yeah, it's gonna have some like
Wow.
king 10 suited.
It must have been interesting. I mean, what is that? It's just under. I mean, that is. Oh, he full is very fast. So yeah, it was certainly not king's raise king. So credit to him. He's going for it. He's in there. He's spicing it up.
Oh, all of these players capable of going for it. And that man also capable. Queens into kings though, left him short. And then his ace couldn't hold against the king jack suited of Tommy.
Credit to Tommy there, man. Actually, I like it. So he's spicing up, man. He's going for a 3-bet bluff. Early position raiser. He was under the gun +1. And Soiza had the goods though. 2 queens. So now my man likes to play. Maybe, you know, Soiza, what's his Adamo may be familiar with him too. Like you said, he's a cash game player. Maybe he knows he's capable and has some tricks and traps and not afraid, and that might have crossed Adamo's mind on that ace-5 suited.
Yeah, I mean, Wayne, high stakes regular. Just looks like a born crusher, right?
Yeah.
Hoodie, stoic at the table, not phased by the fact that he's playing for, you know, hundreds of thousands of euros and up against some of the best players in the world. Just seems like he's in his natural environment. He seems comfortable, and that kind of demeanor can put players off, even the best.
Here, 8.
Yeah, so gonna see a fair fight here. Pair versus the over cards, and neither player gonna love the flop.
Expect to see Huang continue with the queen of spades in his hand.
Yeah, he blocks ace king, ace queen, some of the stronger aces here. He also has that spade, a key spade. So if a spade were to roll off, he could tell a story there. And recognizing what he's getting flatted by, a lot of pairs, suited broadways, or ace, maybe ace jack, something like that. But he's definitely going to start telling a story. He does lead out. And Tommy with the red 8s here, it's not so fun to just be calling down. But we did see Tommy stick on with 6s and get the showdown versus Rob in a similar set. It was a very different board, though. It was not an ace. It was a 10 high, 10 deuce 3 with 6s versus the ace out there, and also the early position raise. So there's the man. He is playing to win. Look at that. That's a man who stacked a few chips before. Look at that. Quick work.
Loves it.
Get back into formation, doing a little inventory, and definitely showing a lot of signs of capability of winning. He seems, you know, not afraid, going for it, mixing it up, tangoing, and I am not familiar with this player's game, but I'm becoming a fan quickly. I like a lot of the plays that he's making. I like a lot, like the demeanor, and some guys can just tell our winners, and he seems like he fits that bill.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. You really have drilled that home and hit the nail on the head. Like, you see a young player just confident, like exuding confidence, and not in the arrogant way. Just he just comes across as very confident, and as I mentioned earlier on, you know, that can really put people off. Fight out a little 25% continuation bet into Tommy Kim. And as you alluded to with the 8s as well, you know, you kind of want to call at least one street, but going to be very difficult to get that to showdown against an opponent that's capable of
Oh yeah.
Firing multiple bullets, let's put it that way, Jeff.
Yeah, and he had that queen of spades. I'm telling you, any
Oh, boy.
spades come out at all, I think he's going to town. So.
Yeah, it's like, Tommy, put your seatbelt on and see you at the river.
Wow, so this is almost deja vu. We were just talking about the sixes with Tommy Kim versus Rob Young suited ace. Last time was ace 7 of hearts under the gun. Tommy flatted sixes. This time he's going to 3-bet. And so interesting. A little different situation, a little different stack depths. This time he elects to pop it upstairs instead of flat. So I like it, you know. I like it. Rob also maybe a little on the looser side at the table of certain terms of openings.
1 level, 2 levels.
Yeah, it's interesting to hear you say that.
1, 2, all in.
That is because I feel like Rob felt like earlier on that his perceived image is going to be a lot tighter where he folded the nines. And,
Yep.
maybe Tommy just aware of that and kind of abusing the fact that Rob did lay down the nines and showed it. Tight fold.
The other one is white.
You can see the pain on Adamo's face to be in with like sub 15 blinds in a tournament deep. It's not. He's like this is not my game plan. But I'm sure very aware how to play all the stack sizes, including short stack. But we're just not used to seeing him there.
No, definitely not. And especially with the expectations that, well, maybe not the expectations that Adamo had, as I'm sure years of experience of managing his own expectations, but the expectations that we had, at least, if I was a betting man with 6 left, I wouldn't have assumed that Adamo would have gone from first to 6 of 6.
Yeah, that's true. The betting markets would have him as a large favorite, and he is definitely, no matter how the skill level, how much credit you want to give him, 12 blinds poker at a final table, it's gonna have to get a bit of luck to come out of the depths. There's no cakewalk here.
100%. And talking of betting markets, how about talking about one of our sponsors, Polymarket, by the way.
Yes.
Pretty insane. I was just having a little delve myself about betting on your beliefs, and now I know that, you know, when I'm on social media, if I ever bump into someone that's, you know, talking the big talk but not walking the walk, but like, listen, head over to Polymarket and start betting on your beliefs, pal.
Wow.
So
it is cool. I gotta say, I'm gonna check it out. I'm not familiar
honestly,
with it, but it's pretty sick.
You know, just looking around, you bet on everything and anything. And you know, when will Ethereum merge to proof of stake? Will NATO expand in 2022?
Is it betting against the house or against people?
Yeah, you're just betting against people. Similar to, you know, how on Twitch when we run the betting polls.
Yeah.
Yeah, so you're betting against the channel points of other people.
Interesting.
This is really cool. I'm actually like, will Donald Trump be president of the USA?
But is it like someone makes a bet and then someone will come in and bet if they want to bet it? They post
and
it?
then there's like a total volume and whatnot.
Sick.
Yeah, this is really cool.
It's getting fun.
It
Technology's
is.
getting fun.
It
There's
really is.
a lot of great ideas out there.
From now on, I don't need to tell people to put their money where their mouth is. I can just link them the link to Polymarket and be like, listen, pal, I don't have time to listen to all of this. You do you, okay?
Yeah.
Wayne deciding to just rejam
also player.
over the top rather than get too cute with the jacks, especially given the ICM implications having 3 shorter stacks than his. But yeah, check it out, chat. I don't know. Maybe we'll have to get like a Triton series special running for the next event. Maybe how many coffees will Henry and Jeff consume during the full festival whilst doing commentary?
Wow, that's it's getting a little out of hand. Marty had a quota.
Yeah. How many final tables will Paul Pua make? You know, there's a lot that we can do over-unders.
People love to wager. That's what we know.
Yeah,
it's true.
100%.
Fantasy, daily fantasy, sports, other things, poker. It's just fun when there's a little something to it. Doesn't have to be much. Doesn't have to be much. It could be a push-ups bet, or you know, there's other things. You don't have to just bet monetary, but life's one big game. You know, this is may as well enjoy it. And look at this: Ace-9, King-Jack under the gun, and Rob on the button. Does pass. Damo getting critically short. 850K. I mean, that is not. This is not. Yeah, not what we were expecting, but.
Few people asking for sponsors link. I think I can post links.
Careful on YouTube, Nightbot will smoke you.
Oh yeah, I just got smoked by Nightbot on Twitch.
They're tough out there.
And lucky I didn't.
Maybe I would have to get you dominated.
It's for suited, yeah, probably.
You would be in very bad shape.
Tommy
If I
outflopping Paul
Would be in very bad shape.
with that jack of diamonds though.
Yeah, for sure.
Not the biggest pair though.
Doesn't matter, right? Same thing. You got a shove, right? Top like 8, pocket 9. Oh, Jax is fucking nuts, bro. It's a big pair. Consider big.
I thought only kings aces.
No, lah, come on. Jax is like the nuts, man. What are you talking about? The 20 big
Trip
blinds?
sevens on the turn for Tommy. Now going for the turn probe. Around 40% pot after flop checking through. Paul with that jack of diamonds, 2 overs, is going to stick around. Could also have the best hand.
Should be level 10.
So puts out a 4-liner. 8 or 3 is a straight. Pretty dynamic board.
So
Tommy's got to feel confident with trips, but it gets a little less exciting for him. Although,
Time banks? Time banks?
you know, he realizes he loses to full houses, he loses to straights, he loses to flushes, he has trips. Paul is under the gun though, so he's going to be weighted more towards, you know, he's not going to necessarily have a lot of these boats. I mean, I guess with his stack, could he open 4s, 5s, but does he have a flush? Would he play how this hand is played? Would he play a flush like this? And he is going to put out a meaty bet.
Think about it, I don't know.
And man, now all of a sudden your hand shrinks up a bit. You're not super enthralled with this, but
Yeah, Paul just realizing, you know, he's firstly at bottom of his range when it comes to hands that he gets to the river with, king high, jack of diamonds, and just putting a ton of pressure on, you know, the 6x that probe, the 5x that probe turn. You know, a lot of those hands that Tommy's going to have out of the big blind.
About time banks, yeah, I mean, I don't know, ask some pros.
Yeah, obviously running into the higher end of Tommy's range.
Yeah.
yeah. I like the bet though from Paul, and it looks pretty strong because this is a board that would favor a lot of big blind, you know, having some boats or 7s. So it's a strong bet. Just Tommy stuck around, and can't blame him. Check calling there seems like a logical line.
Yeah, but
before the end of the first level in any tournament. Obviously, you don't have a chance to do that. If you know that you will play that, there is a buffer of 1 level that you can skip. But you just tell me now if you're ready to go.
Oh, 偷雞唔見咗100幾萬。
Maybe talking about like 30K going on when
yeah, the point system, yeah.
You have a time, you have
1 level.
So you have like 35 minutes on this tournament or in another before you each take a seat.
Ah, sure.
But I need to know now if you want to.
唉，心跳啊，4、5、6、7、7啊，我出。
You have 35 minutes.
Sure, yeah.
3隻
Playing
雞
3K
住。
after this, that's the point, that's the
I
question.
don't, I'm not going to get blinded out,
唔
right?
似有8啦，唔應該投。
Yeah.
For the 2 points.
Yeah.
我大啊，咪可以嘛？
Adamo seems amused. He's like, yeah, of course I'm playing, mate. I haven't come all the way to Madrid to not play.
No, it's not taking
I don't
days
care
off.
about 2 points.
Yeah,
No limit events at least.
Yeah,
There is short
exactly.
deck. Maybe, I'm not sure if we've seen him in the short deck streets, but he's not missing
I wouldn't
no
play
limit
straight
events.
away after I bust.
He looks so amused. He's just like, yeah, of course I'm playing. Like, feel free to, you know, register me as long as I don't get blinded out. But Luca, just explaining for those that weren't here earlier on, there is obviously a leaderboard series, or leaderboard for the series, I should say. And a couple of players were concerned that they weren't going to get the same benefits as others for pre-regging, showing up early. Adamo says run it.
Good luck, Mr. Adamo.
How much?
850.
Mystery hand.
7 big blinds.
4.
And a quick fold. Back up to over $1 million.
Ooh, we don't get to see this one.
Damo. A little bit of breathing room. Still short a stack. Needs to find something in the next orbit or so, Jeff. Running out of time. Brief moment of silence from the players there, or just
gathering their thoughts, thinking about what could be.
Talking about running out of time though, Jeff.
Wow, that was on cue. Look at that, Henry. I got to give a shout out to the Jacob & Co., the official timekeeper of the Triton Poker Series. And if you haven't seen this, you got to look at it, Henry. You got to look at it. Look at this roulette watch. They have a roulette watch. I don't know if you like casino table games. I personally, that's my one game of guilty pleasure, the roulette watch. And look at that. I think they have it. Maybe that's the one on the left, but I see the picture here, and it is just, I mean, that's a strong brand for watches. Jacob & Co. Very cool to be the official timekeeper of Triton, and Triton has such a cool shot clock as well. So really, really nice watches and great brand. You know, and you have a great sponsors, great event. Jacob & Co., the official timekeeper of the Triton Poker Series.
Yeah, that roulette wheel, if you will, inside the watch is actually functioning.
Yeah.
That's ridiculous.
No, it's honestly a little much. It's so ridiculous how cool that is. And I didn't see the prices flash up. I know Jacob & Co. is it's a spicy brand. It's a nice brand. Yeah. It's one of the ones. Are you a watch guy?
I would like to say that I am, but I just still haven't found the watch for me, if you will, the brand for me.
I'm not like a watch connoisseur. I got a couple. I don't have a Jacob & Co. I don't actually know their exact range. I'm sure it's not. You know, this isn't. It's a step up. It's a nice watch.
Yeah.
So I'm gonna have to go check the prices. But I will say, you might see me with the roulette watch around, because that is fun.
I'm gonna make you a promise right now. If I ever win a Triton event, I will buy a Jacob & Co. watch.
I'm gonna match you on that.
Okay,
I'm in there too. But we should
joke's
probably
on
check.
me,
We should
right?
probably check how much those are exactly. But yes.
There we go.
Oh, if you win the main, you get one. I was wondering if it was for every event. The main,
Right.
That makes me think it is really expensive, because they're not handing them out for the side events, 500k euro for this, or 478,000 euros. So anyway, great watch, great brand. Shout out to Jacob & Co.
3 million.
Exactly, yeah. 3 million.
The great news about the roulette watch, though, just to add the final caveat to this sell, if you guys weren't convinced, is if you are out for dinner, instead of having to flip for the bill, right, getting the app out, getting the phone out, everyone has to put their finger on, roll the dice. It's like, no, boys, girls, pick a part of the table. If you're 6 of you, you just get 6 numbers each, and whoever's number it lands on pays for the bill. Or process of elimination, whatever you guys want to do.
Yeah,
that's how I'd use it.
Wow.
I know. That's what I'm here for.
All right.
Well, you guys know.
Over under. Are we putting that on Poly Market? When does Henry win his first Triton event? What year?
it's gonna take a while, mate. It's gonna take a while.
All right. We can.
It's Jack of Hearts. Strong hand.
I will say, every time I've been fortunate to do a fair amount of the Triton commentary now, and it does. Rast was in here talking about it. He's a little more apt to the high stakes. Plays a lot of the Poker Go stuff in Vegas, and it's kind of hard to. It just seems so fun, right? It's like, man, I want to flick it in. Obviously, big price point, big buy-ins, but we're gonna have to get in there at some point, Henry. We're gonna have to dip our toes. I have not played an event yet of Triton myself, and the PLO's on my radar this week. I don't know if I might have to call it in some guest subs. I would love to flick in that PLO one. That would be a lot of fun. Because it's not on the Triton stops. There's not a lot of PLO. The distribution, the pie chart, it's primarily no limit hold'em. We're gonna get to see the short deck, about the same split, and then they sample the PLOs. But what's your favorite game, Henry?
PLO.
It is, right?
Yeah. But I say that now. But prior to coming here, I had started to do a little bit of study, like MTT study.
Oh, for no limit hold'em.
I'm not even joking. I think I'm getting to that age now where I'm turning 28 this year, and I've had my fun, right? Traveling around, gambling up in the PLO streets. And I'm not saying there isn't a lot of variance in tournaments.
Yeah.
But I was just like, it would be cool to win a trophy. That's all. That's all I'm saying. Is I wouldn't mind being able to say, you know.
But there's PLO or no limit tournaments.
No limit. There's just
Why?
there's more. There's
More
just
meat on
more.
the bone. There's
yeah,
more
there's just
Adamo,
more
sneaky one through
availability.
there. Jack 10 off too. Yeah, no, I mean I get it. The mystery bounties, the antes
Yeah.
and PLO now. There's so much going on. I heard Neil Farrell
Fraudo,
saying we should
yeah.
put saying we should add a progressive mystery bounty. I mean, the formats are getting wild out there. It's getting fun.
Yeah.
So many innovations. The big blind ante was only years ago. This was brought onto the table. This is, I was there at the Rio at the World Series many years, and
The disputes.
it just like the 75 ante level, and
Yeah.
imagine, think about how ridiculous that is. For hours and hours, every player putting out. It just seems so far long ago that this was, but it shows you what's possible and that the game is still innovating. Look at these graphics. Look at how this works. I mean, it's fun. The shot clock program, different time lengths, ready to go. I know Kerry
We've come a
Katz
long
was
way.
fascinated with that at Cyprus and wanted to add that to his Poker Go Stop. So
Yeah.
the game can always, that's how I know we're living in the matrix, because we're always optimizing. That's the that's the definition of a matrix, if you're constantly moving forward. So
You're opening up a can
all
of
right,
worms
no,
there,
I'm not.
mate.
No,
Yeah.
let's focus here. Rob Young in the small blind goes and puts it on Adamo, 10-5 suited. Hey, Adamo folded the ace-3 suited before, so maybe Rob
Yeah.
a little bit of a license to
Trading.
go light.
Yeah, he put it in.
Look at that smile. I'm just telling you, there's guys that if you had a Mount Rushmore for who loves poker, I think a couple of these guys at this table would be there. Rob, Paul, Kerry Katz, throw in there, just guys that do a lot for poker, that love to play, and it's just they enjoy it. It's a great game.
Just catching up with the chat, Jeff. Needling us, as always, saying you have to enter a Triton event to win a Triton event. Hey, listen, you guys are not wrong. One day, maybe. Maybe far from now, who knows?
It's safer in here.
It is safer in here.
You know, so once in a while, when you get the sizings right, when you get the plays right, but when you see some of the world's best, and you're like, I don't know if I would have done that. You start that. Let me stay safe for here a little longer.
Out of danger's way. Currently 1,700 of you over on Twitch and 2,300 on YouTube. As always, share the love, click that like button, or make sure you are following us on Twitch. Subscribe to us on YouTube to get notifications of when we go live. Also be having content outside.
I mean, that's what
you
is
guys
it
expect.
asking a lot, Henry? You flew 26 hours to get here. People are, look at the production. You see the room as we walk through, the equipment, the things that go into this, guys. If anything you like, maybe it's a Damo shirt, maybe it's the production value, maybe it's the venue. Hit that like button and get involved. Just click it. You're there.
Yeah.
Take a second, if you like it, of course.
I'll tell you what, the like numbers have been flying up every time we mention it. So if we get to 300 likes, I'm gonna have to start doing some giveaways. I like doing giveaways whilst doing commentary. I think it's fun and incentivizes people to stick around. And I've been eyeing up some Triton merch. I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah. Are you gonna get permission for it, or are you just gonna start ripping
Just out
stuff
my own
up?
out
you're
my own
gonna-
pocket. Yeah.
Nice. All right. Listen, I know a thing or two about giveaways. I love giveaways.
I know, dude.
I have
Give away
a
some
little
meaty
bit
ones.
of I have a little bit of a giveaway issue. I really do enjoy it. It's something fun about it.
I think that's my problem as well, because instead of like going up the ranks and just like, hey, do you guys mind if we do a giveaway? I'm just like, you know what? I'll pay for it. It's whatever.
Yeah.
I just enjoy doing giveaways.
Yeah, for sure. Honestly, the only part about giveaways that are tough is the follow-up work, right? Because then there's like you gotta go back and forth, and
send a message and
back and and then you mailing stuff or figuring it out. But hey, it's all good. Abundance, Henry. That's what it's about.
Yeah, see, I didn't know that. I did that the hard way once and did a giveaway with 15 pieces of merchandise.
Yep.
It was Australia.
Oh yeah,
and Venezuela,
Thailand, this,
everywhere.
Russia. It's just it gets wild.
Full.
Yeah, so different inflection points here. The tournament, we're at a spot where, again, the ICM is critical. It's big. People are playing well, playing snug. I mean, I don't want to say snug, but first in, and we saw the ace-3 suited blind on blindfold. We're seeing a lot of spots where people are playing well, playing careful, and different times, different situations. And this is right now, things are jumbled. We didn't see the runaway train chip leader. We're seeing some stacks come together, and it is anyone's game, really. What do you prefer? Do you like to see the chip leader and people get put in the blender with having to make tough calls and folds, or do you like seeing sort of tight knit, where it's combobulated?
I think that the reason why I'm actually starting to dive into the MTT studies is because I want to put people in the blender.
Right. You want to be the Damo, having the stack to just rip it on people.
Yeah, I just want someone to defend their big blind. Yeah, there's only 5 bigs in the middle, and we're 100 effective. I'm just like, good luck.
Yeah.
See you at the river.
See you there.
Because I can overbet. Whereas in pot limit Omaha, clues in the name. I can only bet pot, and I'm sick and tired of it.
Yeah.
I want to start firing out the old 3x pot on the turn.
They've been having those Omaholics. Have you seen that on GG where you can go all in on the PLO, which is kind of sick in its own right.
I think I'm 0 for 12, 0 for 15, 0 for 20. The last 20 events that I played or something. Mm-hmm. Seem to keep bubbling.
Well, this is what is this? We see a raise from the hijack. King 9 off, definitely. Showing Rob is not afraid to mix it up and step out of, it's wide. It's wide. It's not unreasonable, but it's wide. And Soiza finds the ladies yet again. The ladies loving Soiza. Got him again. And what's he going to do here? Probably go for some rope, He's no reason to just shove. Want to put it up, check the temperature. So a small 3-bet out of position here, but it's not as critical at this stage of the tournament to go so big. It's just sort of really putting Rob in a check his temperature and give him some ropes, maybe to make an aggressive maneuver. But
I think he definitely could. Does let it go.
Good discipline.
Sometimes that thought treacles through your head.
Yeah.
Block ace king, block kings, just rifle it in.
Yeah. Timing's so important. Soiza just getting his stacks in order there. Chip up. Having himself a masterful final table thus far.
Just want to give a shout out to the boomer over on YouTube saying, Triton Poker, appreciate your generosity in streaming these events for the world to view for free. World-class competition in a world-class event. What else could a poker enthusiast ask for? Kudos. The boomer, thank you so much, man, and make sure that feedback is obviously passed on to the production team and whatnot, because we appreciate it. We really do. And yeah, I think you hit the nail on the head there, pal. For poker enthusiasts and lovers all around the world come together and watch some of the best battle it out in the high-stakes arena. Tommy Kim, by the way, Jeff, kind of almost out of nowhere, moving up the ranks, 4.5 million. Chip leader, I believe. And the 2 chip leaders that came in today, both Paul Pua and Adamo, kind of strapped now. Oh, go on, Wayne. Oh, do it.
Yeah,
make it 800K. Come on.
Ace 3 off, one of those hands, sort of late position raise. You're in the big blind. You think you might have the best hand. It's also not so fun to just call, right? And then you could hit by being aggressive, you can get some better aces to fold. You can take away such a high equity hand such as this. And
oh, is he doing it?
yeah, it's he's just reaching right for it. Looks like even a little more, maybe 9. That 9 and 8, you said 8, 9, yeah, 900. Wow. And Tommy though understands, I'm sure, the capability of Wayne. Also, just one of those, like, this isn't ace 8 off. This isn't king 10 off. This is 9-10 suited. Just looks so pretty and enticing, but all options available.
Yeah,
all options, and gives it up, and really well done from Hung Wayne, who I think, again, we're just going to keep singing his praises. Guy has just really played the part, and relatively unknown, I think, to most, at least in the tournament. world. I have not seen him. I'm not familiar with him playing on in a Triton event that I've seen at least. So, you know, maybe getting away with a little bit of stuff. But we can take a look on the amazing app Triton Poker Plus has. You guys can take a look, and we could actually let you know, and you could check out yourself and sweat some of the players here. So let's see exactly his
$0.
There you go.
Triton
Yeah, so
earnings.
that's what I say. I mean, look, I know my Triton stuff. I know I know who's around and what's
Yeah.
going on. I haven't seen him, but known to be a cash crusher. So
Yeah. I mean, it would be quite the kickstart to his Triton series career, if you will, to just start things off with a bang. First time in Madrid. And a few people at this table, by the way, Jeff, going for their first Triton series victory. But yeah, Weng Wei, as I alluded to earlier on, just his table presence has really impressed me thus far.
Any 2 from the small blind.
Not really any 2, but all in.
I love that.
Good speech.
Rob say any 2 from the small, and Weng Wei's like, not really any 2, but I'm all in, pal.
yeah, Rob just, you know, he understands the spot. He knows it's sort of difficult to call there without just having the right hand, and you just don't want to call Queen 4 off him in that spot for sure. So Rob kind of got it going, and now he's sort of had a little bit of a setback. Chip stack has gone south, but he's rocking the coin rivet again today. I wonder if it's the same shirt or a different one. Might be Lucky or not. It's a great company, great brand. Shirt looks nice too, but I'd imagine he's got a dozen of those. So
Yeah, sure.
you never know though. Some people do the Lucky underwear, Lucky same shirt.
I wouldn't be able to talk from experience, I'm afraid, man. But I know there are some people out there.
No, there's all kinds of stuff. I'm just saying.
Yeah.
He was rocking. Hey, listen, I don't know. You're at a final table. You make your first Triton cash, and you're
Yeah.
at the final. It's I wouldn't put it past someone to wear the same shirt again. I don't think that's frowned upon. But
I've had some beautiful stories of like lucky charms, if you will.
Yeah.
I think Phil Galfon's one. There's $1 bill. I think he first date with Farah Galfon was in his pocket. First bracelet that he won was in his pocket. Like all sorts of stuff.
oh yeah.
So loads of good luck charm stories out there.
And Rob Young is not on Adamo's Christmas card list right now. He has just been stuffing the small blind with some real hands, though. It hasn't been like he's not in there with the absolute garbage, but he is just taking that spot relentlessly. That's also lucky distribution too, right? When you're in spots where it's like a good spot to be in, and it's nice to get like a hand that you just don't have to be too enthralled with, too concerned about it. There it is, 9, 12, 17. Paul all of a sudden 17. Look at this, no one above 28 blinds.
That's
so
great.
it is tight. This is up for grabs.
Yeah, 478,000 euros for first, and could literally win this at the flip of a coin, given how tight the stacks are there. 108k locked up.
Yeah, 1.8 million prize pool, and again the 30k 7 max underway. Not sure the exact entrance, but we know over 40 so far, and plus these players being explained how it will work when they do get to enter. I like the point reward for players to come early. You know, they do some different incentives for players these days, because it wouldn't be that fun if everyone just waited till last second late reg, right? You want to get people in there. People want to play. People want to have fun.
Yeah.
But
yeah, just talking of that 30k 7-handed event number 2. Currently 40 players in the mix. Tom Vogelsang, chip leader. Patrick Antonius currently in second. Seth Davies in third. Nicky P in fourth. And Timothy Adams in fifth, rounding out the top 5 of that 30k event number 2, which, well, after we wrap things up here, be bringing you guys coverage from that event as well. "12 days of non-stop high-stakes poker action."
oh wow, Rob Young, 1.8 million going in the middle of the 10-9 off, and he has seen Hung Wayne be active, making plays, and look at that, Hung Wayne. You know, listen, 9-10 off, bit out of line, but against the ace king, you're still. It's not like you're toasted, but Adamo in the small blind with ace queen. I mean, this is intense spot. It's also asking a lot to fold sub 10 blinds, ace queen off. Don't see how you are. It's late position, 6-handed, ace queen off. I mean, Rob's up to no good here. The bad news is the ace king is. It's wow. I mean, this guy is my guy. He just doesn't make any missteps, and Hung Wayne gonna snap call. Rob steps out of line, but as we see, a 2-1. It's not like this is not a curtains. This isn't aces to ace king 8%. This is 9-10 live. Rob making a move, gets called. Big pot.
Yeah, the sick thing for Rob is if he doesn't make the move there, Adamo's hitting the
that?
jowl.
Yeah.
Obviously 5 cards to come, anything can happen.
Not in the menu.
Off menu.
But Adamo would have been drawing to just 3 outs. Wow.
That's shot.
And he had a queen. Adamo did.
Jack 6, 2 diamonds. Rob needing to find
Ooh.
a lady either on the turn or river.
No player. Oh, I'm sorry. There is a diamond. Ace king has a diamond. So look at that. He's down to 9%. 1 card to come. It is a diamond. Gonna seal it up. Nice run for Rob Young, and just a guy who is not afraid. I mean, you can see he is going for it there, and ultimately going to be knocked
You almost
out.
brought the pain to him with the ace king, you know. Fair fight.
Right into the 30K, I'm sure he goes. So great showing for Rob. Gets on the Triton. And Mob, going to wish he got more out of that, but still 6-figure score.
Yeah, made a move.
Yeah.
Didn't work out. 6th place.
6th place, 6 figures. On to the next, Rob Young. Through and through businessman, but a man who knows his way around the poker table. Plays some high-stakes cash games. He's got Rob's game coming up in Vegas again. That is definitely one of the more exciting, entertaining lineups if you're able to find a seat there. I know he was doing some advertising for that, and I'm sure his Twitter box is full of inquiries. So we'll keep an eye on Rob. Look at this international event. We got all kinds of different representation there. Local Spaniard in the mix final tabling. I saw him getting some buffet, and he got a little pep in his step. Feeling good. There's look at Garcia on the right of Rob. All smiles.
Yeah, always a big fan of Rob Young's table presence, I have to admit. Does make it entertaining. Also makes our job a lot easier as we just get to sit back and hit the mute button on the mic. See, keeps us all entertained. 6th place for Rob, and, well, gets the monkey off his back. First cash at a Triton poker series. And a pretty solid result, not going to lie. 5.5x on the 20K, considering he wasn't thinking of playing until, you know, he saw that hand on Twitter.
Is it?
Make sure you're following Triton Poker over on Instagram, Facebook, and Twitter to get not only updates on when we go live, but some more exclusive behind-the-scenes kind of stuff. Rob was just tweeting about how he's going to late reg the 20K and fast forward 24 hours, 6th for 108. GG's in the chat. See some of you guys saying that Adamo would have made the nuts there, the ace-queen. I believe you're not wrong. He had the ace of diamonds in his hand.
Yeah, so huge butterfly effect. If Rob just stays the course and doesn't step fairly far out of line, Adamo's going to get coolered with double, get lucky, and, you know, it's a way different look for the table. There would still be 6 left. Adamo would be in much better position.
Wasn't this tournament 30-minute levels anyway? Never
30 minutes, but once we get before, we take 5 minutes off. We played the lowest we played 25 minutes.
Yeah, sorry, chat. Someone saying Adamo would have tripled, not doubled. Yeah, again. Chat is on it today. I like it. Make sure you continue to stay on it over the next 12 days, because given the amount of caffeine that we're intaking, hands may be shaking towards day number 8. The head may be a bit fuzzy. 274 likes on the YouTube video. 2,300 of you watching over there, plus 1,740 on Twitch. Love that. If you haven't already, hit that follow and like button for a free cookie. I'll give you guys James Dempsey's email address to inquire about the cookies. Oh wait, Grinder, appreciate the love, my man. Jeff Gross and myself, Henry Kilbane, in the booth calling the action for you guys. Kicking things off here in what I can only say so far has been a pleasantly sunny Madrid.
Yeah, and Real Madrid in the final coming up here, UEFA Champions League.
You didn't open that can of worms.
Little buzz in the air
Wow.
here. I'm not. Listen, I'm just speaking. I'm not trying to. Why do you? Is it? Did you have a? Were you a fan of one of the ones they got in their way? Are you? Who's your main team?
Liverpool.
Okay, so you're in that. You're in there. You're both in there.
We watching.
I'm not. I'm just throwing facts out. This isn't a call out.
No, I'm
it's exciting.
No,
That's
I'm
great.
joking. I don't support any team. I'm just I'm a big fan of just good football in general. I don't know if that's just too diplomatic of me, but I truly mean that. Like I've had a team when I was younger.
Yeah,
I don't anymore.
Yeah.
If good football's being played, you know, I just enjoy watching the game, and
yeah,
I think that's because I'm from England and we just never win anything.
Well,
so I was just like, okay, I kind of give up. I don't want to go through the same pain as my dad did for 50 years.
I was at that European final at in the PKs at Wembley just now. That was pretty exciting. That's pretty tough how that ended, but it's only 50 years of that. That's you guys. I mean,
1966.
Close.
Wow. And every 2 years, my dad says, "This is it." And I'm just like, you know what? That's not going to be me. I'm not going to lie to my kids and tell them that we're going to win a title eventually. So
Hey,
I just enjoy good football.
Very often,
for sure.
one pre-flop, it's 20 seconds for me anyway.
Can't all be, French, Brazilians winning everything. Poker as well. Now the Brazilians are just taking over.
Oh man,
Very tough.
Out there. Tournament poker's too fun. It really is. I gotta say, I miss coming up. Are you gonna be out there? Yeah, I don't think I'm this much, but I'm
traveling.
Yeah. Triton announcement. Can you get him and tell me when that is? Is that on the days and stuff?
Honestly, I'm the exact same. I always going to be going back to golf for Thailand, so that's going to be training.
The laws, is that radar?
Unfortunately, as far as I'm aware, it's not. If it does become a thing, like, I hope the team hit me up, I'll make
going on, sure. Tens in each player's hand, although the 10-8 from Wayne is going to improve, and Paul does have a diamond later, 3-9. And Paul on the dealer button, gonna go ahead, put some pressure here. And if you're Wayne, it off flush pair with the backdoor straight and flush. Well, I'm sorry, backdoor straight draw.
Anyway, I'm not going to go anywhere.
Pretty big dog here.
2 out there. And a potential.
I mean, look at Wayne's stack, 7. I mean, he really.
Yeah, no, he's absolutely flying, loving life right now. I was about to say overcard flop. It's going to have, Queen, Queen, Ace.
I mean, if you're talking about bluff candidate, 2 overs run off. He has the 10. It's not so spectacular if you thought you had the turn, but not interesting decisions for both players. Played from Wayne, and Paul maybe on the turn had a chance to bet. I'm not sure it would have worked, so either way.
It's the
Shuffle. Okay, raise is okay now.
race 4.
Raise call.
Yeah, I'll tell you what, Jeff.
Raise call.
Look
But
at
shuffle, so
those
actually,
chips
sorry,
in front of this young man here who you could argue
I didn't know the
has not
150 already. I thought
put
150.
a foot wrong.
Oh, yes,
Yeah,
So
he even showed that 3-bet early. We saw the King X. We didn't get to see the other card. Must have been King 10, King Jack suited, but Soiza had the queens, and you know he's not just pedaling by any means. He's in there. He's mixing it up, and he been so active. And as we said, one of the benefits of being active is you get action. So he got robbed a misstep, and he had the goods that hand.
Yes, that's very true. Yeah, cutoff versus bottom.
And small blind, big blind, 7 to 1 million. And actually, Adamo's been getting a pretty unlucky shake here on he's just not getting dealt in the big blind. He's going to give up here. Hung Wayne did have the best hand, Queen 7 off, although, you know, he's just playing his stack in position versus the big blind, small blind range, and realizes also that Adamo's not going to want to be calling off super wide.
A few people asking about the free rolls that we'll be hosting on GG Poker. And as always, passwords, chat are going to be provided 20 minutes before the start of each. So hold your horses. Promise you that all will be taken care of. Let us know, by the way, any runs occurring over on GG Poker. It's, what was it, Saturday today? Any big scores? Let us know. Would love to hear how you guys are getting on. It's one of my favorite things, Jeff, is having a live poker stream up on the side whilst grinding. I'm sure many of you know exactly what I'm talking about.
All right, Paul, Queen Jack suited. Upstairs, all of it. Gets it through.
Yeah, it's a shocking turn of events. But first and second coming into this final table now. The bottom of the leaderboard.
Still in though, you know, that's the thing. That's why it's so valuable to have chips deep and be in position, because even starting 1 and 2, they're not sitting pretty, but there's still 5 left, right? They made it to the final 5, they're still in. And that's part of the fact. When they take some hits to be in, have a chance to rebound back. So not out, but definitely not as we anticipated this final table going. That seems to happen too often, doesn't it? People for their first time, their first tournament, their first event and stuff, they just win. I mean, we saw this happen in Cyprus a couple times. We've seen this happen before. It just seems so hard to come in for like your first cash, your first score, and just be a W. But we're seeing that possibility kind of play out here.
Yeah.
Pick. A little easier when he's got the chips now.
I was about to say,
but we have.
Till we get down to 5.
Well, he didn't play now. I didn't know. I didn't get to see it. He wasn't on yesterday at the feature. I mean, he's kind of just gotten the dark horse through. And Adamo, season open from Soiza, and the ace-5 off with no real fold equity. He is going to give it up. And Paul with a very playable hand in the big blind, King 8 suited. Considering the options here, Soiza
300, is it?
Yeah, versus a min. Never going anywhere. Shorter we get, the wider we want to defend. Get to realize a lot more. 825k out there.
Yeah, huge pot for both players. More so for Paul being half stacked. That's always has remaining. Let's see. Something. There's a. I was gonna say. Looks like.
Oh boy.
The 8 of spades was sure to be an action, but can't think this much action. I mean, this is about as much you get. 2 and a nut. Top pair. Second. Big spot for the table.
Yeah, Paul most likely going to run it. Especially versus 300k. SPR going to the turn would be less than 1. And there are a ton of hands that Michael c-bet folds. We get to win the pot right here, right now. That's a huge win. Getting a bit of protection from overcards. Wouldn't fault him for ripping it in with the top pair.
Yeah.
Some ICM pressure as well, given the fact that Adamo is on 825k.
All in.
Does announce himself.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, I'm not, don't have a made hand, but I got a strong hand.
Okay, okay. Wow.
Paul thought he might have got, snapped off by 9s plus or whatever, but it's a fair fight.
It is a fair fight.
15 outs.
Yeah, 15 pure outs, 2 cards to come. Important turn card.
Yeah, look at the equities here, Jeff.
And then
My
River is
favorite with the 2 overs, a flush draw. 56%.
Turn so important. There are some dead turns, but also Paul, he can fade 1 and be the big favorite. So let's see what we get on the turn. Oh, GG. The turn, 0%. That is not a sweat. The deuce would have been much more exciting of a turn. Would have left it a favorite for Paul, but as it was not meant to be. One of your chip leaders is out, but again, extending. He's got the most cashes. He's got a ridiculous record at Triton, and just absolutely can guarantee you'll see him in the next events this week and playing the short deck stuff too. A student of the game. I remember in London, one of the first times I got to talk to Paul, he had just busted a tournament. I think he cashed, and he was literally in the buffet eating his meal with that iPad up on the stand, watching the coverage, taking notes. I mean, he is an absolute legend and an absolute student of the game. Nothing else to say.
Yeah,
Guy's constantly improving.
Even kind of joking to that fact that he is a student of the game in that spot earlier on with the ace-3, saying, I don't recall going over this spot with my coach. But look, as you said, Jeff, another cash for Paul. Going out in 5th for 138k, but more importantly, extending his record on the Triton series with now 17 cashes. So putting himself 3 ahead of Jason Kuhn. Jason in second there with 14 cashes and 3 titles. But I'm going to say it now. Paul Pur to win a trophy this series, man.
Triton in Madrid, you feel it. You want to bet it?
Yeah. What do you want, dude?
I can't bet against this man, but it's a good line because he hasn't won one before, but he has so many cashes. So I think it's a fair line.
It's gonna fire everything. It's gonna fire everything, and I think his first title coming in a short deck.
Okay.
I'm just gonna.
Maybe the PLO. Maybe it's the PLO.
Who knows? I'm just calling my shot.
All right. I like betting on the man. In general, I don't like to bet against people. I think people are.
Yeah, no, 100%.
In general, that's a good rule, but.
The only person I like betting against is me. If someone wants to bet me on something. I've made a few silly ones in my life. Like swimming the English Channel.
Oh yeah? How'd that?
No, I'm joking. No, not quite that crazy, but.
There are people who've done that, right?
Yeah.
What, or even across the Atlantic, have they done that? Is that done?
Across the Atlantic?
Swimming or rowing? I think rowing, there's been some rowers.
Yeah, I know there's been rowers. I don't think anyone's ever swum it though, mate. I don't know if that's even possible. It depends. Like if you're allowed to
Yeah, take
breaks, like
yeah.
when people run across America.
Yeah.
Walk across America.
Look at Adamo just quietly sort of short stack, showing us his different gear today. He's had to find a way into the short stack play, and he is going to go all in with ace-9 in the cutoff. And I know everyone's eagerly awaiting to see a departure of him who's at the table. And look at this. We don't know what he has, but Tommy looks very interested. This could be big. This could be kings. This could be something that he's just can't believe that's happening. He's going to take his time. Let's see. What's he got? That's the king's face, I think. But it also could be a close spot. Nope, not folding kings. I think it just felt like he got him, but no, it's not there. Well, queen jack. All right, queen jack off. It was a close decision, not a bladed hand. Oh, and
650.
Wayne has a chance for a knockout. It is suited, but
good luck, chaps.
Yeah.
Yep.
Adamo finds it in a very nice spot. Definitely a hand he likes to see, dominating that 9, the king 9 suited versus ace 9 off. But as you see, 2-1. Look, you start playing roulette. You start pushing it and moving it in. And when you're short, this is part of the problem. Is in a tournament, if you're short and at risk, you can be ahead, but you're going to lose 30% of the time. You're going to be out. That's a high number.
6 blinds effective.
And
Wayne's saying run it.
Pretty clean start for Adamo. There's no club sweat possible. The 9 normally might be good, right? A random 2 hands here, king 9 suited. The 9 comes in. Now it's 6.7%. 3 outs, 1 to come. Can Adamo do his thing and fade? Paint for the scare, but it is not a king. And look at that. 2.1, just like that. Just like that. They named a series after that, the show. Do you know that? Just like that. Have you seen that?
Just like that? No,
it's a new Sex in the City. Yeah, anyway, that's what they say. Just like that. Just like that, things happen. My wife watches it.
Yeah. Oh, the wife watches.
Yeah.
Right. Okay.
I don't watch TV, actually. You can't even try to ping me on that. I don't.
But you know the names of the show, though.
I just thought it was a great name, just like that. How often do you say that?
No, I'm joking.
It happens, you know?
Let's see. Just like that.
Yeah.
172,000 locked up for these 4 players.
Podium and reach. Next player out will be guaranteed top 3 at Jacob & Co. There's a look at the current structure we were talking. No Jacob & Co. watch given for this event as to the winner for the main event and the short deck main event.
Yeah.
That is going to be awarded.
And just like that, Jeff,
Yes.
blinds going up to 100,000, 200,000.
I bet you're going to say that a little more now. You're going to find yourself saying it. But yes, that is right. The blinds are up.
1925.
4-handed.
Including the big blind, yeah.
Big. I love that hat. That's such like a tourist hat, like Las Vegas. It's got the sticker on it still.
Yeah. That's like how to disguise yourself as being a crusher,
yeah,
you know.
Exactly. He is for sure that.
He knows exactly what he's doing. He's like, listen, I'm just going to dress up how I feel the tourists in Vegas would dress up, try and disguise myself.
Oh, and this is going to be shove call. I mean, this is 8 blinds for Adamo, right?
Yeah, this is going in.
We're going to see 5 again.
Good luck, boys. Just having a glance over. And yeah, no mucking about. It's going to have the best hand a lot of the time. It's going to have Wayne dominated. And
King Queen looks powerful here, doesn't it? Just seems like even the 7s though. So slight. I mean, this is a huge swing. If Adamo were to win here, he'd have about 4 million, and Wayne would have about 4 million, and everything's very tight. If it goes the other way, pay jump 8 million for Wayne. So, what do you guys think? 54.46. Let's see a flop.
Hello.
Mr. Adamo gets the start he needs. Jumps into a huge favorite.
Unfazed, by the way. Not even.
Doesn't even look interested.
Not even a smirk. So hey, there's still 2 cards to come. He's played this game a few times, Jeff.
Yeah, he knows.
All business. And just like that, 1 card away from back-to-back doubles.
Can do it. Some guys can do it. That looks like a guy that can do it. And he is 4.1. Just literally 900 to 4 million in 2 hands.
Yeah.
folds ace-3 suited blind on blind versus Rob. Fine, there were some other spots that were close too, and just passes. And these guys are thinking, man, why can't we get this guy? How do we not remove him? This is supposed to be not so easy for people to come from sub 10 blinds.
Now we really have a game on our hands.
Yeah.
25.
Why never come training? Why never come training? Coaching just now.
Yeah.
So there is a bit of internet in and out happening. I want you guys to know that. So if you're watching, you see a bit of disconnectivity. It's not you at home. It's not your server. It's not your local internet provider. There are some issues being dealt with at the moment. So we apologize if you are experiencing any of that, but it is being worked on, and I'll do our best to keep the coverage clean and crisp. Yeah, stack size is going to be evened up here. Everyone, of course, who doesn't want to have pay jumps, but also when you have a chance to remove a Damo from the mix is always nice, but things are a lot tighter now. 6-7 suited, not the time to be playing the suited connectors. Hong Wayne taking a look, trying to understand exact stack size to see what's happening, maybe take a quick look at the pay jump stuff. But 4 left, meaty payouts. He's on the puck and he's got Broadway, so it's going to be coming in for some sort of play.
Yeah, it has quite a few options available to him. Can limp button, min, because I don't think jamming at 20 makes much sense, but it's really tight down there at the bottom, Jeff. Wayne 4.8, Tommy 4.2, Adamo 4.1.
Yeah, 100, 200.
Everyone guaranteed 172,000 euros in change.
Yeah, wide open. Title up for grabs. Can you check? Can we get a price check on that Jacob and Co's? I'm curious, Henry. You got your laptop handy. Where do you think we start? What's the neighborhood? What zip code are we in there?
For the lowest price watch?
I mean, just sort of like a range, maybe medians,
range,
low, high. Just give me something.
All right. I mean, my birthday is coming up.
Be prepared.
17th of November, you know.
All right.
It's only 6 months away.
Luck is when preparation meets opportunity.
Listen.
You may as well note what you're shooting at.
There we go. You're not wrong.
4.3.
All right, I'm just going to pick a random one, yeah? Let's go Gotham City. Okay.
Are we in? I mean, if you're telling me it's a Triton buy-in or a watch, you know, I think we got to go.
I'm thinking 6 figs.
Oh, yeah? We're in that. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. So, I mean, I know it's expensive. I know the Rolex, the Hublot, like kind of what I know the ranges. I was not as familiar with the Jacob & Co. That makes sense. It's a little bit upstairs.
Definitely. I mean, a lot of their pieces, less than 100 made. This Gotham City black DLC titanium, only 36 made, and no price on their site, which leads me to believe that we're upstairs.
Yeah,
we're in the upstairs territory.
I'll tell you what, when you go to a nice restaurant and you see MP on there, you know, the market price, and you're like, all right, like, you don't want to ask, right? When you go in shopping and that's where it gets dicey.
100%.
All right.
You know, when you go to like a restaurant and there's just no symbol on the actual price. That's when you know you start scrolling through the wines.
Yeah, that's where they get you too. Because if you're out and you're feeling it, you can't. You just kind of roll. They get you once you're at that. Once you inquire, you're already kind of sunk. Interesting. Fair enough. Exclusive watch, exclusive series. They go together nicely. This is the Triton event number 1, 2022 Triton Super High Roller Series in Madrid from the Gran Via Casino. 4 of 90 left. That is deep. That is about as deep as it gets. Pay jumps are critical. Titles are critical. It's hard to get back here. You know, you just don't know. Like, sure, there's more events, but are you gonna get? Or are you gonna get another top 3, top 4 chance to win? It's few and far between. And here we go. Now everything kind of working. The Damo's getting shoved on. It's not so fun when the bunny's got the gun, and he has got officially over 4 mil again. Had a little bit of a down tick.
Wow. You got me going down the rabbit hole.
Are you in the Jacob & Co. section?
Yeah. Most expensive timepiece in the world belongs to Jacob & Co.
See, that's something I should know. I didn't know.
Yeah.
What is that coming in at?
The billionaire watch coming in at over 18 million USD. And now that I'm down the rabbit hole, I'm fairly sure I've heard like Drake rap about Jacob & Co.
Yeah, no, and it's a marquee brand. I just didn't know if it was, you know, there's still, once you get up in that neighborhood, it's a wide range of silly and ridiculous, but
I got about 3 lying around somewhere. Just
yeah, got to catch up on the prices. Though, maybe that's good.
Got to find them. Yeah. All right.
Let me ask you this: $15 to $20 million art piece or watch? What would you rather have right now?
Knowing like just how irresponsible I am, the reason I don't actually have a watch is because the most expensive thing I ever bought was a watch and I lost it.
Right. Oh, so you're on probation still till you're 30.
Yeah, it was about a year and a half ago.
Yeah, you should definitely. That's what happened.
My girlfriend saw a photo booth at a bowling alley, and I don't know why. I was just like, oh, okay, I'm just going to leave my jacket, and I took my watch off because every time she sees a photo booth, we have to take pictures.
Right, that's like an hour out of your day.
And I'm assuming someone just walked by, and they're like, hey, this watch looks nice, and
that's tough.
They earned themselves a, nice little payday.
All right, players take a moment here in between hands. I mean, this is, start checking out the ICM, the stuff, the payouts. Make sure you're not making any critical sort of blunders, just thinking it through, understand what's going on. I asked you about the painting because I saw the other day, New York Times article, Bill Perkins just scooped a $15 million painting at auction for Sugar Factory. Very famous piece.
I saw he was there, yeah.
Yeah, so he got in a bidding war with the guy.
Yeah.
Went nuts, and it drove up. And the estimated price, like going into auction, guess how much for that painting?
So Bill paid 50.
Yeah.
I'm gonna say between 5 and 7 mil.
So they estimated at 200,000.
No.
Yeah, and then he said he thinks he got it for a steal. He said he would have paid basically. And he said he's waited for that piece to come on auction for 40 years or something. That he's wanted that, and it came available in.
For how long?
40 years. He's known that piece.
So he knows.
He was ready. He flew in to get it, like the whole deal.
Yeah,
the article, really well written New York Times article on that, and very interesting. But basically saying he thinks it's like one of the most, it's a significant piece in history of art, and probably worth way more. But just for him personally, it's something you want to get. But very cool article and a piece. I think you may have seen it if you take a look at the art. The piece, it's cool. So.
Are they ever out by that much though? If they valued it at 200K?
I mean, I don't know. I know. So the other people there were bidding, and I don't remember. I don't know how. I'm not in art. I don't know exactly, but yeah, it was just funny because it literally was like it was 72x what estimated, and Bill was like, I got to steal.
Yeah, that's crazy.
And he probably did.
Do you know what? We need to get Bill down to one of these Triton series. I'm telling you that much. That will happen. I can tell you that's going to happen for sure. 100%.
Yeah.
We need to get him in the commentary booth.
Yep.
We need to do an interview of him.
Yep.
We need to get him on the tables.
He played the Triton Million. He's done it. I mean,
I know. I'm just saying now post COVID.
Yeah.
Now that we're back, we're live. We have the events the way I can imagine him and Lara would love Madrid, right?
Yeah, she can play as well.
That's just a place to just come and play some high stakes and go for good food or whatever it is that they enjoy getting on with in their downtime.
Yeah.
Someone else said, "Well, you took your watch off for a photo booth and left it outside the booth." Yeah, I was holding like some stuff, jacket, and I took my watch off for a reason. But this is a you know, keeping it friendly in here. Okay, chat. Down to 4. Event number 1, Triton Series Madrid, and a premium for Tommy, 17 bigs. Definitely wants to induce.
Yeah, very nice hands to see off the stack size. Ace King welcoming, especially four-handed.
Oh, Wayne with a hand that could get him in trouble from the small. Could see him taking this upstairs, making it around 1 mil. See a lot of these suited kings, king 5, king 4, king 3, get turned into bluffs pre-flop, decides to just bow out.
Yeah, so Jack 3 suited, covering his opponent. 4 left. Let's go for the call. Pretty live hand. And not too much going on here, just phenomenal flop for the Ace King. King 10-4 rainbow. No real decision for Adamo. It's gonna probably be 250 bet-ish in that range, and just goes to 300, and that's that.
Yeah, a few people asking, you know, what's happened to the action? They're playing for hundreds of thousands of euros, boys and girls. They're not just going to start rifling it in with any two and just be like, lol, I'm all in, just for entertainment value. These guys are thinking through every decision, really tightly knit. It's not like there's an immediate short stack and a runaway chip leader. Yet to see someone limp the button, by the way. Obviously 6-3 going straight into the muck, but
Yeah, look at this. So small blind, big blind, we haven't really seen much today. It's seen more just shoves, but start getting in a limp small blind situation. Also, players you see get creative here, raising, and is this just an all-in? I mean, this is just savagery. Like, this is honestly, I guess, what, we're talking 20 blinds, so 19 blinds. I mean, hey, go for it. It says good luck if you want to call off Jack 4 suited.
yeah, welcome to the world of Michael Adamo.
What do you think he calls with there in that spot, in this situation, 20 blinds? Like, what's your kind of thought on what you think that player particularly would call? Because, I mean, the book, it's tough, right?
Oh, that's what I'm looking at now, yeah.
It's not so easy just to call with ace-10 off or ace-9, you know? You start getting into some tricky spots with, like, solid holdings.
Just jammed, what was it, Jack 3 suited?
Jack 4 hearts, yeah.
Yeah, Jack 7's limping and jamming. 50-50. Why not? You know, take it a few pips wider when there's that additional money jump pressure.
And we see a min raise now, ace-6 off. Gonna get the fold and small blind, and Soiza with a welcoming sight of 2 10s. This is surely going upstairs. Just depends if it's all of it, some of it.
All in.
Yeah, I don't think we want to be inducing a hand like 9s, 10s, jacks, queens, kings, potentially start mixing in some flats, aces, obviously, okay, trapping aces. Just looking at the pay jumps, 172, 219, 332, 478. Puts it in pre.
All right, still four-handed. Stack's getting very tight. Everyone's got some chips. Really has consolidated. Can basically eyes on the trophy now. It's getting there, getting in reach, starting to be realistic. Hong Wayne decides to check his option.
Yeah, it seems fine from both so far.
Just illustrating how hard it is to make a pair here. Heads up, no one has a pair or even a draw. A couple of available backdoor draws, but no one immediately loving the flop.
Sizer with the stab for 200, the best hand. Maybe not folded yet, but does eventually let it go. Sizer up to just shy of 30 bigs now, four-handed.
Hold shy.
Talking of betting earlier on, Jeff, if I had to pick someone, I'd bet on Sizer. I think, based on what we've seen so far today, he's the man that can get it done.
Yeah, and look at this. M88 Mansion, the most competitive sportsbook selection, the largest collection of casino games, and more. Your #1 gaming destination in Asia. Also, the official sponsor of Triton Madrid and La Liga. So if you're looking for some sports action, you mentioned, betting. You have a team, maybe
Champions League final.
There's opportunities, and there's an official sponsor of Triton giving you the option to do that. So shout out to M88 there.
Madrid versus Liverpool.
Yeah. Yeah, it's pretty crazy, their record in Champions League and just in general, the quality and caliber of team. It's got to be fun to be in a city that you have the best football team in the world constantly, consistently being in there. It's got to be cool.
You're a pretty big fan, right? You travel around. And you've been to some events.
Yeah.
Some matches.
I love the game for sure. Do enjoy it. Like you said though, I just like seeing high quality games. I like Rome. I've got some affliction, some ties and enjoyment of them, but I just like seeing good high quality games.
For those of you just joining us, where on earth have you been? 2,400 of you keeping us company over on YouTube, and just shy of 1,900 on Twitch. Appreciate you guys keeping us company. Jeff Gross and Henry Kilbane calling the action. Event number 1, 20k euro 8-handed buy-in at the Triton Poker Series in Madrid. If you haven't already, go ahead and hit that subscribe button, hit the follow button, hit the like button. Help us reach larger audiences, bring the game to more people around the world for free. You know, no big deal. Just world-class production being brought direct to your tablets, phones, TVs, however you're consuming this. Appreciate you guys.
Yeah, this is one of those things where I think at this point the players get to know each other fairly well. They may have been familiar with each other or not, but you know, this has been 2 days now, coming down the final stretch. At least today, they played with each other for hours, gotten to see some hands, gotten to get a feel for what each other are capable of, and kind of their overall game plan. So, of course, it comes down to some luck, and you know, percentages have to hold. You get there, you win a flip, but ultimately, it's for the taking. Who wants to put a little extra pedal to the floor, willingness to go for it, maybe get fourth instead of first, but maybe you have that better opportunity to get first. So very interesting to see how these players construct their game plan with information they have up to this point. 10-7 off is got a little extra action going there. 9 would make a straight. Wayne's still in the lead with the ace, does check back. 6 is a pretty big brick overall. Doesn't change anything for Tommy Kim. He still has 10 high, he still has that gut shot. He is in the big blind though, and when his opponent checks back, it's kind of problematic because you start wondering, well, why is he checking? You know, maybe he would take a shot with like a weak ace. Maybe he just has some showdown value, but Tommy says, you know what, I am going to take a stand here, make a lead. And I have the blocker to 9-10 for the nuts, so a nice bet, nice takedown. Tommy Kim, well-executed pot, picks it up. He's got that lucky Las Vegas hat with the sticker on, like we said. It's amazing. That's the
image building.
Yeah, but definitely a sharp player. All players, everyone here is a high-caliber player, no doubt.
Just see Rob Young and Triton Poker over on Twitter, showing that clip of Rob giving up every time bank without using them. Really entertaining person to watch at any table, final table or not.
Yeah, really almost too close to call. I mean, you could pick your favorite, pick who you think, but this is wide open. This is super tight, stack wise. It's consolidated, and yeah, it's just wide open. Is that an all in? And
First cut, very, very good. The best one. Copy pasta, copy.
Copy paste, does he say?
What a beamer.
That's awesome.
So he's obviously peaked the old ace ball.
Just now, the pre-flop. Yeah. Copy pasta failed. Damn it.
Born memer. Yeah, interesting to note, Jeff, as we've really gotten down to the business end of this final table, if you will, how earlier on there seemed to be, you know, a lot more banter, a lot more table talk. There was a lot going on, and you know, now it's just all business from these four.
Yeah, dealer button here, 2 7s. Nice hand to see. It's a strong hand, but it's also, you know, understanding the situation that it could end up playing a big one, and could be flipping, could be even a tough spot. But with these 2 holdings, that is just going to be a raise takedown, so no blood there. Tommy Kim chipping on up. Yeah, it's, reality setting in. Money's great. It's fun. You guaranteed some nice money, but the title, it's always a lot sweeter. Tournaments are kind of crazy, right? You play tournaments, and how many times do you actually get to win? It's so rare that wins are few and far between. So even when you get second or third or fourth, yeah, it's like even like, oh, I won money, but no, you didn't actually win the tournament. So when you have the opportunity to seize it, to take it, to win it, it can few and far between. A lot of great players competing.
Yeah, I think the funnest part about that back in the day for me would be trying to explain it to my mum. You know, so but you didn't come first, but you won money.
Sorry? You have 5 million?
Yes, yes,
For
mum did.
just under
Yeah.
4.8.
Yeah.
But why didn't you win? Well, you know,
Yeah.
these things happen. I'm sure these guys are long past having that issue to explain to friends and family. Button versus Big Blind. Swing and a miss for both players. So is it best of it ace high.
Yeah, this is again illustrating. Hold'em, pairs, hard to make. Very different game than PLO. And there's 4 cards and gonna just hit boards and draws here. A lot of times you just stone cold whiff, and so is it gonna decide to bet his strong ace high, 2 overs, and you know Adamo could get creative on other flops with the no backdoor flush draw available, and just a weak queen high decides not his time to stake claim to the pot.
Yeah, that small bet there from Sawyer is just folding out exactly those hands, right? The auto folds of the world, but still hands that have 6 outs wants to get a little bit of protection by folding out that equity then and there. Every hand now.
On you, yeah?
Yeah, I'm checking
So
the
important. I mean, even that button open and big blind defend worth 1.3.
I think you gotta put it on the side. You're not supposed to put your phone on the table.
This is for 12.
You know, this is gonna spoil everybody, you know. Because normally you check the stack manually, right? Now you're gonna keep looking at the phone every time, you know. It's like fucking make you lazy, you know.
It is quite accurate.
It's fucking accurate. It's really accurate.
I play every hand.
Yeah, instant.
The guy's just basically saying that this new app by Triton is going to make all the players lazy, rather than scanning around the table and see how many bigs everyone has. And no, you just go to the app. It's super accurate.
Yeah, it's pretty sweet. Yeah, it's sometimes the most exciting times are the most serious. You know, this is where the most money's at stake. Everyone kind of, you know, everyone's friendly and has fun, but focused. And we saw Soiza earlier tell Rob, "Hey, Rob, I'm in a pot. I have a decision. Like, let me, you know, I love chatting. It's good for the game. It is fun, but I want to focus and think." And this is what's happening right now. We're seeing the most critical portion of the game where the most money is available to be won or lost. And I mean, yesterday, Henry, I don't know if you saw this, but unfortunately, it was one of the, I don't want to call it amateur, one of the first-time Triton players, and I'm going to, forgive me about his name, but he didn't see a raise under the gun, or early position, button shove, and he had ace-8 suited. He called the 200,000 shove. He had about 400,000 chips, and then the first player then went all in because he had the option, right? Because he didn't see that, and then he decided to call his last 200. You can't blame him because he's calling 200 to win, like, you know, over $1 million.
Yeah,
he has
he's still
suited,
going to have 25%
and,
equity.
You know, he was against kings and ace king, or I believe, or something like that, and just in bad shape, and he ended up being eliminated. And he was pretty close to money, maybe 5-6 off, so not on the bubble, but still tricky. He would have been able to get away from it, and that was unfortunate. But it's good to be focused and take your time. That could happen to anyone, and you know, not saying he just didn't see it. It's that simple, but there's a difference between taking your time and tanking. It's fine to take your time and be aware and think, have a little think, especially playing for big money, big decisions. But I hope that gentleman gets to play again and, you know, isn't too bothered. But that definitely was unfortunate.
Yeah, expensive lesson to say the least, but one that he will most likely never forget. And
Yeah.
good learning curve. I understand that, you know, sometimes it can get awkward, seat 1 against seat 9 or whatever. Just not paying attention. We've all been there. We've all misclicked, even in live comps. Soiza completing from the small with bottom of range. And see if Wayne... I assume Ace King O probably wants the induce. I'm not sure with ICM. They'll just go for it, okay. I don't even know if we're supposed to have like a 3x raising range off of, what was it? It was off of 12? I'd be curious actually. Let's have a look. Big blind versus limp off of 12. Yeah, Ace King O just goes in and then Ace King suited induces. I say induces, like, makes it like 3x, but we're also doing that with like Jack 7-0, Queen 4-0, 10-3-0, certain frequency.
Yeah, balance is big. You're gonna have to, can't just only have the blades. Here we see small blind, big blinds. Hung Wayne does cover, but this is, looks like gonna go for the limp. And Adamo thinking about if it's all in. What's he got? 250, yeah, right. No, nothing else here. 250 big blind. 250 is a lot. Out there, just shoves, takes it down. We saw the ace-3 suited. What do you think about that Rob Young fold?
Earlier on.
Or I'm sorry, the ace-6 suited versus ace-3 suited. That was a critical time, and he made it. I mean, he was behind, but I think it was less about being behind or not, just realizing that
100%.
he wasn't going to be that ahead and didn't want to put a stack at risk. And there was also that really short.
For chips, it's a slam dunk, right? Like, yeah, you're exactly right. It's a slam dunk for chips in terms of chip EV. For, I believe it was 12. You know, Rob's going to be jamming King 9 suited, King 10-0, maybe even as wide as like Queen 8, Queen 9 suited. But yeah, as you mentioned, you know, there were obviously ICM implications, just surviving and potentially getting a pay jump through
Told you, bro.
someone else busting, and that's exactly what happened.
Put on the table.
The opportunity to double presented itself eventually. Adamo finds himself here, you know, 4 left and batting out for the win. It'd be quite the tale as well to come in with the chip lead that he did, to go down to, I believe, 6 of 6 at one point, to then turn it back around and close this out. It'd be boring if it was always plain sailing, right, as the chip leader.
Yeah. Yeah, we still haven't got that sort of big stack separation. This is really tight, though. This is about as tight as you're going to see a four-handed event at this stage. I mean, usually someone's got some separation, or there's some really short stack, but we don't have that here.
Great question being asked in the chat, saying, how is the pot 625 with the blinds at 125k, 250k, the 125k ante? I'm not sure how you figured that out, but it's a 250k ante. So it's a big blind ante. But I understand the confusion, and thanks for asking. That's what we're here for. I got confused myself.
Yeah, great dealers. You know, you don't have to talk about the dealers. That's when they're doing great. We haven't seen mistakes. It's very quick, very good job letting people know where the action is, and you know, just another touch, just another thing to complement the series on. They get the best dealers, bring them in from around the world, and just a phenomenally run event we're seeing already here on the early stages of a 2-week stint in Madrid, Gran Via Casino, 2022 Triton Super High Roller Series in Madrid. 4 of 90 remain, 56 uniques, 90 total entries. Ooh, 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 ooh. Adamo raises, doesn't just shove. Is gonna meet a real hand here. Ace King. No messing about. All in. Small blind, big blind, nothing to play with, and Adamo does not have a hand to call off with. This will be a fold. Tommy Kim flirting with 6 million. It's a lot of stacks, you know. You start with 200. It's, you see how much chips in play, and you start talking about big stacks, and someone is ready to burst out. You know, it might take a knockout, might take a couple, a little bit of a heater, but right now still jockeying for position, jockeying for who's going to get the lion's share of this money. There's Richard Young looking on with intent interest. Probably in that 30K himself, just wandering about, taking a break.
Average stack 18 bigs, 18 million plate. Yeah, more and more expensive now. The button passes each orbit. Really annoying spot for Soys. I wouldn't hate seeing the introduction of a limp here.
All in.
I'll just go for the jugular. Says run it for 20.
Fold, fold, no decisions. No decisions, so haven't really seen a super difficult decision confrontation at this point, but again, we're getting that kind of shove, fold, limp jam. There's just, it's not as much going to be post flop, maybe some raise, defend big blind.
Yeah, all it's going to take is a spot exactly like that, you know, 20 big jam with the queen jack and the big blind to wake up with 7s or ace 10 suited, and then, you know, we're down to the final 3. It's
Yeah, Damo with a pretty strong hold in here. He's in the small blind. Gonna kick it up.
2.5x or 2.4x to be more precise.
Yeah, Tommy with the about as bad a hand as you can have. 10-5 off. Just gives it up. Adds to a stack. Adamo, who said roller coaster ride, chip leader to the penthouse, outhouse. The penthouse had a little bit of elevator play.
One of those days.
Looking at a man there who first Triton cash, could be a Triton win, 4-handed. Available Wayne with the worst hand in No Limit Hold'em, 7 deuce offsuit. And Adamo will be entering ace-9 suited, so looking at the other stacks, it's got a variety. Just, again, checking on that Triton app, making sure knows the stack sizes and what's happening. There's 4 players left. He has exactly, sorry, it's up to 250K, so less than 20 blinds. He's gonna raise 2 million all in, and again, no No customers, no one with any real close decision there.
Yeah, I'm just checking now, 'cause if I'm not mistaken, all of them going for their first title, I believe.
Soiza may have won one.
That's the
I think
yeah,
he
oh,
did.
sorry, he does. Yeah,
Yeah.
he has one title, 6 cashes, 3.6 million in Triton earnings. And,
It's an elusive club when you start getting into the 2 title, 3. I think Kuhn might be 3 with one other person. I don't know if anyone's won 4.
don't believe so.
Yeah.
And interestingly, Sawyer's first win came in his first event as well. It's the 500k Hong Kong $6 max back in Jeju 2019. So looking to join that 2 titles club.
So I'm saying it's hard. It's 3 years ago. I mean, granted, COVID took out a couple year and a half or so too of stuff. So
Took out a good 2 years, didn't it?
yeah.
Yeah, the 3 champ club. Wei Kin Yong, 3 titles. Nikita Badziakowski, 3 titles. Jason Kuhn, 3 titles.
Yeah, Wyken Young actually in the Triton Million during that time in London, he won the, I believe the short deck or the No Limit Hold'em main event, and then he was runner-up to Bonomo in the other main event. So in the No Limit and the short deck, both like 100+ entries, huge purses. He went first, and then he was heads up twice. Well, when he was heads up with Bonomo, he was all in, best hand to win, I think 2 times. Lost and then lost to get second. So he was, a river card away or 1 hand away from the double main event title, which is like, I mean, that's pretty insane. 100+ person field in the biggest one of the week. Like, so very impressive. That's Richard's son, Wyken Young. And he beat Paul Poole heads up in the 100K No Limit. So it was, and then the short deck, which is probably his stronger game, plays a lot of that. He was, he had it kind of. I remember watching it. That was like my real introductory to short deck, and I was just like, wow, these guys are sick. Like, there were so many good folds and good plays. Yeah, it's a really fun game to watch. If you're not familiar with short deck, that will be going on this week. You can look at the schedule and see. There will be a handful of those as well. There will be a PLO, 25K. And then the main event, of course. How do you like? Do you like the escalator style, or do you like kind of bouncing around? Like the World Series, they have like 100K and then 5Ks and 1Ks, then a 50K. Like it bounces all over. Where here it's sort of an order of buy-in size. What do you prefer?
I think the thing I really like about it is it allows players to kind of prepare in advance. The way they have it structured with the short deck events later on in the series. If you're not a No Limit Hold'em player, Triton guys are just like, hey, why waste 3 days of like flying out early or whatever? And I really appreciate that. It just goes to show how they keep the players in mind. They value their time and whatnot.
Yeah. Yeah, it's also sort of like the martingale stuff too, right? If you lose early a few stuff, and then you can have a chance to really get back. It's sort of tough if you come in with the 100K and then go and play the 20s or 30s. But it's also a function of the time. So like 12 days, whereas the World Series it's like 45 days. So you can't just like do everything in the same. Have everything go in order.
Over 4,000 of you keeping myself and Jeff Croce company across the board. Appreciate you guys being here for the better part of 4.5 hours so far today. We will be crowning a champion, and then later on we'll be jumping into the coverage of event number 2, €30,000 buy-in 7 max, which is already up and running. And whilst we've got you here, don't forget to hit that like and subscribe button.
I didn't have a good hand, but I beat that hand for sure.
It helps us.
I beat that hand for sure.
Allows us to bring you guys more and more free poker content.
Yeah, it's been a four-handed battle for a bit. We have seen, I think, what was it? Adamo went for the bang-bang. He went 900 to 4 pretty quickly, was all in, and he actually on the ace-queen would have doubled against ace-king, but
Yeah,
folded
when
because
we're
Rob
six.
made the aggressive move. He would have tripled up.
Yeah.
He had called it, but he made a good fold that ended up, he would have just got there.
That was maybe one of the
Oh.
highlight hands of the tournament.
And this is interesting because Adamo makes it 2 million. It's essentially he's essentially risking all in.
He's effectively jamming, but allowing himself the option to fold if all three players behind him go in, and then he just gets to click fold.
Tell me about that, because I've wondering a bit about the logic on that. Look, let's say that happens, but why not make it 1.4 or 1.5? Why 2 instead of like half his stack? I mean, because at the same difference really. If someone bets, if you bet 14 or 12 or 15 blinds and someone goes all in, no, it's effectively the same. So wouldn't it make sense in your mind to bet less then, or does it not really matter?
I know exactly what you mean. Yeah, 100%. Instead of making it 10 blinds, whatever, make it 7. Like, you're still announcing that you're going with it. I think it's pretty random. I don't think there's any
rhyme or reason
particular amount that goes into it. It's just like half your stack or whatever. Just letting everyone know that you're all in unless there's some sort of a car crash behind. Bottom line is you're going to have a massive chip deficit regardless, right? You're going to be handcuffed just in case the unimaginable does happen.
But that's why I just wonder. It would seem like it would make more sense, like 8 or 9, like or a half. Like, that's something. Maybe we can add that into the ace-5 diamonds hand. And wow, we've been saying it could take a pile up. It could take some premiums because these boys are playing so well. And here is just that queens to ace-king. But Adamo does have Wayne covered. All in, snap call, and I mean Adamo a bit unlucky in this situation. When you get small blind, big blind, you get queens, you can see a wide array of hands. Not necessarily a real flip, but Adamo will still be in if he loses, and if he doesn't lose, we will lose a player, and that would be Wayne. So just like that, Wayne's played so well, but here he is at risk and behind. Rast doesn't call this a coin flip because you see the percentages. He thinks this is a advantage, which is not wrong. I mean, it is a favorite, queens, but ultimately a classic coin flip. And hello, everyone's got something, and that is not good news for Wayne, who is down to needing some runner. Even the diamonds are covered on the back door, so he's going to need the Jack 10 or King Ace or King 6. So let's see if we get a sweat, and it is not going to be that. So great game from Hung Wayne, who really played phenomenal, and first cash, first score.
Good debut.
Good debut is an understatement right there. What a showing. As a look, let's see how that's going to shift the chip thing. And what do you know? Adamo, not the conventional path, not one that we're used to, but part of the benefit of being a chip leader, Henry, is you can take some adversity on the chin. He did just that. Saw him make some big folds. Just maneuvers his way through to the final 3. Maybe the chip leader now we're going to get to see right there. Sure enough, 23, 21, and 15 blinds. So not quite the chip leader, but let's call that a draw at first and second. And Tommy Kim not far behind with 15 blinds. Anyone can take it. The payouts, top 3, real money locked up, playing for a lot of euro. The trophy, everyone wants it. I mean, so many hands, so many situations. This has been quite a final table so far. Henry, what are you thinking? What is on your mind with what we've seen in this event? I mean, look, we're getting some of the highlights. Look at this. Some of the hands, some of the plays, some of the moves, some of the exits. Oh, GG, curtain, someone looking over there. But yeah. I gotta say, Henry, this has been a special day. What are your takeaways thus far as we look at this 3-handed matchup coming up?
Well, 3-handed matchup, you have to just say that Adamo's made it difficult for himself, but he's here. He has chips, 21 big blinds.
coming into three-handed play. I just want to give a massive shout out to Wang Wei because I honestly think for his debut, put on an absolute blinder of a final table performance. And look, as I said, it's his debut, and we have plenty of time to see what he's capable of over the next 12 days.
Yeah, I got to say, this has been a treat. I mean, we've seen some first-timers, we've seen some of the best in the world, and we just got to see a masterful four-handed display, but we're down to 3. We are going to have ourselves a Triton champion here in Madrid for the first time. And again, the 30K 7 Max underway, 40-plus entries. We got to get to a winner first. We'll take you that after. We'll see you after the break.
Awesome stuff, man.
Come on, babe. I'm a GG guy. Double scoop.
We double up on everything. Come play now on GG Poker.
Welcome back, the Triton Series Madrid. This is event number 1, the 20K Nolan Hold'em 8-handed. Big prizes up for grabs, Henry. How you feeling, man? This is 3-handed. We're playing for the real deal, the trophy. First ever Triton Madrid. What are your thoughts?
Yeah, it's exactly that. We're down to the real fun stage of the tournament now. 219K locked up. three players that, you know, have played incredible poker at this final table. They've all made some great laydowns. They've all made some great calls and battling out for the better part of 500,000 euros. Let's go, Jeff.
Yeah, it's exciting. I mean, I got to say, this has been one of those final tables. You look at the lineup, you see the perfect mix. It's not all known regs. It's not all amateurs. It's just got the perfect blend. And here we are with three great players playing for it all. And someone's going to get the trophy. Someone's going to be getting a nice score as well. We're going to see the leaderboards here. We're going to go take a look at the final three remaining. This is as good as it gets. And, you know, it was a little bit forehanded, kind of some blows, trading back and forth. But now it's really time. Put the pressure on. You know, let's see who's going to really lay the hammer. And this is what I think is the most fascinating about poker tournaments. You saw Rob Young, 9-10 off, rip it in. We see other players make some more conservative folds and just not want to go at put their chips at risk. So who's really going to separate themselves, go for a chance to win this title? And it's not much between them, 23, 21, 15. I mean, it's wide open. It's up for grabs.
It's anyone's game, like you said. Even Tommy doubling through either chip leader Michael Soiser or second in chips Michael Adamo, you know, all of a sudden he's chip leader and whoever he doubles through is 1 foot out the door. So a lot to play for here. 113,000 euro pay jump between third and second. And when you're playing, you know, almost sub 20 big blind poker, that's a pricey flip right there, my friend.
We're getting right into action here with a ace-6 suited and threes, calling off with 2s, 3s, 4s. These type of hands, not fun, but you do realize you probably have the best of it, and maybe in a dream scenario, your opponent does have ace-2 or ace-3 suited, right? Or ace-2, ace-3. So there is that possibility, although you realize the likelihood is you're exactly this. Essentially a coin flip, calling off for your life. They're going to roll the dice here. We're going to get right into it.
You could see, didn't want to call, doesn't like it, but he just understands the spot, like you said. You know, when you've got the threes, you're going to be up against this, 2 overs. You're going to be flipping, but you're still going to have the best hand. And
yeah, Damo loves this, right? This is like a spot where it could be just heads up. A lot of money on the line. The thing is, though, if it happens, he's going to be behind in the heads-up match. But again, it's always nice to ladder, and at some point when you're heads up, you got to get heads up to win the tournament generally.
That's how it works, from what I've heard.
Yeah.
Not talking from experience.
Ooh. Sweaty. Picks up a 10 for outs, but loses the flop. So now just a turn and river, and you see the threes are in the lead, 60-40 about.
Well, pair the board dealer. Just make it too many outs. Deuce of spades.
Super brick. Tommy Kim is now a 77% favorite. No chops available. Going to be a ace-6 or 10, or else Tommy Kim will get a big double, and it is the hard way, the innocuous 6. Not the way you were looking to go. I mean, it's just, he could have ace-9, ace-8, ace-7. No, it's ace-6, 6 on the river, and Tommy Kim, what a score, what a performance, third place. Gonna head out, and right, you know what I like to say, just like that, we are heads up.
Just like that, Jeff.
There it is. One hand, we're just back from the break, we're getting settled in. People are deciding to have a tea, a coffee, a shot of espresso. How long might this go? But hey, if you did have an espresso, if you did kick it into gear, guess what? The 30,000 7 max also after this. So you get a final table. You get to see Adamo and Soiser, 2 of the world's elite, square off for the trophy. And I mean, this is just 478 up top. It's big. The payouts are big now.
Yeah, as you mentioned earlier on, you know, 90 runner, 20K, almost 25 buy-ins up top. And GG's Tommy Kim, I'm sure, you know, that 220,000 things will soften the blow a little bit.
Yes, it will. Well, guys, we are going to take a very short break as I get the, I don't know, is it the trophy brought out, the money on the table, whatever it is, there's 5 minutes of a break for the players to acclimate themselves, get set up, and we're going to get into a very intense, high-level pros here. I mean, so many, all these guys we could talk about, great players, but these are 2 of the best in the world. They've been doing it for a long time. Tell me a little about Heads Up and what you think you're going to see here. Are we going to see some limps on this stack size? Are we going to see pure aggression? Tell me what you're expecting to see heads up.
I think with these two, it's going to be pretty thick and fast, not going to lie. Both not going to shy away from taking the correct rejam spots, and both of them aren't going to shy away from taking the correct calling spots. Soiza coming into this FT 4 of 9 and straight out the gate kind of put on a clinic of a performance when it came to just bluffing and picking up pots in the right spots very early doors. And Adamo, completely different story. Came in as chip leader, went down to 6 of 6, 5 of 5, really had to fight his way back into this, and does ultimately find himself heads up looking for his first Triton Series title. Soiza looking to join the 2 trophy club, I believe, if I'm not mistaken. Already has one under his belt, first event he ever played. So really looking forward to this. Adamo's style against Soiza's style, I don't really have much to comment on other than the fact that they both are very good at poker, and I'm not surprised to see them here heads up.
And heads up is such a pure form of poker. There's
No,
no interlopers. There's no, oh, this guy raised, this guy woke up. It's just pure form. You're playing against mano y mano. Of course there's variance. Of course there's going to be some luck. But ultimately, sometimes you just don't know your opponent how much heads up work they put in. You know, it's like the most money is up for grabs in heads up, right? This is where you just don't get there a lot. There's not a lot of times where you're heads up in a tournament because it's just so few and far between. But who do you think would be your prediction as more experience at playing heads up?
That's a really good point, actually, that you make. And I think if we had to look over the resumes of both of these players over the last 12 to 18 months, I don't think I'd be doing Soiza any disservice by saying that Adamo has had more experience on the live felt in playing in these heads-up spots, because, you know, he's just been on an absolute tear for the better part of the last 18 months. And that experience is going to help in this situation. Soiza, you know, COVID and whatnot, has been away from the live arena, but he does find himself back here, and he has closed out some big events in the past. So I don't want to do him any discredit and say that he hasn't got heads-up experience on his belt, because he does. But if I had to pick someone, I would say that Adamo, especially given the last 12 months run he's been on, has got a lot of experience.
Yeah, well, listen, there are betting markets. We've mentioned some of the sponsors. There are in any game, right? Real Madrid versus Liverpool. There is a favorite. It might be, it's close. It could be 60-40. You know, you throw in the handicap home field advantage. You throw in a bit of a chip advantage. So a big blow there with Soiza securing the knockout. He does get those valuable chips. So I believe he does have the chip lead. I don't know how much it matters though. So, you know, the lines at home, you guys can choose, put it in the chat. You know, YouTube, Twitch, we appreciate you guys. I know you guys are having fun and we're enjoying this as well. Let us know who you think's going to win. This is really close to call, but the first ever Triton Madrid champion is going to be crowned. And Adamo, on his impressive resume, Soiza's got the title. Adamo does not. I know he's been eyeing that up. He's got a pretty impressive trophy case, but the Triton trophy's got a little extra pep in their step. Let's see who's gonna get it done. I personally, I think it's too close to call. I'm impressed with both. And Adamo, man, the Dominator, he's really just been the talk of the poker world for the last couple of years.
Yeah, he has. I like the diplomatic approach as well, Jeff. You know, playing it safe. But look, I have to ask you the same question. You have to pick one. You can't go for the draw. Who's going to close this out? Home field advantage, Soiza coming in with the chip lead, or the 12 months experience over the last, you know, for Adamo?
All right, I'm gonna go with Soiza. I'll take the chips. There's not a lot of chips in play. It's gonna be fast and furious. I gotta go for him. And Adamo's he's got so many accolades. There's still another 12 days here. He's gonna have a chance to get his Triton trophy. I'm looking for Soiza. I just really liked how he's played today. And Adamo, to go from first to last to first, that's a bit absurd. So I just think I'm gonna go with Soiza. What about you?
It'd be quite the story, right? Like we were saying at the start of this event, we're like, Adamo's just going to run away with this. This is going to be a quick final table. We're 5 hours in. They're finally heads up. We thought this was going to be over in 3. We thought it was going to be the Adamo show, and it just wasn't the case. Does find himself heads up, and 146,000 euro difference between going out in second and winning, obviously taking home the trophy as well. So a lot of money to play for. Obviously the glory, the trophy, the accolades that all come with winning a Triton Series event, and what a way to kick things off here, Jeff, in Madrid.
Yeah, I'm going to want to talk to Adamo about the ace-5 suited and check on a few of these hands, but we are going to take a look at the official chip counts here in a moment. I know that there is not much between them. We're going to get those graphics for you up in a few seconds, and we're also going to then resume play, and we want to remind you one more time that the 30K 7 max is going to be on. We'll have Ali Najad, Brian Rask giving you guys that coverage. And in terms of picking a winner, you know, put in the chat, stake your claim, see if you're dialed into what's happening. I know I made my choice, you made yours, and we're going to take a look here and get you into the action very, very soon. There it is. The look at the two remaining competitors, 11-6, so actually a pretty significant difference, 38-21 blinds, almost 2-1, not quite, but yeah, I got to go Soiza. I just think, you know, that's a big difference. Of course, heads up, anything can happen. One double, and he's a big favorite, but I think Soiza's going to find a way to close this one out.
Yeah, we saw it earlier on. Sometimes you get the double-double. Dama's done it once, going to need to do it again. 11.4 plays 6.3. Blinds 150,000, 300,000 with 300,000 big blind ante.
Yeah, again, so I'm gonna ask you this, Henry. I'm pretty sure we've talked about it, and you know, but it's again heads up, not a very thing you see a lot played. What is? Do you know the dead middling hand and hold 'em? And if your heads up 1v1, what's the actual? If you get dealt the starter, you know what's called a computer hand.
Queen 7.
Yeah, Queen 7 off. So that's the cutoff. If you're dealt heads up, that's where you can say if you get Queen 8, you're kind of like, all right, I'm ahead of the likely distribution, and if you get a little worse, that's worse. So just at home, a little reference point.
All right.
Yeah, you know your stuff. You just spit it right up.
I wish I knew my stuff.
You do. I see. You just got it spot on.
Someone in the chat saying Jeff's blazer is fresh AF. Have to agree.
I actually, you know what? I got this a long time ago as a gift from Antonio Sfandiari. He bought it, and then it didn't fit him.
No way.
And this was like 10 years ago, and he let me keep it. So
wow.
Yeah, what a guy! Got to give him a shout out. So this is from 2012, but it's
10 years.
Yeah. Yep.
Same build.
Yeah. I mean, I'm
keeping in shape. Right?
Trying to.
That's
got
it.
the dad bod going
Love
a little
that.
bit here, a little bit.
All right.
You're 28, right?
27.
All right, so
Excuse you.
Yeah, you got no excuses. You gotta keep it high and tight. Hit the gym every day, Henry.
Oh, I'm in the gym every day. Like Jason Kuhn said to me, it's like, hey, listen, if you want to get some workouts together, I wanted to start doing some running with Jason.
Yeah.
He's more of a sprinter.
Yep.
Not jogging as much.
That
but
sounds fun. Run around Madrid, kind of.
I'm out there every morning. I'm here in the office 11 a.m. But before that, I'm after breakfast. Wait for an hour and a half, 2 hours. Go for a run. Try and get anywhere between 3 and 6K in, without burning myself out too much.
There you go. Look at that Triton trophy is there on the table.
There it is.
Getting
Have to
a
get
little
the crane in.
Yep. They pushed it right there, right in front of that Jacob & Co logo, and we see Adamo with the 10 deuce off, picking up hands. I can tell you what, you cannot be too patient and heads up. If you're waiting for ace 10 plus, you got to recheck those charts. Can't be too selective and heads up. Just one of those things where you got to play hands. There's nowhere to hide. Literally, you're in every hand. Small blind, big blind. You can see the button. Small blind there. Big blind out of position. So small blind first to act there on the button.
Oh wow. Okay. We are 23 effective. All right.
And this is way better than Queen 7 off for both players. This is real holdings. And we see a limp, so interesting. Soiza, 2-4's probably the best hand, heads up, and not a hand that plays particularly well post-flop, so probably going to put some real heat here. I mean, he does cover and goes for all of it, and Adamo with the decides it's good enough. So calls it quickly. Gave Soiza a little scare, probably how fast that was called. Like that could have been the trap, big pair, but it is a flip, and we got a potential title. There he is, Soiza with a small advantage to hoist the trophy.
I guess, right? Like,
say what?
I think it's like 3/4 of the chips, maybe.
Yeah, 3/4.
Yeah, this is for a lot of it.
7 point something.
See a flop. This is big. This could be a new champion. Well, could be a safe for Soiza, looking for his second title. Adamo going for his first Triton.
Yeah, some potential backdoors for Adamo, but going to need help from the deck. 2 cards to come.
Sweaty or not? We going to get sweaty? Oh,
that's
semi-sweaty.
Got some outs.
Yeah.
Cool as a cucumber, though. Peels the 7, doesn't flinch. See the river card. No, not going to do it. Soiza, a flip for the title. I mean, let's just talk about, first of all, how emotional that is, because Soiza, you know, this guy, he wears on his sleeve. You can tell he's a student of the game. He loves it. He's a true professional. You know, comes on time. He's very respects his opponents, very humble. But like when you have a card, a flop, 2 cards away for winning the title, doesn't matter what. Like it's hurt. If it does, you don't get it, it hurts. I mean, it's not over, but to taste it, right? You just like one flip, the equities after that flop even move more in his favor, and now the reality, the uphill battle against a very talented player to now be significantly outchipped is it's tough to rebound and get back into it.
Yeah, I mean, especially given the performance that Soiza has put on today, you know, where, as you mentioned, like wears his heart on his sleeve and has really put on a clinic today. Put on everything that he could give in terms of aggression and just terms of poker knowledge. He's displayed it to the world. And for it to come down to a flip and you're on the losing end of said flip, certainly leave a sour taste in your mouth. Look at that, 50 plays 10.
Yeah, 5-1 lead all of a sudden in uphill battle. I know a lot of Damo fans, a lot of Soiza fans, so 5-1, not over, but it's nice when you have the chip lead though, right? You lose a flip, you're still in, it's not over. If you were to double now, it'd be 20-3-2 only. So, listen, seen crazier comebacks than this. Soiza, no matter what happens, going to be very pleased with his play. And Adamo, you know, when you win so many titles, so many championships, I'm sure there's different rides, but this, I don't know if he's done this one often, going from chip leader to second, or I'm sorry, to bottom to back. So almost complete that wild ride, but not yet. And look, it's been a long final table, Henry, but I'm up for some more poker. I don't mind seeing, wouldn't mind seeing a battle double and make it tight. 2:90 left.
Yeah, almost live for 5 hours. Came up to the 5-hour mark. Got to give credit to these guys for, firstly, not only coming to compete, you know, at a high level for 12 days straight, but 5 hours.
2,650.
As you mentioned earlier on, poker, brain sport, the fatigue can kick in. Lack of concentration can lead to a single mistake that can cost you literally tens, if not hundreds of thousands of euros. And these guys proving why it takes a lot to stay at the top of the food chain in the poker world. How about sitting in those comfortable secret lab chairs, eh? Just to take off some of the pressure.
Yeah, nice chairs. And a nice hand for Soiza. And Adamo with 5-4 off in the big blind. I'm sorry, in the small blind, thinking his options does limp. You're just getting such a good price, right? You just almost don't ever want to fold with that big blind ante. So there's going to be a lot of weak limps. And Soiza here with this super premium off of the stack. I mean, really, anything heads up, and Adamo will just limp fold. So he's going to limp his air, he's going to limp his traps, and then he's going to jam some probably mild, modest hands that are just, he doesn't want to limp off. I don't think he's limping 100%. I mean, he's limping probably his full top range and bottom, and then his sort of middling, not so like, you know, threes or something, he's probably just going to rip. Twos, I mean, he's not going to trap with all his range. Is that what you expect to play, this sort of distribution?
Yeah, I don't think it's going to have many raises. Soiza playing 8 bigs. It's going to be jam or limp.
Yeah.
And obviously, as you alluded to, the limping part of his range doesn't necessarily imply weakness. It's going to be balanced. Talking about that 30K you mentioned earlier on break, 54 players currently in the mix over there, the 30,000 euro 7-handed no limit event number 2. Tom Vogelsang still chip leader out in first, followed by Danny Tang, would you believe, jumped from this final table straight into the 30K, second in chips.
Yeah.
Third, Patrick Antonius. Fourth, Sirzat Hiso, and in fifth, Morten Klein. I mean, these guys, who wants it more, eh? From the final table straight into event number 2.
Yeah. Vogelsang won, I believe, in Cyprus, an event, and You mentioned Antonius after his, 5 buy-ins yesterday. He came in, he was in the gym, he was ready to rock, and he's here to play poker this series. So, Mr. Antonius, definitely a household name in the poker world. Good to see him back firing tournaments. He does a mixture of cash games and tournaments, and always fun to watch. So yeah, we're in for a treat in terms of players during the series, and it looks like the list is only going to grow throughout the event with some new people coming and showing up. And as we mentioned, the buy-ins just get bigger and bigger, escalator style here at the Triton Madrid at the Gran Via Casino.
So is it checking his option? 9-6 deuce, 2 spades. So that 8 of spades plus the flopped gut shot.
All right, see it. Check, check. And Soiza picks up some spade equity as that gut shot head.
Interesting spot.
Yeah.
Soiza could elect to probe for 1 big. Obviously aware that Adamo can still have some ace-x in his range. He's going to have some higher spades in his range. Maybe probing doesn't achieve enough.
And 10-8. The thing is, though, it's kind of it's interesting. Like, yeah, the turn probe might have been. It's the story now as told. Like, if he had, he has the 7-8 block or whatever, but wouldn't he bet that probably at some point? So really, he's just sort of waving the flag here, and Adamo realizes that Jack High can be good, and as played, I don't know if he's going to try to make him fold. Maybe I guess he could try to get like a queen high to fold or something. I just don't know if he thinks he has showdown value here or not as played. And it looks like he is going to go for a bet. Interesting.
Bluffing with the best of it, Jeff.
Yep.
All guilty of doing that in the past.
It's interesting. One thing I have noticed during Adamo coverage in the last day or so is he really finds some creative situations to bluff rivers. Like, a lot of times you hear, you want to be bluffing with equity, or it's easier to bluff turn, bluff river, follow through, but he really seems to pick up on situations on the river where someone's ranges or where they're at and then just go for it. We saw with Rob Young even on that Jack 4 of Hearts defend, where he on the river, he had King 6, I think it was. He had nothing by the river, but he just didn't go for the turned equity bet there, and he just ripped it on the river. So finding different times to bluff, and a little bit, I think, different style than a lot of players. So if you're going to take notes at home, Adamo definitely someone you should be paying attention to, although his style is so unique and his bet sizings and overall game plan, it's not so easy to just incorporate a little part of it and use it effectively, so be careful.
Wow, all in and a call.
And 10-5 suited, ace-4 off, slight advantage to Adamo, although, again, we say if somehow Soiza can find the best hand by the end of these 5 cards, it will tighten up a bit, 2-1, roughly. It would be 10 million to 5 million.
Yeah, Soiza 43% equity.
Looks at the dealer intently. Let's see if we can get a sweat, any type of interesting run out here. Spade is something, but not really. A little letdown after that deuce of spade in the window. Could have been more going on there for Soiza.
Soiza asking for the 9 of spades, and I was like, no, 6 of spades.
Let's see, can we get a interesting turn card? Anyone's available for the win, and there is the pretty interesting sweaty turn. 6 comes out, does put Soiza open-ended, although a 4 is in Adamo's hand, so one less 4 in the deck. He's going to need a 10, a 9, a 5, or
5 no good.
Oh, I'm sorry, can't win. Yeah, so
picks up the 9s.
Yeah,
basically.
that's why it's only 3-1. You're right. Oh, Soiza finds it. So this is twice now. We have had the all-in player double up. So, new game. Not over yet. And what a treat to have this heads-up match and then just get to go right into the 30K midway through the day. So back-to-back-to-back action going to be basically, you can just count on that daily here that you are going to get final tables into another event midway through, which is pretty insane to go from final table into play down to final table and sweet events. And I mean, yeah. I know we're rotating. You'll see Brian Rast, Ali Najad throughout the week as well. And I got to say, I will be peeking in. I will be checking in on coverage. What do you go with? Do you go YouTube? Do you go Twitch? Do you mix it?
I prefer to just go Twitch because I can still use my phone, and it will minimize the video.
Okay.
Whereas on YouTube, if you browse out of the app, that's it. It's GG's. Whereas with Twitch, at least I can get like a small window in the corner of my phone and reply to a message or check social media, whatever it is that I'm doing.
Yeah.
Now we've got a heads-up match on our hands. 15 effective. Adamo continuing to play a close to limp-only strategy on the button. And for those of you that aren't fans of heads-up poker, don't worry. Going to be jumping straight into the 30K 7 max once players concluded here. Rickson, did they make a deal? Do not believe so, my friend.
Yeah, I don't think so either, but you know, there are discussions. The art of the deal is a real thing in poker. There are some opportunities, and some players do, some players don't. Some tournaments also facilitate deals, some don't.
I don't think Adamo deals, as far as I'm aware.
That seems likely, but
I'm not sure. Yeah, 146,000 euro difference.
You know, it's funny because it's like some people in PLO, there's a lot of run it once or run it twice, but some people really just always deal, always don't, always run it once, always run it twice, and then you have some that kind of, you know, it can be situational, right? It's like you're ahead or behind. Yep. If you get offered it and you take it, or if you are in a tournament, obviously there's going to be different situations in a heads up or three-way or four-way in a tournament. It might be four really strong known players, or it could be you versus an amateur. So where do you stand on running it once and twice and also deals and tournaments? What's your stance, or do you have, you're new into the tournament world, so maybe you don't have a concrete feeling on that?
In cash games, I will always let my opponent decide. So yeah, I'm not like an exclusive run it once or run it twice type of person. There are occasions where I will just run it once against someone, but very rarely.
Right.
And in tournaments, I think it's very table dependent. It would make sense for me to make deals against a lot of people, and it would make sense for me to not make deals against a lot of people. So it would really depend. I think once you get to this level, you've kind of figured out that you're really good at poker, and you've decided whether you're a deal type of player or not.
I mean, it doesn't, you know, the interest, part of that though is not even the ability of the player, it's just sort of the risk tolerance too, as well, and of course the size. You know, you're talking, if you're on GG and 150 buy-in and it's a 500,000 a first, and you're four-handed, and you're in for 150, and you're locking up like an extra 100K. It's like, you know, also more likely the field will be inclined to be dealing. If you're Michael Adamo and 20K is a cup of coffee for you, and it's like the 100K payout is not such a big difference, you know, and you just want to have that experience and just that kind of killer instinct mentality. And again, Soiz is no slouch himself. He is also played. He's won a Triton title. He's won some major events. He plays the highest stakes, the highest limits. I'm also, you know, sure he's very happy to play in that deal as well. And but if you recognize game, and you say, hey, it's probably not much in between us, and let's take a EV chip count. That's another way you could do it. So
I agree. I mean, I think personally that's the way to go. especially if if you're like 15 big blinds a pop. Hey man, well played. Pleasure grinding with you for the last 6 hours. You want to shake my hand and jump into the 30k together. Like,
let's
let's just jump in and start chipping up over there.
Yep.
As Danny Tang has done, and Klein both made this final table, both top 5 in chips in event number 2.
So Soiza does get out flopped here, but won't necessarily matter so much in terms of, don't see how I can get in too much trouble, but Damo's got bottom pair. And you can see that says D/SB, that's dealer / small blind. So he's in position. Interesting that he doesn't protect that bottom pair. He does go ahead and check back. So I think that's probably a mixed spot. He could do either one and goes with the less aggressive route, but it is hard to make a pair. He did that. He has now been checked to twice. Queen rolls off.
Yeah, it'd be kind of a disaster to start building a pot with Jack of clubs, 3 of hearts on the 9-4-3.
I'm sure there's some. It's not 100% check though. I think it's 100 check. I think there's some.
I think it's probably very close to pure check. I know what you mean. Like you want to protect against the 6 outs, so any 2 overcards to the 3 and whatnot. But I just think inflating the pot size and taking a hand like Jack 3 to an inflated pot on turn or river just makes it extremely awkward.
Yeah, check certainly seems like the more reasonable play. I think there are just some bets in there, but it's also, I mean, 900K in the middle. Soiza has 4.7 million. Adamo 12.2. And he's going to go now for a bet with the 4 pairing. So he doesn't have to worry about a 4 in his mind, really. And now, I don't know if Soiza would check a 9 twice. The queen, random queen rolls off, doesn't bet, checks again. It just seems, can pretty reasonably think he has the best hand. And now maybe target some king or ace high calls.
Could definitely get a call here from the Jack high as well. So as I'm thinking this through, does he ever bet ace high? No.
Right.
Does he ever bet king high? No.
He's good.
Flicks in the call. Look at that, Adamo getting value from Jack high. Wow. Up to 13.7 million. Don't get to hear that too often, do you, Jeff? Squeezing out value from Jack high. This guy.
It's also in that leading up to the final table yesterday, we had Danny Tang call with queen high, queen 10 high, and a pretty big call, like a pretty big pot against Adamo was wrong. And then right after Paul Poix called with ace jack high was wrong. And then right after he got Paul to lay down ace king on the ace 10 3 heart board, 3-6, which ace king pretty high up in the range.
Yeah.
And got him to fold. So I mean, if you want to talk about creativity, timing, understanding range, perceptions, this is part of the mastery we're seeing and understanding, because that's part of what you have to do, right? You have to know what your opponent. The better you are at knowing what your opponent has, and what their perception of you is. That is how you're able to
all in,
construct more. And look at this. This is going to be a call and going to be a chop a lot, but they do each have working.
Let me win, man. Come on.
Flush draws.
Then we can play longer, you know.
And
I guess if you chop, we can play longer as well.
Chop is definitely likely.
So, you know, boring to
a
play,
lot of the time they're going to chop. But also a 4, a deuce may peel off for some straights or flushes. A straight would mean they each hit some pairs in there. So this is a fun one. Suited wheels. Choose your steel wheel. What are you looking for?
I mean, Soiza not even gritty, saying, look, let's just chop it. We get to play for longer. I mean, I've got to respect that.
And
chop seems likely.
Yeah. That is
chop seems likely.
Pretty likely. So many times we see the turn just pair that extra little dangler, though, in these situations, too. We just see it all. That's why we got C5. Ooh. Ooh.
Favorite.
Hey.
Wow. And Adamo, look at the percentages. So
Chop is good. Chop is good.
Chop,
yeah.
Chop has been now called, and Chop is being asked for. Very, very likely, and we see it. Although the heart did put a real sweat there.
Always a sweat, right, Jeff? Never easy. Whether your name's Michael Soiser or Michael Adamo.
Yeah. Nothing concrete on who's going to get this done other than a Michael will be the champion.
That's true.
Could stitch that part of the trophy on it.
Yeah, we're either going to have a new one-time winner or a new two-time trophy winner. Talking of winners, that Triton series free roll now running over on Club GG. Details in the YouTube and Twitch chat. Password going to be given out. And I also noticed that there is a giveaway. I told you there'd be a giveaway, boys and girls. Ton of Triton merch up for grabs as well. Details on how to get involved in that giveaway in the Twitch and YouTube chat. I knew I'd come in clutch eventually, boys and girls, whether I was paying for it or whether Triton were going to put one together. Joggers, a mug, an autographed t-shirt. Don't worry, I promise you it won't be me signing the merch. Try and twist Jason Kuhn's arm or one of the signatures that are actually worth something.
You see that Queen 7 off, dead middle hand, so decides to fold. First in for Adamo, Ace 5, gets it through.
Queen 7 off.
Pewter hand.
Can't say.
Say what?
I can tell you after.
Yeah, for sure. I don't expect you to answer now. Come on.
And just in case this tournament
if I'm not mistaken, it is
over
borderline.
sooner rather than later, I give all of you guys and girls at home a massive shout out for keeping both Jeff and myself company for the better part of 5 hours, 5.5 hours. 2,200 of you watching on YouTube, 1,700 of you on Twitch, so over 4,000 concurrent viewers. And once again, if you haven't already, hit that like and subscribe button. Much appreciated. You guys have done me proud. Over 400 likes on the YouTube video. Much appreciated. While Joe's saying no Henry signature, no deal. Hey, listen, pal. Next time, all right? Next try, and I'll make sure I get involved in that one. This thing saying sweet gaming chairs. Listen, you're not wrong, man. We get to sit on them in the commentary booth as well. Shout out to our sponsor, Secret Lab, one of our partners, I should say. Extremely comfortable chairs to do commentary from. I can only assume they are as equally comfortable to play high-stakes poker from.
Now we're getting into really uncharted territory. 5 BBs.
Damo with the open jam. Soiser announcing that he's in uncharted waters right now. Push fold charts.
6 BB.
For 6
Yep,
bigs.
2.4.
2.5.
2.5.
Well, I mean, if the betting markets started, Adamo with the chip lead had to be the favorite, of course, as a chip leader, and you just being Adamo got dicey for a minute. One of those things like in-game betting could have got a good price, right, when he was down to 6 of 6,
yeah.
but even then, probably a little bit expensive.
Good.
I say.
And he is going to find his way in. Here he goes, Adamo,
Pretty decent.
almost at 60-40 favorite for the title to get that hardware, that Triton elusive trophy that he's been looking at. And Soiser, man, just like that, was right away, was a favorite after the flop in a coin flip, into the lead. That 7 on the turn. And here we are now. We're talking about Adamo looking to hoist the trophy. Ace 4, Queen 2, no help for either player. backdoor diamond, so diamond could make it a little more interesting. There's also a 10 or a jack, could put up a straight draw. So Soiza, 28% sees the possibilities. He's bobbing and weaving, hasn't counted himself out.
Diamond, jack.
10, also path, extra path. Damo's been here before. How many times has he been one card away for a title? More than most. 77-23, one river away. A diamond. Got half of the straight, half of the flush. Not enough. Queen deuce. They shake hands. Two great competitors. And Michael Adamo, man, congrats to you, my friend. You are a absolute savage. And Soiza played unbelievable this final table. Really impressive and great score for 20K, 332,000. Sets himself up nice for some shells. He's got some fuel for this Madrid series. We see these players going to enter the 30K later today. 8-handed, 7-handed will be this day, and they're going to get a little late, a little short, but we've seen already Klein, we've seen a few other players hop in. Danny Tang get right into it and pick up where they left off, but Adamo, man, just looks comfortable. He's got his board shorts on and his button down and just sort of...
Yeah, I'm questioning who just came from Thailand, me or Michael Adamo. It looks like he's been chilling on a beach, just relaxing as much as possible before an intense 12 days. Want to just give a massive shout out to Michael Soiza, runner up there for 332,000. Real blinder of a final table performance. Came in 4 of 9 to bow out in second. Well played, GG's.
Yeah, also Tommy Kim, amazing performance, great score. We had Wayne as well. Hung Wayne just playing phenomenal. This was world-class stuff. We got to see the highest level, the big stage. Guys really not afraid. Rob Young mixing up. Shout out to him. The 9-10 off. He went for it. He got in against Ace-King off. Didn't get that done, but willingness to go for it and right in the 30K. I got to say I'm impressed and I'm excited about where this sets us up for the 12-day event here at the Gran Via. What do you think, Henry?
Yeah, Adamo getting the monkey off of his back, right? Getting that Triton Series trophy finally after, what probably feels like for him a long time having to wait. But he does get it, and it really just sets the tone for the rest, the next 12 days. We had a star-studded final table today, and we're going to have plenty of star-studded final tables over the next 12 days or so. So really looking forward to seeing more and more clinics being put on by these world-class athletes.
Yeah, I think athlete, that is exactly that. It's long days. We see you got to stay in. You got to give yourself a chance to win. You got to make big folds, big calls, big moves. And ultimately, if you want to get a trophy, so much has to go right. But we saw 90 total entrant field, 56 uniques. We're already seeing close to 60 in this 30K. So registration's still open. And if you're in the area, you want to play the Triton events, it's here. You're here. The main event's coming up. If you got 150,000 pounds laying around or euros, it's not even pounds, it's euros. If 150,000, we got the short deck events coming up. We have no limit. There's even a PLO on tap. But I got to say, Henry, we got more action. We got Ali Najad, Brian Rast coming in here later today. We'll be back in the week, but I think that's gonna do it for us. What a treat it was, and we'll see you guys on the 7 Max with Ali and Brian coming up here. Please enjoy.
Hey babe, you want a scoop of ice cream? Come on babe, I'm a GG guy. Double scoop.
We double up on everything. Come play now on GG Poker.
babe.
But the board's paired. You're just so high up in your range, though, against such a dangerous, capable player, too. You got to feel super confident. But, you know, it wouldn't be fun to be coolered with a boat versus nut flush. And I just don't see any scenario where he's not going for value here, though.
Yeah, he does announce all in, and immediately Damo letting out a big sigh. Frustrating spot.
So he's bunkered in there. He's got the hoodie, the mask, and got his protecting his pulse there. He's in full position, ready for a double. This is Adamo. I mean, he's just. I don't think he can ever call here, right? I mean, this would just be what bluffs has he got here?
I think tens and jacks with a spade are the pure, yeah, like the clear bluffs. Yeah, we're never folding tens or jacks to a check raise. Queen 10 doesn't really have Queen 10-0, so in terms of the actual hands that have just one spade in their hands, you're pretty limited to only a few pocket pairs.
Yeah.
Is he ever turning a hand like Ace Jack or Ace 10? Interestingly, you mentioned him hunkering in there, and on the turn, it's kind of alluding that maybe he'll fold, just because he could be dead. But there is always that option that Adamo just gives up, and we get to take it away from him on the river. As Jeff alluded to, Adamo definitely capable of having some, or plenty of bluffs. Klein, hand number 2 of the FT, under the gun, jamming into 8 players, the ace 10-0.
Yeah, can't blame him here. Everything looks good here. Under the gun, it's not so fun when there's so many people left to act, but I don't think, just can't take that stack depth. There's just no other play. I think ace 10 off, you're kind of happy not to hit the blind next hand. This is a hand getting through the blinds. And
wow.
Everything looked good until the boss gets the big tier 1 ace-king suited. Not the hand he wants to see. Looking for a flip or even somehow maybe to get against a weaker ace, but not going to be. Paul does find the goods.
Yeah, Paul almost forgetting to flick in the cool chips, that eager to just show down his hand. Ace-king suited in the big blind. And this could be just the start. He needs coming into this final table looking to get his first Triton Series title.
No help there on the 4-6-7, so gonna need a 10 or a chop on some running straight. So a 5, 8, 3 are interesting, not there. So now it's a 10 and a 10 only, 6.7% for Klein. Gonna have to hit lightning in a bottle on the river. Nope.
No lightning this time, Jeff.
Not there. And look at all smiles though. I mean, first time in a Triton event, and you know you got to feel good. Make a final table, and you can see he's happy. Rob attracted parts of that Jack 4 suited. He does go ahead and flop middle pair, and Rob, who is, I mean, this is one of those problems, right? You're against Adamo, you know he's so capable, and you flop. It's hard to really flop a great situation with Jack 4. This is actually an above average situation, right, for him. He flops a pair, but this is tough. This is really tough.
Yeah, defend absolutely fine from Rob. As Jeff alluded to, unfortunate this situation to have his suit dominated.
Wow, and this is a card that is going to allow Adamo to pick up additional equity, and you know the flush does complete a possible club flush. Rob check calls flop. Adamo has no club. He does have a 6.
Yeah, unlucky Rob. He tried, defended, called 1 street, and 5 clubs on the turn.
Yeah, I mean, I think Adamo realizes too where Rob is, and you know, interesting check back, makes some sense, but ultimately, wow, 4 clubs come out, scary card. I mean, this is a hard hand to play out of position, and now though, I just wonder what what Adamo's got up his sleeve here. You know, what kind of sizing or what he might do. I mean, he has king high, got called on the flop. There's no way you can think his hand is good in any realm, right? Nothing that Rob calls with, right? He loses some ace highs. And maybe he loses to 9x. He loses to any pair, any club. He loses to. I mean, there's no hand on the flop. Rob
doesn't
calls.
beat anything. Yeah.
Not zero. He literally beats 0 hands that he calls the flop with. And
All in?
yep. I mean, that's sort of what you just. Honestly, that's what I was thinking.
Yeah, I wasn't sure on size, by the way. Especially given the line taken.
Yeah.
Bet flop, check turn. And check in turn makes a lot of sense, right?
Genuine tidbits from different
Felt like
people's
aces.
styles, and it's interesting.
Yeah, I mean, Soy's making a great point in that spot, just saying, well, actually, Paul, you can't jam any two there because the pressure isn't on Garcia.
Right. Yeah, and that's the thing. Someone like Paul, who knows poker so well, has so much success, understands so much too. Like all these guys, there's, you know, even us here that have played a lot of poker too. I learn stuff all the time. I'm looking, I'm learning. I'm like, wow, or I would have done that completely differently. And I'm like, it's interesting, right?
Whoa. Garcia, my man.
Oh, yeah.
For the memes.
Come.
Got it.
550, I think.
Oh, and Paul
950
actually.
minus 80, 470 to call.
Garcia looks energized. May have had an espresso in his. I saw him eating something over there.
What was it?
Getting a little energy and starting to push it in.
Yeah, 7 bigs. In it goes.
Did Paul call? Is that why this is on the? Is it saying?
No.
I'm
saying
this
that
is if it were called because it's showing the percentages.
Oh, this one. My coach never teach me.
That's amazing. Coach is on notice right now. Coach, what are we calling with? What are? I mean, this is like he can afford it, but it's the same kind of thing. It's not so fun. This is at home if you're watching. Realize the first in power is big, right? It's so much easier to shove, put pressure on. You get better hands to fold.
Yeah, and that's a genuine response there from Paul as well. Like, he just doesn't recall the spot as something that maybe he hasn't gone over with his.
Garcia looks confident too. He looks like happy. He looks strong to me right here.
Yeah, go.
Oh, he does call. All right. Well,
Very
Paul's
nice.
gonna like
Price.
suited, sort of
I
connected.
have a good hand against that.
Couple of gaps. Paul does eventually come to the correct decision. Jeff, Garcia going to be jamming, any offsuit Broadway,
like
Jack 9 suited, 10-9 suited, and the fact that he's
Yeah.
jamming
Thank you,
9-6
thank
suited.
No.
Paul.
That's not very nice, is
who are
it, Paul?
Printing.
I like your hands.
Okay.
Yes, hi.
If you beat me, I'm not sad.
Says he's not sad, but I'm sure he wants to win. And decent start for Paul. I mean, couple backdoors, 6-9 spades, some interesting turns. The 8 of spades in particular.
Spades?
He's asking for it. He knows. He knows what would be exciting.
Give you ace of spades.
Ace of spades would also be something. Oh, there's the 8. That's
interesting.
Interesting.
Wow, just
6,
more than
9,
doubles his outs.
10, 5.
Yeah, thank you for calling then.
Yeah, there's one card to come, about a 2-to-1 favorite. And the ace just in
Thank
case for Paul. GG to
Yeah.
Garcia. Gonna
Also,
go out
my
in
coach
8th
never
place. First time
I think call he cut off.
Not sure.
He early
here at
maybe call.
Triton.
GG, bro.
And look at that.
Very nice
That's a
playing,
man.
man.
Looks.
Probably like it's hard to shove,
So sick. Just you hear these guys think out loud and just how on point they are. Danny firstly announcing, "Oh yeah, you got there, Michael, with the light squeeze pre," and then Soyser just immediately saying, "Yeah, very lucky flop because Tommy had a big hand." I believe he said big pair. It's just so hard to jam pre
100.
because of the ICM pressure.
Yeah. Tricky hand to play though. 10's out of position. Well, actually, he was in position, but still tricky hand, right? Within that spot, you can't really blame him though. To just get it in and flip or be 4-to-1 behind is not fun. So, what do you do with 10s there, Henry? If you,
I'm probably making the mistake
what
of
did you
jamming,
Called me last
back
night.
jamming.
You went to a club, right?
But that's mainly due to the fact that my post-flop
Hangover.
capabilities aren't as good as
Getting older.
Tommy's.
Also, though, it's I think situationally and what player you're against there. How light do you think Soiz is going to be? You know, who's the one putting the pressure on you, right? This is where.
Maybe no girlfriend around.
Yeah, if you take a flip, you wouldn't want to take a flip with 10s, right? That's the thing. But if you think that your opponent might be mucking about a bit.
他们很短，不能够3打了他们 all in， 我们酷。
Poker's fun. Different. Not always going to be the same exact play from
10颗 BB
person, so it's cool. And Adamo is behind. He's going to flop here. Top pair.
我知啊，你大咗我冇理由。
Well, this is certainly going to shift
我啲牌中嗰啲我冇理由去大後邊。
way that a lot of these guys approach 7-handed play, because Huang Wayne is most likely going to earn himself a full double here. SPR of 2, top pair against top pair, with a ton of draws out there. Adamo with the B20 on the flop. And especially versus sizing when Huang Wayne is just going to have a lot of check raises that don't have showdown. 7-6, 7-5, 9-7, 10-7. Some low clubs, like it's going to be defending as wide as 6-3 of clubs. And here we go, boys and girls.
Yeah, and I mean, we've seen Adamo kind of just play. I mean, I don't use the word perfect, but just so in tune to what's happening. Obviously here, there's, as you mentioned, a lot of draws, but also he does realize that there are some hands he's just in bad shape against like this. But for this stack size and his stack, I don't think there's really any other way out. So this is just going to go.
Paul Poo asking, flush draw. Where's it? No, sir. Top pair.
Top pair, better kicker.
佢唔同法㗎。冇後門法啦，我兩隻。
Music.
Actually,
Years of Paul Poo.
Adamo does have some backdoors, interesting turn cards that also help him other than a 9. You can see the percentages, 3-1.
Queen of spades.
Also some chops available at some point.
Max entertainment value.
Oh my goodness. That
wow.
is the card of cards. I mean, wow, what a absolute stunning card.
And a warm welcome to all of you. Continuing coverage of the Triton Super High Roller Series here in Madrid. Ali Najad alongside Czar Brian Rast. And event number 1 is in the books. Michael Adamo, your champion, defeating Michael Soiza heads up, picking up 478 or 87,000, somewhere in that neighborhood, just shy of €500,000 euros. Obviously a nice start to the tournament for Adamo, but we turn our attention now to event number 2. It is the €30,000 7 max, 200,000 starting stacks. It is rebuys up until the end of level 10. As I mentioned, 35-minute levels. We are currently in level 7, 2,000, 4,000 with a 4K ante. So far, we have 59 entries in the event. So some people have head back to the cage and had to rebuy thus far. But the atmosphere is absolutely electric out there. Brian and I just walked the room, caught a glimpse of a much bigger and more robust bit of attendance than we had seen in our prior stop over in Cyprus, which was sort of Triton Light. Now this is the full-fledged Triton Super High Roller as we